Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for being here. Appreciate anyone hopping in either live or watching the VOD back. Just figured I'd jump on, maybe play some Slade Spire Hangout. Folks pop in, want to chat about anything. As with all these live streams, if you want to talk anything pop culture related, like any movies, shows coming out, anything like that, open to just kind of talking about any topics you guys want to talk about. And in the meantime, we'll play some Slay the Spire, just kind of the background environment going on there. So, um, hopefully, I think a lot of the stream stuff I have figured out. So looks like the video is coming through right here. So I've kept things at 1440p for today. I figured maybe we'll do 4K if I'm doing more like Halo stuff or something where graphics are maybe a little bit more relevant. But at least for today, I figured we might not try like just doing Slay the Spire at 1440p because it's not really a high graphics game. Really, my camera is really the only 4K potential that would probably have with that. So figure we try that out for today and see how it goes. And then maybe we'll try 4K as well and just see the differences there. But I think the settings I've tweaked seem to imply YouTube's a fan of the current situation. I think also, let me pop up the camera to see if that looks too. All right, so my mic should be on now. So yeah, it looks like the full screen works as well. Made some tweaks. I think I mentioned previously the first few streams I did, I had a different webcam than this one. Seems like so far with this stream, it's looking all right. So seems like good news there. But we'll jump back over to the screen here. And yeah, we'll end up playing some Slay the Spire. For anyone interested, I did wind up putting out, I think very early this morning, my reaction to the Fear Street Prom Queen trailer that we got. So similar to what I've done recently, just ran through a lot of the photos that we got and gave my thoughts as far as the potential plot there. Kind of a unique situation where this is based off a book series. So I imagine a lot of people already know the plot. I am not familiar with the book series. So my speculation was solely based off the trailer that we were shown, but seems like it could be an interesting movie. Seems like a movie that could make sense as far as something to watch in the May time period. We've gotten a lot of good horror stuff, I feel like, though, recently when it comes to springtime. Like we had Sinners that I reviewed, we had Until Dawn, which people are mixed on, obviously. Fear Street's coming out. We have Final Destination Bloodlines. What's Clown in a Cornfield, something like that too. So there's a lot of stuff coming out in the springtime. It feels like for horror, and I'm not sure there's a whole lot for the Halloween or fall time season. Let me know if there's anything that you guys are really looking forward to. I feel like a lot of the big ones like Saw 11 wind up getting at least postponed, maybe canceled. We're getting like The Strangers Chapter 2, I think later in the year in September, I believe. But there's not a whole lot of horror related movies coming out in the fall that I'm really keeping an eye on. But that's just kind of all that's going on here with the channel thus far. Obviously, new episode of The Last of Us comes out tomorrow. We'll probably wind up doing a short for that one as well. And then other stuff I really want to catch up on. There's some other trailers that I'll probably look to review. Like I know What You Do last summer, Weapons, Predator Badlands. Those are ones I've debated doing. And then I still need to review season 5 of You. So a lot of stuff I need to catch up on, and then we'll probably get more stuff as it comes along. Like as I mentioned, Final Destination comes out in a couple weeks. So a lot of stuff going on when it comes to stuff on the channel, and especially like horror related content if you're a fan of that. So other than that, we'll just jump right into the game, and I'll try to make sure I know last time I played Slay the Spire, I was not mindful of putting up the actual gameplay. So let me make sure I throw that on. I'll throw the sub goal on as well. I may wind up moving stuff around. I think the camera and sub stuff I have is located based off of Halo, so I'll probably move some of that as we go along here. But let me boot up Slay the Spire. I'll throw desktop audio on because unlike Halo, the menu screen for this shouldn't have any issues. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Haven't done a whole lot me personally. I know I've been dealing with some like return stuff, which the only thing I'll emphasize is make sure you vote with your wallet when you buy stuff. All right, so let's boot up. So I've been playing Slay the Spire on PC kind of offline in the meantime, so I wound up getting all the achievements independently from doing it on stream. But I haven't gotten all the ascensions with all the characters, so maybe we'll do some of that. We'll see what the daily is. Okay, starting deck has replaced the one of every rare card. I don't love the Frozen Eye edition they throw on there because it kind of just negates every strategy. So maybe we'll not do the daily today. kind of just turns into just play cards at that point. But as you can see here, the Silent we did Ascension 20 with, and the other characters were still pretty early on, like Ironclad, he's only on 4, Defects on 5, and then Watcher's only on 2. So a lot we can still do there. Obviously on harder Ascensions, we're probably going to die more often than we did historically on playing Slay the Spire on the channel. So keeping that in mind, but it's just kind of a year to go through and have fun with. So if you're not familiar with kind of the prior Ascensions, we have more elites, deadlier enemies, elites are deadlier, bosses are deadlier, and you heal less after boss battle. So typically, without Ascension, you heal to full health after each act, and this is implying we're not going to do that any longer. There's going to be a little bit of a difference between our max health and what we ultimately heal back up to. Kind of on the fence. Maybe we start with a Defect. I feel like I really enjoy the Defect. He's probably my second favorite character, but I'm probably, if I'm being honest, the worst with him as far as actually being successful in playing the game. So we'll run a Defect game. Let's see how it goes here. It does feel like the video quality is not having the issues of prior streams where it's like dropping. I think the bit rate was a big factor, which I kind of learned the importance of that and where to edit that. So good to see it's looking a lot better. Given the starting options we have here, I think we're going to take a common relic. Okay, that's not the greatest one. We just get energy when we play attack cards. With the Defect, we don't play a lot of attack cards unless we do the claw build. Do we want to face elites or do we want to... That left path has a few of them, but it's a little tough. I'm probably not going to be doing the heart on some of these. If anyone really wants me to, I'll be open to it, but getting all of the 3 keys you see in the top left is how you do that, and I may just try to complete the Ascensions, but if people really want to see the heart, let me know and I'll give it a go. Couple rest stops left. Actually 3 if you go that way. Yeah, maybe we'll go here, then cut up through the middle. I think that works. Alright. Kind of a standard starting turn. Not much else to do there. Hit that. And that was easy. Hopefully the volumes are right. It's kind of adjusting. I switched it a little bit from what I had it on with Halo. I realized though Halo, the audio was kind of louder after watching it back. So sorry for that if you wound up having to hear like a lot of gunfire instead of me talking about the game, but none of these is really that great. I don't hate either of these. Maybe we'll go with Bullseye. We're gonna have to take damage if we pick up the Golden Idol. Let's do it. Oh, we're definitely taking damage. This fight, barely not able to kill him. And now he's done. Cool. I didn't really plan on doing an attack build, but maybe we'll pick up Beam Cell for now at least because we are getting a benefit to that. Typically, I feel like my success rate is a lot higher with the Defect using the orbs and a lot of frost, but maybe we'll have to wind up picking up more attacks with the Defect than I normally would have preferred. Okay, so we're gonna get energy back, so pretty much can play everything here. I don't really need another Beam Cell. Hologram, I see the value of when you upgrade it, especially. We'll grab it in case you wind up doing a claw build, but I didn't really plan on doing one. Okay, like that, more focus at the start of each turn. I kind of want to fight some elites, but the resting path is also left. Because I would only heal once if I went that way, but if I go this way, I can do things 3 times. Yeah, we'll go left. Let's see what we can upgrade. Sure. we'll stick with doing attack with the defect, which is like the not build. I'm playing like the ironclad with the defect here. I think we'll just block and try to maybe kill him next turn. Yeah, I think we can get him here if we hit that. Cool. I don't hate chill. It's free, obviously. Fitting for the stream title as well today, so good reason to grab it. All right. Sure. Bullseye is not normally a card I really pick up, but it does help with doing more orb things. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be trying the heart, so we'll just probably grab any of the relics instead. You guys are kind of a problem. Also, I didn't draw that grid of cards, but I can just cycle through a bunch of frost. So that's kind of a plus with facing you guys. That's enough block. I guess we'll attack you next. Not really optimal as far as what we were given there, but we took no damage, so that's a plus. And the frost is huge, so chill was definitely a good option. Doing 10 I don't love. Alright, so I'm taking 20. If I just... Is there anything 0 that I played? No, there's not. I think we'll just block. Not really the greatest turn. Okay, can I defeat you finally? Yes. Cool, and we got energy back, so we are fully blocked again. That works. Okay, this rest of this fight should be pretty straightforward. I think we can just pretty much just block and slowly finish off both of them. There we go. Cool. We are doing kind of an attack build, but I mean, sweeping beam is a nice AoE option, but yeah, I guess maybe we'll grab that because it allows us to play another attack and maybe we'll get energy and be able to play something else. This is not how you're supposed to play the defect, though. There's way more attack cards we're picking up than I normally would. I went this way to do a lot of like potential healing, but maybe we'll play a little risky and just upgrade stuff. Unfortunately, you have just one more health than I would have liked. Probably finish him after this, though, because that... Hit that first. Alright. Good. I guess we'll pick up Claws. I've had, like, not a lot of success recently. I feel like Claw, when I originally started, was a good build. Higher Ascensions, I don't think it does as well, but we're only on Ascension 5, so maybe it should be good enough. I just feel like a lot of times, unless you have, like, the spinning top relic where you keep drawing cards, you kind of don't do enough damage fast because you have to build up Claws over and over, and playing only, like, a couple per turn doesn't really defeat the enemy faster than they defeat you. I know I said I wasn't going to go do the heart, but the shop being there kind of is tempting. So do we face... Let's face the harder elite. Why not? Okay, so he has Metallicize. That's his unique thing that makes him a little more challenging. None of these are really great. I really wish I could draw more because we have enough energy to do stuff. We just can't spend it on anything. Yeah, I mean, we can pull that back again. I think we'll grab Bullseye again. We could just finish him if we throw this. That works. Okay, so we're going to get block even if we don't block. Don't hate that. They are really focusing on attack builds here. Rebound is nice with claw because you play it, then you play claw, then you draw claw again next turn. I only have one claw this far. We'll grab it, why not? Kind of going off the wall with this build anyway. Okay, we can buy that. I'm not gonna buy the spoon. These two relics have me tempted. Like, more dexterity is kind of nice, but we do have that already. Kind of thinking the egg, and then we buy the upgraded claw. Problem is, if we do that, we can't buy dramatic entrance also. Is that okay? Not sure. Also, we've already upgraded stuff, so maybe we don't need stuff to be upgraded before we pick it up. I'm torn on both of these, and then these two. I want this, and then to pick up these two, but I can't afford that. So getting an additional dexterity is like also just like always a nice thing to have regardless of the situation, but getting block without playing block is kind of already covering us there. And then we'll play Frost anyway. So I don't think we need it for our build here today. Definitely buy Claw. Then now I have to debate this or this and this. Oh, well, I already bought Claw anyway. I should actually not buy this anymore. Easy choice. I was like, definitely buy Claw and then focus on the others, but by buying Claw first, it was not going to be upgraded. Who we facing here? So this guy, if you give yourself more health, he just gets harder, so there's no point in really healing at this point. Let's just upgrade the Claws. Do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, kind of a lame first turn. We'll actually not play anything after Rebound because we don't really want to draw an attack again. Just play everything here. Oh, well. I do have that, so it didn't harm me to play that, but I didn't need to play a block card. He's hitting me for 24, though, so I'm taking 18 damage. Not ideal. Play you, see what we pull. Could see the value of a few things here. I think we're going to go with you. Hologram I probably should have upgraded because then you can just continuously pull stuff back. So we have to kill him probably before he gets to his, like, I think it's 6x6 turn. That could be a problem, so hopefully we clear him out before he gets to that point. Because I don't have anything that makes him weaker. So we would definitely run into a problem there. Okay, I don't need to play anything else. Should I be... I don't know if I really need to play any potions. Maybe if I'm on the verge of death, I can pull Claw back to try to finish him off. So here's where you would play Rebound, then Claw. Yeah, I think he's cooked now. Yep, alright, cool. Good enough, at least. I mean, it's got to be all for one. That is kind of part of our build here, pulling back the zero cost cards. I love Bias Cognition. The problem is a lot of times you play too early, then you just have no focus by the end of the fight. So all for one, I think, is where we go here. Not picking up this because we need to play a lot of cards per turn. Either the Busted Crown or Empty Cage. I don't hate more energy because we could play all for one more often. But I also like getting rid of 2 cards for free. I could justify both. I think we'll pick the Busted Crown. More energy's nice. Probably unnecessary for a lot of zero cost cards, but it's there. Alright, let's probably go left here. I think this path we'll take. Didn't really get anything to use all for one in this part of the fight. Although, we can do that. So we'll draw it back and maybe we'll draw a claw at the same time. Hologram's not really helpful. And we can't play it, so let's just take a little bit of damage here. Okay, so here's where you're going to want to play your 0-cost cards, which I only have one that's not going to be like brought back anyway. Play that. Play that. Do I want the frost or the zap in front? I don't know if it matters too much. Unfortunately, we're just barely not damaging him. Do that. I think you can play everything anyway. Yeah, we kind of have overkill with energy with both this and the crown. Okay, I think we got him this turn. Cool. Cool-headed I don't hate because you get to draw stuff, but it does cost one. We'll grab it. It's upgraded. Why not? Okay. I think we just play everything here, honestly. Pro con of having so much energy is you don't really have to think about it too much. It's just pretty straightforward as far as what to play. Okay, you are going to curse me here, so let's hit you, bring you back. Cool, and you should be dead next turn. Even if we don't do anything, but we'll throw the claw out, why not? We are full on potions. I guess we'll dump that. This is tough. I mean, it's another 0, it's upgraded. Steam barrier is kind of 50-50 on if I pick them up. You definitely don't want a lot of them. Grab that. Love that. We can upgrade our strength, which we are surprised. We'll fight this guy so we can get the mask, hopefully. We've upgraded our strength at the rest stops, which will be nice because we kind of are going with a an aggro build here, surprisingly. Maybe we'll draw the beam cell. Hit that first. Yeah, I think we're just going to play all of our attacks, honestly, here. Problem is that kind of overkills that one guy if we go for him there. So I'm debating. We'll switch it up. Don't hate that. Yeah, we'll just do that. Alright, so this guy's going to make us lower dexterity, so it kind of worked out that we improved that, but it didn't really matter. Okay, what will we want to bring back? Can we... Yeah, we can defeat you. I mean, we'll just bring anything back, really. Cool. Grab hologram, why not? Kind of getting a larger deck without it being mostly claws, though, so we have to be a little bit mindful here. Not the greatest fight we have. I think that's okay. Just slowly eat at him. I mean, we can play that, doesn't really matter. So having the stone, I guess the positive thing is if I forget that I have this relic, then playing the defend more often than not is going to be like negated out anyway. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I think we just beat him here. Yeah. drawing potions that I'm not playing any. I don't know if we really need orb slots. Skip on that too. We'll play the elite first because we have a lot of potions. We can probably survive if we get into trouble. Okay, that'll be 8. Just hit that first and see what happens. Alright, so you are weak. Or you're almost dead, rather. You're also weak, I guess, but... we hit you. Kind of wasted a lot on just those small guys, but by doing that he gets... well, never mind. I was going to say he gets distracted and he won't attack me, but... appears not. Appears he will attack me. Do we want to block here? Granted, we're already blocking for 6. But then I could grab cool-headed and get more frost. I think I'll do that. Not really a great attacking turn, but... yeah, definitely taking damage now. Okay, so... maybe I'll pop one of these and grab the beam cell back. Do we want to grab something else? Maybe we'll grab all for one and just mostly end this fight now. We're still hanging on though, so we'll have to try to kill him this turn. Okay, we're mostly blocked here. Cool, that works. Got a little scary there with our health going down from that 30 attack. Of course, now we get more potion slots, and we use all of our potions. I don't think either of those really... I mean, if I upgrade you, you cost 0, so there is that. But... I think we're gonna skip. Kind of need to heal, if I'm being honest. I really want to use the strength, but... okay, we'll go this way and see what we get. This is always tough because you're going to take, I think, 16 damage. 3, 2, 1, and then 10. So it's not really worth it unless you get really good relic. Like, the one maybe I would want is get a power card at the beginning each turn. Okay, I guess that's not the worst, but I don't really love it. There's a shop over there, but this gives us more flexibility to avoid some fighting, and the elite's a little bit far into the fight, whereas this one we can heal, then fight the elite. Okay, we are getting some good attack build relics, I will say. I really would like to do the strength upgrade, though. Okay, let's do you. Kind of an uneventful turn for what I could play here. Did I even... yeah, not the greatest. I think we probably just skip. I don't hate Hyper Beam for this fight, but I kind of need to get the frost, so maybe we'll just skip for now. And this relic is why I'm getting offered cards after each turn too now. We're kind of not blocking a lot here. That kind of came in handy though. Do we want reinforced body? There's also stack, which maybe we'll just grab that because it'll probably be enough block. We didn't draw a stack, so that was kind of unfortunate. I mean, sure, he's dead next turn anyway. So not the worst turn when it comes to damage we took. Alright, we're getting all of the attack relics, so pretty much both of these, if I play 3 attacks, I'm going to get dexterity and strength. So we are the attack defect. Okay, I didn't really want to fight another elite combo, though. That's not what I was hoping for. Grab beam cell. So after this fight, there's another one that you can choose to ignore if you want, but problem is if I leave, you don't get the benefit of the stuff. Okay, I need to kind of kill you because you're about to make it so I can't play attack cards, which is my entire build. But I'm not going to be able to do anything about that right now, so... yeah, we'll grab bias because we're not going to be able to play attack cards, so we need to rely on orbs. We're not even drawing the things we're adding to our deck, so it's kind of pointless. We'll play you. Maybe dual cast. Although I think we have enough block, and it looks like the frost is in our front spots. Maybe just a zap. And try to kill these guys quickly here. Alright. So now we can play attack cards, and he's gone. 29 health. Do we want to face the harder enemy here? Sure. Probably gonna regret it. Normally I try to kill this guy first because he starts with less health. We're gonna hit the potion though. Additional card or lightning. Go with additional card. Okay, not the greatest because this guy is going to start becoming a problem. How many power cards do I have? I don't think I have any of those really, so we'll just skip that. Okay, so if I play you, you're going to be getting stronger, but I kind of need to. Maybe I should have pulled back. Well, there is no beam cell. I was going to say, I need to defeat this guy on the left, so... however we do that best, we need to do it now. Okay, so I think I can attack you, play you, pull you back, defeat you. $21. Is that worth doing instead of playing a Steam Barrier to make him even stronger? I'm about to pull into here. We'll fully block at least. Hoping we can get the all for one and then just beat him this turn. Okay, we did, so that's nice. Cool. I kind of like Glacier, if I'm being honest. It doesn't really fit being 0 cost, but 2 Frost I do enjoy. I kind of wish it was upgraded already, though. I think we'll skip. Okay, now we can go anywhere because we picked up that boot, but probably we'll hold off on using it and hope that we can, well... didn't really want to fight another enemy. Okay, I think we can play everything if we... So I want to try to defeat this guy because he's going to heal him. Normally, I mean, this guy's already got low health. comparable to the other guy, so I might as well go for the left one. I do appreciate defrag. $17 damage. Don't love that. Can block most of it though. Yeah, I was gonna grab a claw back, but honestly, we're fully blocked now. Maybe I should have in theory played that afterwards because we got an extra dexterity, but it doesn't really matter in this fight. Okay, so this should be defeating that guy this turn. And now we're good. So very much a build that if you get the ball rolling with the right cards in the right order, then you're set, but you need to hope that you draw like claws all in one turn and then get all for one afterwards. Yeah, don't love that. Just go to the question mark. Shop I do appreciate though. Okay, these are all amazing. This would help us right now. Kind of unfortunate we couldn't take that. More orb slots. We don't really need a lot because we're not doing orbs, but just starting with another 3. Sure. And we can't really buy anything else here. Question is now, though, do I want to heal? Because we're going to heal 25 anyway with the train track we picked up here. I really always call it that. I don't know if that's actually what that is. Pantograph? Don't know. But we can fully heal pretty much, or we can be a little risky and start with more strength. This guy could be an issue, though. Whatever I pick, I'm going to wind up regretting. If I pick the strength, I'm going to be like, oh, I needed that extra health. And if I pick the heal, I'm going to wind up being like, oh, we could have gotten stronger. We'll be a little risky. I think that's going to be a problem because this guy hits you for like 50-something on one of his turns, and I don't have anything that weakens him, so that could backfire. Although we will try to increase our dexterity progressively here by just playing attack cards. And we'll skip out on all those. Pop that. Yeah, we're taking a lot of damage here because we cannot block any of what he's doing. So we're taking 6, well, we're blocking 6, so we're taking 10 damage here, which not good. Because as I said, he's gonna hit me for like... I'll grab that. Maybe I should have grabbed the skim, actually. That would have been maybe smarter to just cycle cards a little better. Pop you. I see the value for claw, but also sweeping beam. What do we have? I can't look at it. We'll grab claw, hopefully get them to be stronger faster. I think we're gonna run into a problem though with his grab cold snap. His big attack is gonna be too much because I cannot weaken him. So because of that, let me try to play as much frost stuff in anticipation as I can here. I think we just probably play you, then try to pull a lot of stuff back here. Alright, you're hitting me for 24. That's 12. I'm like mostly blocked, but let's get that extra to try to survive because every small amount of health here is gonna matter. Just try to ramp up frost because we do need to survive that attack he's gonna hit me with. Okay, I think we have enough frost that we're gonna be okay. But it's kind of close. Yeah, 58. Don't love that. So we'll pop skim first. Draw really bad options there. Do like cool-headed there. We just block and try not to take too much damage. We'll grab Scrape because it's good for our 0-cost cards. Yes, we actually didn't take that much damage because of the amount of frost that we were able to get from just collecting cards that we didn't actually have in our hand, mostly. Alright, so using the strength didn't wind up hurting us at all there. Frozen Core, I kind of want to go with. Yeah. That pretty much just gives us frost if we have any open orb slots, and we do have orb slots more than usual because of what we're starting with that other relic. We'll just run up the middle here and see what we get. Maybe something good at the shop, hopefully. Okay, these guys, not ideal for an attack build, I will say. Also, dual cast no longer really helps us against without having that energy or that electricity in the front. Kind of wish I took more damage there so we could have started at 0. Maybe I shouldn't be picking up more claws against these guys because hitting them hurts me, but I feel like claws are kind of the build I've run with. Yeah. Should I actually be killing the right guy because he's the one that's attacking me right now? Grab you to try to get some more block before we... Cool. So a lot slower. This is probably the hardest enemy when you're just playing attack cards because you're just getting hit back every time you do it. That works. Good enough. I feel like we stopped getting potions as soon as I got more slots. We don't really need Cold Snap because we do have the ability to just draw them now with the Frozen Core. Sure, though, maybe. I don't hate that idea, getting potions. The healing is kind of nice, though. Do that, and I think that'll probably be it. Flash of Steel. Oh, we can't afford it anyway. We already spent our money. I don't hate removing cards. Just take out maybe a strike. Yeah. I forgot I do have the boot, so I can go left and right if I would like. We'll keep going for now, though, in case we want to use it at a good time. Maybe we'll try to get our strength up to 3. Oh, I didn't really mean to do that. Okay, so let's just try to play as much as we can here. I think we're mostly blocked. Yeah, take 3 damage. Cool. Let's try to get a lot of potions. We're playing Donu Deku, which should be pretty easy for us, but I don't like this guy. This guy, whenever you hit him, his attack changes, so you kind of have to get him to stop at a spot that works best for you. But it's hard to know where that'll be. 9, I kind of feel like I should stop here. Will I, though? We're definitely going to stop, because he's probably going to turn cursed after this, which will not be good for me, because then I pick up something that gets stuck in my hand. Okay, he did 12 again, okay. We'll hit you with that, and I think we just probably skip here. Defrag is pretty much always a obvious pickup because it just makes your focus better. So yeah, he's doing that curse now, so we need to snap him out of that at least. Okay. 24. I feel like he keeps doing more and more damage when I keep trying to change him. Yeah, it was a little more damage than I would have liked to have taken. I will pop you. Actually, will I get energy back here? Yes, I will. So... let's just blast him with attacks. 57, my word. Okay. That's 12. That's going to be 20 on top of that, so 47. Okay. Had to waste a potion there. We'll go for the eyes. I kind of been hoping to grab that. Think we'll just lift. We should be able to get, with that, boots up to 3. We'll not use the boot yet. Oh, God, these spiked guys again. I think we just pass here. Grab chill. I thought about buffer there for a second because it'll prevent me from taking damage. Intangible is really nice against these guys because it counts towards the thorns, so if you attack them, they only hit you for 1 back, which is amazing. Okay, the problem with frost against these guys too is it doesn't stop you from taking damage because you don't have the block yet. I think we're just gonna like try to move on to the next turn and see how it goes. Lightning orbs are nice against them because you passively defeat them, but not always going to have those available. Just kind of keep cycling the orbs around. Don't love this. This is like the worst hand I could have drawn. I think we're just gonna skip, honestly. They're dealing 18, we'll get 6. Yeah. That was kind of a rough draw, drawing all the attacks in one turn. Cycle some of that through so we get the block. I kind of was hoping, did we not pull any steam? Yeah, steam barrier was not in our... I was hoping we had that so then we could just block and then attack again. So that kind of was a bad card to pick back up. I should have picked up like a lightning maybe, the zap. Okay, pop you. Pop you. Serviceable. Yeah, I'll grab defrag. At the very least, we can slowly defeat him with defrag. Okay, now we should be done. I don't hate static discharge here. Doesn't really apply to our build, but... Alright, so we fully lifted, so we're maxed out on our strength as far as the ability to use this relic. We'll go up here. Start with a dark. Sure. Do I want to face an elite? I feel like we're just gonna dodge the elites for the rest of this. Just upgrade, honestly. Yeah, play that so we can always pull stuff back. I don't think there's any more. Oh, there are more shops, actually. That actually works out. I hate this one. We'll take the madness, I guess. And now we will go to the shop. And there's another shop I can also go to, so maybe be mindful of that. Okay, we'll hit that up. Definitely take that. Sure, take another beam cell. No, it's not upgraded. We will rest here. We'll just have max health, because that's going to take... It's kind of overkill if we rest here, but it's the final act, so... Play our potion here at least, and then probably wait to draw a lot of claws for the other one. This is not the greatest starting hand. Sure. The longer the fight goes, we should get more and more orb stuff, so kind of to our benefit when that happens. What are these awful turns? I tried to get rid of all of our strikes, and they give us back-to-back strikes. Put a zap in there first, then the chill. Claw. What do you want to pull back? Claw, probably. Should be pretty much fully blocked now. Maybe should have played the potion there. Here's maybe we'll pop it here. Alright, so we're gonna go a little crazy with stuff here. That one, that one. Feels not upgraded, so we didn't get the benefit of pulling it back, but we're gonna be able to actually probably win on this turn if I'm being honest, because we can just play hologram to pull back. All for one again. Maybe I should have played Steam Barrier there. Throw it out of the hand now. Do we have any more zero? We do have some more zeros, so we could try to see if we pull them. We did, but that one's not really one that's going to come back. And this is the benefit of getting the zero cost cards. You're just going to cycle stuff, which downside, maybe I shouldn't have played that cool-headed, because we got another energy for our attacks. So we could have pulled it back again, but we did not. So just a claw maybe. Yeah, we're like well blocked at this point. Pretty safe bet. So we had some tough fights throughout there, but once we got things cooking with the attack build for the defect, which normally is not a good way to go with, but once we got there, he kind of just was smooth sailing after that. Alright, so we unlocked Ascension level 6. Cool. Gonna take a quick break, grab some water. I will be right back to play some more. One sec, guys. So as I said, pretty decent run with the defect there. We didn't really use orbs as much, but we had just enough, and getting that frost relic upgrade definitely helped block as much as we pretty much needed for that fight. So let me pop back over, and did I turn? I think I turned. Yeah, the desktop audio back on. Cool. Slay the Spire feels like a weird app where if I don't have it like actively on the screen, even though it's showing in like my streaming software, it winds up not showing it. So kind of a unique one. I feel like when I tested things out with like other games, it played even though it was in the background. All right. What do we want to do here? Maybe we'll try Watcher. The Watcher, I feel like, takes the longest always. But we'll give the Watcher a go. Do we just go with another common relic? It seemed to work effectively enough last time. Healing when we go to shops, not bad. So maybe we'll target shops kind of at the same time. There's a lot of fires left, although those split there, so it's really only 1, 2. So it's the same amount as if you went up the middle and to the right, actually. So not super beneficial to go that way, especially because you're kind of locked to one path, whereas if you go the other sides, you could branch out. I mean, I'm pretty much facing 1 elite if I go right, maybe 2 if I go middle. I think we go this way. I mean, we'll heal at that shop, so I can probably take on an elite there. Sure. Let's go for it. All right, I need to remember that I did switch characters, though. I kind of was in defect mindset. Now we have to be in Watcher mindset here. So, problem with going into Wrath, I always am like way too risky when I go into Wrath, because you end your turn in Wrath, you kind of screwed if they're attacking you. So because of that, we'll play it maybe safe early on here. Okay, if I come out of it, you're going to be dealing 20, but can I finish you maybe? I think we can. I'm not positive on the math, but yeah, cool. So it's kind of, you play the little risk when you come out of Wrath, or you go into Wrath rather. I don't hate this one, but Scry is kind of nice. Yeah, we'll grab the Scry stuff. Maybe we'll try to do a Scry build if we get the right cards. Eruption also costing 2 is kind of a pain. Sure, we'll take 2 damage because we're going to heal at the shop anyway. What is this turn? Man, this is not the best use of a turn. I don't think I can beat you if I go into Eruption, because I need to deal 22, and that'll be 9. Is that 21? I think it'll be just short. So maybe next turn. Maybe next turn. All right, yeah, let's do it. Huh. More Scry stuff. I don't hate crushed joints. Vulnerable is definitely a perk, especially when you combine that with Wrath. You can do a lot of damage. Just Lucky's not the greatest like end game. It's kind of an earlier benefit, but it does Scry. And if you're not familiar with scrying, it's pretty much you get to look at, as it says here, cards, and then determine if you want to put them in your discard pile so you don't have to deal with them. So it's kind of a easy way to navigate your deck. So like this. We'll probably take the strike because that's one of our only attack cards at this point. Okay, don't love that you made me weak too. So if I kill you, I think we do that. Because then we can just block. Honestly, we can just block it all. We don't really need to, but good enough. Okay, we're not drawing like stuff that scry benefits us, but I think we're trying to build towards that, so we'll continue to pick up cards that do scry. Don't really need to heal, but shop doesn't hurt anyway. I pretty much never pick up this relic. I don't feel like I strategize around playing 3 different types of cards in one turn. I don't even know, like, power cards you're pretty much only playing once, so the value there I question. Okay, that would have been nice. I don't know if I really even remember this relic. I don't play with the Watcher a lot, but that would have been huge. Unfortunately, we can't buy it, which is not cool. I mean, Mental Fortress is cool. When you're swapping stances, you get block. So it's like default giving you block. I don't really have a stance changing build right now, but you can kind of combine that with Scry. We sell some stuff. Just maybe a block here. And run with that. Lizard Tail, one of my favorite relics. You pretty much get a second life. Yeah, let's fight the elite. It would be nice to upgrade too, but we have to pick between the two, unfortunately. Kind of feels like a lame first turn. Do I want to play my relic? Or my potion, rather. Yeah, let's do it. So hopefully we can kill these guys faster than normal because of that. Should I scry or then scry then draw? Probably safer to do the scrying first. I don't really need that. I mean, it doesn't really help us this turn, but maybe it will help us next turn. Mostly blocked, at least there. I think we're gonna dump both of those. Downside of me discarding these cards is that they're not going to be going away. They're just going to be in my discard pile for next time I draw them. But you still, I think, would prefer to do that than have to play them. Or have them take a spot of another card. You're already in Calm, but we do get blocked from that. I think we're going to attack you. Kind of a lame beginning turn, but not a whole lot of options they gave us there. Alright, do we want to come out of Calm? You would deal 18 if I did. I don't think I do. I think we just run with that. That's kind of overkill, but that's fine. We'll take a couple damage here. I guess I could have played that instead of the block. Actually, we're fully blocked because we had that too. Yeah, all these days that we discarded, we have to redraw now. But then we're good now. I feel like we don't have the greatest cards to like set up good combos. We're kind of just stuck with strikes and defends at this point. Can we defeat you if we go into Wrath? think yes, we can. Cool. Yeah, we're going to grab Weave. So this is a good card to pick up when we do Scry. We're going to draw this back. So we're pretty much just constantly dealing damage if it's in our discard pile. I don't know if you really should, but a lot of times I'll just pick up as many. I'll kind of do the claw build with Weave, and I'll just grab a bunch of them. So that when I Scry, I just keep pulling those cards back. We'll go left. We can go to the rest stop and then also fight the elite. Dead Branch. I think this is the only relic there's been times where I didn't pick up, but we'll grab it out of curiosity. So pretty much if I exhaust cards, like that last elite that I faced, all of those days, when they get exhausted, I would draw a random card. So it kind of clumps your hand up a lot. So probably not smart, but I feel like I've had better value with it recently, but I think those have been mostly like Shiv builds with the Silent. Okay, this hand kind of isn't great. So pretty much always discard Weave when you're scrying because it'll go there, then you'll pull it back. Which should happen here. Yeah. I think here we just deal damage. I'm not going to send you away because I want to draw you. I don't think I really want to exit my stance, though. Okay, now if I can defeat the two outside guys, this will be worth doing. Cool. So this turn we should be able to finish him off and be good to go. So you can kind of see why the Watcher is probably the best, but also kind of takes the most time to fight with. It feels like card order and things like that really matter with the Watcher. Consecrate, I really like because it's an AoE, but that's really the only value of it. Pressure points is kind of fun to if you get like a full deck of them. Downside with that though is if they have artifacts, pressure point just takes away an artifact, so it takes a while to ramp up if you go that route. Okay, upgrade. I think Eruption, because I'm kind of not a fan of it costing as much as it does. Really tempted to play Eruption here, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get something with scrying that would take us out, because we would need Vigilance, which is kind of risky. I think we'll just play it safe and then see. Yeah, so we didn't get Vigilance, so that would have been kind of risky to do. Dump you. I feel like I'm playing with somebody who just strikes and defends, but it makes sense. It's early in the game. All right, now we're coming out and we're going to finish him off. Grab another Weave. Do I dare enter Eruption without knowing what I'm going to draw? Yeah. I will. And let's hope we get something to come out of Wrath. We did not. Don't love that. Maybe. Okay, there's what we needed. So, wait, what is happening? Confirm. So we'll do this so we can grab you. We're going to discard you because we're going to pull you back anyway. So we drew a pressure point from the dead branch of that. don't think I can defeat you. 4, 10, 15. Yeah, that's gotta be just short, so let's just play you and see what we get. Oh, we should play the weave first. Maybe I could actually beat him this turn if I did. Oh, we actually get him still. Cool. Love that. Get more max health. Ooh, another weave or a cut through fate. We'll grab another weave. Here's where the AoE would be nice. Maybe I should use that on him. Didn't get lucky with our card draw. So we'll just hang out and calm here. Yeah, I really wish I was in Wrath when I was using Consecrate. So we'll hit that because there's no reason not to. We will draw some stuff back here at least. Like a lot of these weaves. Flurry of Blows when you're doing the stance changing really is effective, but I don't have a lot going on with that. Yet, at least. I think we'll just take the max health. Can we afford to upgrade? Seems reasonable. Okay, this guy is actually may not be great because we gotta deal 30 before. We do have some potions here, so okay, we drew all of the weaves. Well, maybe that's okay, because we'll do this, and we'll do enough damage now. Trying to optimize this as much as I can. I think the answer is that. Okay, don't love that turn. I feel like our attacks are kind of slow right now. And this enemy also isn't necessarily the best for us. Yeah, I think we're just gonna skip, honestly. Okay, we're gonna go into Wrath and be a little risky. We may have to get out of Wrath here, but we can afford it right now. Should we do it right now? Probably. Good enough. Keep both those for next turn. I think we'll just skip on that. We'll draw all those weaves back, hopefully, unless we recycle our... Okay, cool. We didn't recycle our hand. So I should probably play this first, because if I... Well, no, either way I'm going to recycle my hand, right? I may be kind of screwed with that restarting. Okay, why did I not... Why did the weaves not come back? I just scryed. That's kind of weird. Yo, J-Dev, what's up, man? Hope your evening's going well. Appreciate you hopping in and hanging. We'll just block here. But yeah, how's your day been? Anything cool you doing for the weekend, or anything else fun going on with you? Be a little risky here. Grab a lot of weaves back. We should here. Yep. I think that's the best way to handle that attack. But yeah, anything fun going on with you? We are stuck in Wrath. Don't love that. I think we just deal with that, unfortunately. We kind of are not looking good here. 32. We're dying if we don't do something about this. Question is, are we better off hitting both of these? Probably. Because then I can guarantee moving on from that. And we gotta kind of have to hope to get... Oh, we did not draw what we needed. If I do everything here, do I have a chance of surviving? Like, if I do this... Maybe I should have kept the block so I could have played another block. I think that would have been the safer route. Okay, we're not dead yet, but we're kind of close to it. 24, so we'll have 6 left. Yeah, I was going to say maybe we should go all out this turn. Looking forward to The Walking Dead, Dead City, Season 2, Episode 1 at 2 a.m. my time. Okay, so it sounds like you're staying up for it. That's kind of fun. I feel like I missed stuff like that back in the day. I guess they still kind of do that with streaming, where I'm thinking of... I don't know if you ever did this stuff, but I feel like I'm thinking of GameStop when there'd be like a midnight release of a game and you'd like go there and see a lot of other people there. But streaming does feel like it's kind of the modern version of that because stuff does drop. Like I'm thinking of not every show, like The Last of Us isn't doing it, but I'm thinking of Yellow Jackets where it's like, oh, it airs on Sunday, but actually Thursday at midnight it's when it drops. That's cool. I know you've been looking forward to that one. It sounds like you mentioned that that's kind of a follow-up to The Walking Dead, so I'll probably wait on seeing it myself, but pumped to see that you're excited for it. There's a lot of like stuff. I feel like there's kind of too much. It's kind of a good thing, but it's nice that there's so much coming out right now. You kind of have to pick and choose as far as what you want to cover. Like when I was doing trailer reactions, that's kind of why I asked people's opinion, because I'm like, I can't really do all these at once. So that's why I wound up getting feedback on seeing if people wanted to do Fear Street Prom Queen, which we wound up covering. Okay, should we bounce back and forth between stances? Can we do that and then defeat you still at 28 though? You'd be at 14 afterwards. So maybe we just hit you with that. And that. That was kind of risky because I kind of forgot that we wouldn't get the extra energy. I usually stay up to around 7 a.m. my time on Fridays and Saturday nights. Okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to answer this, but is it mostly because of shows being released, or is that just kind of the schedule you rock with? Okay, we need to defeat this guy next turn, honestly. My schedule is kind of all over the place too, so I can't really even... I feel like it's not consistent even from day to day. Oh, I didn't realize we were going to break him there. Kind of wasn't paying attention. Maybe we'll keep that because we do need to... Oh, here we go, actually. Good enough, we got the weaves. I don't know, I feel like I don't know if you're a night or morning person. I'm generally an evening person anyway, so it kind of works for when I operate the best. I can do mornings at times, but I'm definitely more of an evening person. We'll get the miracles, I think, here. Schedule tend to rock with, I don't have to work in the morning. That's fair. That's kind of how I am too, as I mentioned. I think I like evenings as far as the schedule more. Obviously, you can't always do that. You have to balance around other things in life, but I definitely prefer like evening type stuff more often than not. So It's cool to have you here. You said at 2 a.m. your time, so you got probably a few hours before that'll kick in. We want to not use this one. More relics dropped or more energy. We did pick up energy already with that card we just grabbed. So we don't really need more, but... I think we'll still go with it just to be a little bit more conservative on this run. But yeah, I don't think after Yellow Jackets ended, I don't think there's anything like midnight release that I have planned to really watch. As I said, The Last of Us is the only one that show-wise that I'm currently covering, and that's Sundays at like, I don't know, 8 or 9, I think. It's kind of weird that different services let you watch stuff early or not. Like, I'm pretty confident The Last of Us, you can't watch it until it airs on Sunday night. But that may just be how like Showtime or Paramount operate differently from HBO or Max. We will... I kind of like the right path, but it doesn't really have many elites. I'm trying to think show-wise, really, what on my side that is upcoming that I'm looking forward to. Obviously, we have Dexter coming out in July, so there's some time before that. I still need to review Season 5 of You. That's another one that I have planned, but I just have not put that together yet. I feel like movie-wise, there's kind of a lot going on right now. Like, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but Final Destination coming out soon, and then I think, was it Clown in a Cornfield that comes out next week, which I'm not sure if I actually have an interest in or not, but it's there, I guess. I may regret this choice, especially because that Vigilance is my only way out of Wrath. Definitely gonna regret that choice. Although, let's just jump out of Wrath now. Yeah, I feel like the movie-wise, there's a lot going on right now. Can I defeat you? I think I can. Yellow Jackets and Dexter for me premiere on the YouTube Paramount Plus on 11 Central Time. Yeah. Those I feel like were definitely like late nights. Those were tough, especially... I kind of backed off with the Yellow Jackets as far as like having a actual review it ASAP type situation, but with Dexter Original Sin, when that aired, I was like, all right, after it airs, I'm gonna immediately make my review. And even those, I was like kind of more towards Saturday when I put it out. You were super good about getting it out like ASAP. And if anyone hopping into the stream or watching the VOD back, definitely check out JDev's channel for a lot of movie and show content stuff. So if you're a Dexter fan, he's a good one to hear from. Let me... I don't think I like any of these, so... But yeah, I felt like Original Sin I was a little bit better about. Right afterwards, I'd have to stay up late to do it, but I was like doing my immediately after it aired thoughts. And I think partially because Yellow Jackets wasn't as, I don't want to say popular, but watched as much, I was like, okay, maybe I can get away with being a little bit later on putting that out. Do I even have attack cards that cost 2? Was that stupid to try to pick up? And we got a curse for that? Not great. But yeah, kind of the pro and con to the Paramount schedule is you get it sooner, but also I feel compelled to then watch it immediately, which sometimes that late is like, oh, okay. Since I'm trying to talk about the show too, it kind of, you have to be ready to stay up and do editing and stuff if you're really trying to put it out right away. I'm probably not optimizing the order I'm playing these in. Oh, I should have played that first. play Scrawl. Maybe we do that. We just go like heavy on... Oh, I forgot that I'm drawing cards every time. Okay. That's kind of nice, actually. Let me just do that and immediately take you out. And we'll draw more cards. Alright, we are pretty much good to go now. This is why I feel like the Watcher, it feels like there's so much going on with her that you have to be paying attention. Do we want block? We kind of need block. It's not upgraded though. I kind of hate that. Follow up, I like the energy, but we have so much energy right now. Do we really need it? I'll grab Halt and hopefully we can upgrade it. The Last of Us, I can't watch on the... Yeah, The Last of Us, I feel like they're very strict on, like, it comes out when we want it to come out on a set given time, which, as I said, I'm mostly fine with because that one I haven't been as critical. Although, since I'm just doing short reviews for The Last of Us, it takes a lot less effort to put something together because I'm kind of limited by how much I can say. Although they did increase the shorts duration. I don't know if people noticed that, but they used to be under a minute required. And then I think in October last year, they made it 3 minutes. I mainly noticed that because I was like, these shorts I'm watching are way longer than a minute. But then I found out when I looked things up that you can have it up to 3 minutes now. But I think the last few Last of Us episode reviews, I was like close. I was at like 240. But doing it in shorts makes it a lot more manageable when putting something out kind of quickly because I know I can only say so much in that amount of time. I now have a new YouTube goal of 1 short per day. Yeah, you've been good about putting those out. So it's kind of weird. I've been watching, obviously, yours, but I'm not typically a shorts viewer on YouTube. Like, long-form content is how I consume typically on YouTube. I don't treat it like... I feel like YouTube Shorts, it's kind of like Instagram or TikTok, where it's a lot more like instant. Let me just keep scrolling and then watching the next thing. So that's not typically how I like to consume content. So traditionally, I've pretty much ignored shorts as a viewer on YouTube. And because of that, I didn't really do much when I was making videos with it. But I realized I think a lot of other people do appreciate that kind of quick, you're in, you're out type of content. And I do think it helps. It may not help with like watch stuff because watch stuff on shorts is like a tougher requirement for monetization. But with sub increases, I think it can help because people are able to access your stuff more like readily just by randomly finding it. So I found like it can be helpful, and I have, as I said, been watching like your shorts, so I definitely have been watching it more than I usually would because it feels like it's something to definitely explore. I'll be reviewing all of Yellow Jackets soon, doing real-time reviews for the 4th season. Okay. Yeah, I obviously with Yellow Jackets and Dexter and The Last of Us, I think those are the only 3 that I've done. I've just jumped into watching the live, current season and reviewing that season because it felt like relevant. I don't know if at any point if I'll actually go back and review individual episodes of older shows like that. I think I'm probably more likely if I go back at all, maybe I'll go back and review seasons. Like I could see myself going back and talking about Dexter season 1 and season 2 and so forth. But at the same token, I have done like my season rankings of that already, so it's just kind of more of a deep dive. Yellow Jackets, I'm not sure. Maybe same situation. If I did it, I would just do it by season because I don't know if I have enough really to add. And honestly, I didn't love season 2 of Yellow Jackets and season 3. Obviously, I covered, so I'm good there, but I didn't love season 3. Spoilers with that too. What do we want here? Less strong elites, maybe. Are we actually gonna face any? Yeah, actually, we're gonna have to. So maybe that could be beneficial. I don't hate the bracelet too. You kind of just coast if you grab that. We can only grab one of these. That kind of is not ideal. We'll have weaker elites. It feels like that's probably a smart choice. Get rid of a... We don't have much attacks though. I just now realized that. We kind of just have our weaves. We need to have more attacks. I think we'll still get rid of a strike though. We could add a smite. I don't think I normally pick that card up, but sure. We need something. I'll do at least one regular video and a short per day. It's helping with views, not subs at the moment. That makes sense. I mean, you have, granted, I think you're probably next goal. I think saw you mention that 100K is what you're trying to strive towards now, but I feel like with YouTube, once you hit like the 1,000 sub, at least for my current thinking, it's probably going to change in the event I would get there. But once you get to that 1,000 subs, I feel like subs are still good, but it feels like people just watching and engaging with the channel is probably the bigger thing to focus on, because whether you have 1,000 or 10,000, it doesn't change a whole lot when it comes to YouTube specifics, but I guess beyond that, it can maybe help with viewership being higher. I'm kind of tempted just to give all of our gold because we just spent it all pretty much. I do like to get the mask though. How badly do I want the mask? It makes the opposing enemies weak to start the combat, so I just don't think I have a lot of attack cards. That's probably been my fault in not picking up enough, but I've kind of just gone scry and weave, and that's not necessarily gonna get the job done. Maybe we'll just, I don't think I ever really picked this, but we're just gonna give our gold and move on. The next Keep 2 Lost one will be horror movie sequel themed. All right, cool. I feel like the hard part with some of them that I've watched, your movie catalog is way more vast than mine, I feel like. Or at least there may be different stuff that we watched historically. But I think the hard part is sometimes I'll not have seen one of them. I'm like, well, that probably is the easy choice for me on this one. But I can dig some horror sequel themed ones. Although even in the horror space, I feel like I have not watched as much as I would have liked, and probably will catch up on that stuff as we kind of go along and cover some different horror movies. But I feel like it's fun just to talk about those. And I'm a big fan of like list type stuff and like rankings and being like, oh, which of these do you like more and why, and getting into like the weeds of that. So those have kind of been fun to just do smaller bits of that. We will upgrade. I mentioned upgrading that. What are you? Just innate. I don't know if I need that. Better AoE attack, sure. Not necessarily super necessary. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what you what's in your next keep 2 out of 3. This has definitely been a sloppy run across the board. All right, so this guy, when you hit him, he's going to get blocked, so it's kind of the unfortunate part here, but we'll just try to still get through him. The problem is weaves are going to be such a slow, like, methodical hit against him that's not going to be nearly enough damage. I can't enter Wrath at this point. Definitely would be a liability to do that. Sure, not the best turn. I mean, we can play everything, but that's funny. We drew that because we we can go into Wrath here. I don't hate the idea of that. We also keep drawing cards when we're playing these miracles because they're exhausting, and then the branch is coming into play, which maybe because we haven't picked up a lot of attack cards, maybe the branch helps. Tantrum is going to be kind of a pain because it's going to hit him multiple times, which is going to make his block better and better. We just pop the last one, see what we get to. Okay. I think we're going to do that. We have to keep in mind we actually need to get out of Wrath here, though, so only gonna play one of you. I guess you. Not the best turn. Yeah, I keep... Like, Tantrum is so bad against this guy because it just makes him way too strong. But he's not attacking us anyway. We will scry a little bit, even though we don't have any of the weaves to pull back this time. Alright, he should be dead next turn. I think I may have talked about this previously, JDev, but I'm curious in your thoughts. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream too. It feels like this year, I don't know if last year felt as strongly, but it feels like this year especially, the spring catalog of horror movie releases is stronger than what's forecast for fall. Like, having Sinners, a lot of people didn't love it as much. I thought it was fun for the most part until Dawn came out. We have Final Destination Bloodlines, Clown and Gorefield. I don't know if... I think those were kind of winter time frame, but I'm also thinking of like The Monkey. Death of a Unicorn was kind of a letdown, if I'm being honest. Hard Eyes was definitely like end of winter because that was in February. But when I'm thinking of what's coming out later this year, like the only thing I can really remember is like Strangers Chapter 2 is coming out in September, and like there's not much else. So I'm curious to see if maybe we'll get more announcements. I guess like Weapons, I think that also comes out in September. But like October releases, like what's the big heavy hitter Halloween time release? Like we were supposed to get Saw, that wound up not happening. And obviously Scream 7 won't be until next year. So I'm kind of thinking there's not much of interest for now. But as I said, maybe we'll get more stuff as it comes along. Sure, we'll grab that to do more scrying. I don't think we want to fight that elite. I think we're going to go over here. Maybe we'll just heal. Yeah, that's true. More will probably get announced later in the year. That's fair, because I think a lot of stuff that came up that at least I became aware of for spring, we didn't know about probably until the end of 24. So that same window could be like kind of now. Like we did get the Weapons trailer now, so could be some surprises. I think franchise-wise, there's not a lot, but there could be like one-off different horror movie topics that could come up later in the year. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the Crystal Lake TV show, if that'll wind up being any good. I knew the, what's her name, Linda Cardellini is supposed to be Jason's mom. I think that's still the case. Facing elite if we go this way. I don't have any money, so there's not really a point to go to the shop. Maybe we just go this way and see what we get first. Okay. Probably upgrade, although what do I want to upgrade? Scrying 2 I don't hate. At some point we probably should do it to halt, but yeah, it's definitely a valid point with announcements maybe not being this far out yet, especially if they're not franchise films. If we go left, we could face an elite and then hit another rest stop, but the downside with that way is there's like no reprieve. We'll try it. And obviously, JDev, you know this, but anyone who happens to hop in, if you want to chat about anything movie or TV show related, definitely open to talking about different topics that may be of interest to you. We have full potions finally. Should we pop one here? Maybe not yet. Also, if I use Eruption, I can't get out of Wrath, so that's kind of a pain. Maybe we just try to slowly fight you. Kind of live for next turn. Yeah, this is such a boring turn, but we didn't really draw super well there. Unfortunately. Okay. That dead branch is like such a curveball. I did forget we have the lizard tail actually, so we'll probably be okay, even if we don't do great against the boss for this act, or even the final act boss if we get there. We'll go over here for you. Could hit that and then just finish off the last guy. So maybe we keep everything there. Okay, double attack. Maybe we'll hit, yeah, we'll hit you with that. That's not great drawing this, because if you draw this like not just naturally through your hand, it kind of just sits there and doesn't actually pull the miracles out. We could play the miracles and see what we draw, but I think we just wait and play them next turn. Okay, kind of a boring turn. I think we only have the starter Wrath through Eruption and starter Calm through Vigilance. We don't have anything else to change stances, which is not the best for the Watcher. We do have the Scry stuff going for us, but we'll just do that. I could retain the Smite and hope that I go into Wrath next turn. Or we can just beat him now. Empty body. Sure. We need to get out of Wrath in a pinch there. Could be worthwhile. I feel like we got a lot of like just junk in our hand a lot of these turns. Okay, so we'll probably do Wrath here because we can certainly kill this guy on the left. Do I want that? No, we'll skip it because maybe we'll get the weave stuff. There we go. Maybe I should have played Strike there. We'll just probably go into Calm and sit on that. Is that really all we're going to do this turn? Just had a bunch of defense sitting there? That's rough. Can we get out of Calm and get into Wrath somehow? We can try. I mean, Weaves naturally will, like, do some damage at least. I think that should be good enough now. Cool. I have been asking for more stance changes, but Cut Through Fate, we only have one. Tranquility's already upgraded. I kind of wish Cut Through Fate was upgraded too. Huh. I mean, maybe if we get more Wrath stuff, the Tranquility will come to play. We'll maybe grab it just because we can play a little riskier with Wrath. Since we don't have a whole lot of attack cards, it probably will be necessary at some point. Here, though, I'm kind of tempted to upgrade. Alright, you just become a Nate. Maybe we'll just finally do Halt, give us more block opportunities if we get stuck in Wrath. Still not a great first turn. Honestly, I don't normally attack the guy on the right, but it may make more sense to this time. Yeah. Oh, I forgot we had the plated armor that we just got, so we don't need to block as much going forward. Okay, that's going to be hard to pull off with all the miracles that are going to be turned into other cards with Dead Branch, but not impossible. Alright, so we just slowly go after this guy. I think that's what we're going to wind up doing here. Just scry slowly over and over again. This is like definitely the death by 1,000 cuts type of approach. Question is, if we play these miracles, can we get down to not having... Wait. No, that is an attack card now. Although I do... Talk to the Hand is kind of huge. I kind of wish we had that in our regular deck because it comes in handy so much. Okay, we can do that. Maybe we just stick with that for now. Yeah, we'll switch stances finally, and that's it. Ragnarok I do love. Costing 3 is kind of a lot, but we do get a lot of energy. We'll probably just get Cut Through Fate because it's kind of more aligned to what we're trying to do. And we don't have the 25 health facing a boss this time, so we'll probably heal, play it a little safe here. Not the strongest first turn. It's like I say that every turn though. Okay. Eventually this potion could come in handy against... we'll probably actually play the Battle Hymn so we can set ourselves up for the rest of the fight. Jada, if you're still here, did you wind up watching EU Season 5 yet, or are you still holding off on that one? I'm here. Have you watched Season 5 of EU yet? I'm curious to see your thoughts of that, because I think we kind of aligned with not loving Season 4. I think you liked Season 1 more than I did, but I haven't finished it. Okay, that's fair. I will say, I think you already know this, based off the environment, if you liked Season 1, it'll have some familiarity, so maybe that'll be something positive for you, but other than that, there's definitely parts I'm like, could have probably done that a little better. I watched 4 or 5 episodes. Yeah, I did the same thing. I think I stopped, like, I watched the first 5 in a cluster, and then I binged the next 5 separately. But I feel like after episode 5, there's like kind of a cliffhanger. It was pretty obvious in my opinion, but it was kind of a cliffhanger. And I was like, I'm too tired. I'm just going to stop here anyway. Do we want to hit you? Because if we hit you with that, you're just going to artifact it anyway. Maybe just stop with that. I watched a spoiler video, so yeah, it's not like the most creative, I would say, season. Kind of risky going into Wrath, but hopefully we can get out of it. A lot of it felt like kind of obvious with the direction they wound up taking, and the ending felt a little bit over the top, in my opinion. Just do a bunch of scrying here. Although we can't draw any more cards. Do that. I feel like I liked the first half more than the second half. I will say too. Do we want to do that and play Eruption? Or we could actually scry. Not to really get blocked, but to kind of flow through our hand. Yeah, I think we do that. But I feel like the premise of going away from what they did in Season 4 I did appreciate, but They got a little silly still. Like, I feel like watching that show, I had to like go into it kind of the mentality of like, all right, no matter what happens in the show, if I'm like questioning if this is legitimate or not, I'm gonna have less of a good time, because the realm of like realistic stuff happening in season 4 got so goofy that I feel like I went into season 5 accepting a lot more stuff as reasonable to occur. We'll keep you actually do some damage with that. Do you? I also kind of felt like in the first 4 seasons, at least, I had a similar problem with Joe as I did with like Yellow Jackets characters, especially Shauna. With like, we spend the entire show with this as our main character, and I don't feel like Joe was like as likable as Dexter. Like, he like did stuff I'm like, I don't really agree with that, which obviously is the same with Dexter, but I feel like for some reason Dexter felt like more charismatic than Joe did. Joe just felt like, yeah, you're kind of being a little strange guy. So I will say that probably factored into how much I liked him as a character too. I forgot I did pick up that book, so things that cost 2 I'm doing twice, but I don't have any normally cost 2 attacks. I think we're pretty set in this fight. I'm kind of stalling it for no reason. Let's just pop you. I need more Wrath cards, honestly. I should have played that at the beginning. That would have been smart. Can I just beat you here? Yeah. So, super slow, but effective. Do I need another Deus Ex Machina? I mean, I guess they exhaust, so they're kind of just free stuff to play then. I haven't watched a ton of you, but agree, Dexter. Yeah, he is. Joe just feels like, okay. Although I will say, like, I'm not going to spoil it, but at the end of season 5, I was like, okay, you're kind of like tearing him down. Like, more than even as somebody who doesn't like him, we just spend so much time with it. Double potions is always the safe option. Yeah, that's true. Dexter was like trying to take out bad guys, and Joe was like just creeping on women, so that by default will make him less of a likable character. Yeah, that's true too. Like, Dexter feels like kind of more of a like unfortunate situation where this is how he was born and he's trying his best, whereas Joe's just like, no, you're just not very likable. Honestly, my favorite eating the ice cream. Yeah, that is true. Just keep all my energy, or even like the top, just playing stuff that way too. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the card, and the movie. It's Ex Machina, yeah. But yeah, I do feel like the motive behind the character. The only character, honestly, in the entire series of you, I know I covered it on the channel, but in the entire series, there's only one character that I can think of. Well, I guess like Paco, I think was his name from the first season, was okay too, but there's only really one character from you that I thought was a likable character, that I enjoyed having them, that I was glad that their fate was what it was, which is the guy from season 2. I forget the actor's name, but he's the guy that's in Accepted. He's kind of like the eccentric guy in Accepted who really wants to be in Justin Long's college, but that actor is in season 2 of You, and I feel like he was a likable character. He's the guy that Joe took his identity in season 2 at the beginning, and surprisingly, I mean, season 2's been out for a while, but he's been He surprisingly doesn't get treated like a lot of Joe's other captives, and I liked him as a character overall. He was cool. No, not John Stamos, not Dr. Nicky, I think is his name. Not Dr. Nicky or son. Yeah, season 2, when he moves to LA, he takes on the identity of the guy I'm referring to. And surprisingly shows him more mercy than others. I think we're just gonna kind of take this right path. Season 2 is also the one that had Jenna Ortega in it. And I'm trying to think of anyone else that's famous. Do I go into Wrath here? That's kind of dumb, I think. Although I could probably defeat him. He'd be at 21, 9. Oh, I think I would actually leave him at 1 health. Unless I happen to scry something. That may not be smart. I kind of want to do it, but I think I would be screwing myself if I do that. Do I want more energy or more energy? I forgot I could be playing the miracles and getting attack cards that way. Sure, let's see what we get. Okay. So maybe we actually go for it. That dead branch is just going to be collecting so much stuff. You deal in 18 I don't love though. Okay, only 1. Saw a couple episodes. Yeah, the ending to season 2 was probably my favorite. I like 2 and 3 were both pretty good, but the ending of season 2 with the twist that they presented was probably my favorite inclusion, with how they handled Joe's love interest in that one. I mean, it's not really a benefit to me scrying and playing you again. Get blocked so that maybe we can just play all of our miracles and see what we draw here. I have so many cards that aren't originally in my hand. If I can get him down to 30 or less. Problem is I kind of want to block. I mean, this kills him right away too. I kind of wanted to block, but I'm not sure I can. Because I still need to do a lot of damage now. I could hit him with this twice. Yeah, I think that's actually the answer. I have asked for a Wrath card. Is this the time? Who are we facing at the end here? Time Eater. So not the best guy from my scry build because I can't really play those weaves over and over again. Get rid of another strike probably. But yeah, I think Jadev, I don't know. I know you said you're redoing your season rankings of TV shows. I think I remember you was in the middle of your rankings previously. I'm curious to see how after season 5 that may change your thoughts on where you place it, or if it still winds up being the same. That was kind of a lame turn. I keep forgetting I have this plated armor that I need to be mindful that I don't need as much block. We're dealing double. Probably going to Wrath here. Did just remember that I don't have anything to get out of Wrath though. Do I want the miracles and I can just draw a bunch of cards? Actually, I think I can beat him now. That'll play twice. Maybe I should pick up Sands of Time anyway, because, well, if it's retained, it lowers its cost, which makes it actually less effective for my relic. But it still deals 52 damage, and I think that may be good against the Time Eater. Okay, we're playing a little riskier than I would normally. I don't love 60. Tranquility, thankfully, is there to save me from that. All right, we'll do some small scrying. We'll keep you there. Although, maybe I should hit you first because I'm not actually getting any weaves anyway, and now I will. Fortunately, it makes sense. Well, I could play the smite actually here. All right, now we will... Could play Tantrum. Do I want Tantrum here, though? Because we're not wanting to end in Wrath, unfortunately. I feel like just playing all these miracles and seeing what happens. Sure. Because we just need to get like around 30 for our block, because we can get out of Wrath at the end. Although, Vault, I don't hate. Maybe we do that. Yeah, let's just hit Vault. Get another turn. Vault into Halt. Love that. Get rid of Weave. I'm on the fence on Empty Body. I guess we'll keep it. Double attack if I play this here. I keep getting all of these scries. Okay, we'll pop you. I think that makes more sense. Because we can just use Tranquility at the end. In the meantime, we can be hitting for a lot. Sands of Time, I kind of want to draw. Although, once again, we don't have any more miracles, so not super helpful. Maybe we'll just keep all those. Yeah, we'll get out of that. Taking a little damage. I haven't played like any potions at all, but I also haven't drawn any to replenish anyway. So it would be nice to play this, but we can't unless we can get in Wrath somehow. Talk to the Hand. I really wish I had that in my deck, because that is just a huge card anyway. Because you just play this over and over again and constantly just keep getting blocked, so it kind of keeps you alive. We are fully blocked already. Let's finish this fight real quick first here. Alright, Sands of Time we can afford next turn at least. That's a plus. I think we can beat him with that. Cool. For you, Season 1's number 1, 3 is 2. Yeah, I think other than Season 5, I think I knew your order for the original 4 seasons, which were very similar. I kind of swap around. I think mine, I mean, I encourage you to still check out my season rankings, but my rankings for the original first 4 seasons were, I think, 2, 3, 1, 4. And I'll probably talk about that too. When I do my Season 5 review, I'll probably at the end throw an updated ranking of where I would place them. But I would say there's not a whole lot of change in the original 4, just where 5 probably slots in there. Favorite movies of all time, top 10 perhaps. I'm assuming you're asking me to throw mine out there. I started to finally, let me pick a potion here real quick. Do I want, I don't know if I need the energy potion. I think we're gonna dump you and grab the fire. Yeah, we're gonna grab Cut Through Fate again. I started to finally do what I talked about previously, where I don't have like letterboxed or anything like that where I track my stuff, but I've been keeping my own like Excel type file as far as at least stuff I have reviewed on the channel and my score for it, and kind of making sure I have a list of that. I've thrown a few others on there as far as ones that I know I have pretty highly ranked as well, but I've started to put together kind of a top list. I told you I did my shows, which I still need to do the video for on the channel, but as far as top movies, I watched you rank. Yeah, I appreciate you watching that, JDev. I will admit, as the channel has gone along, I'm trying to improve quality of it pretty much each time. So when I did my original U rankings, I didn't have a microphone, and while this isn't the greatest mic, it's at least better than just using my camera's audio. So the audio is not the strongest, but I think the points I made were pretty effective in that video, at least. But favorite movies of all time. So here's the part that I have a challenge, and I'm curious, JDev, on your thoughts with it. So let's say, hypothetically, I don't think this is the case necessarily, but let's say Scream as a franchise would be my favorite franchise of all time, for example. If I like, let's say, I'm going to make things up here once again. If I like the first 5 a lot and Scream is my favorite franchise, if you're ranking your top 10 movies, would you be the kind of person who would say, I'm going to put the first 5 Screams in 5 out of the 10 slots? Or are you like, you know what, I'm going to put just Scream 1, that's going to be my representation of the franchise, and the other 4, even though I like them more than other movies, I'm not going to have them replace something else that's unique. That's kind of the challenge I run to. The actual example for that, for me personally, is Lord of the Rings. I love the trilogy. The first 3 movies in that, or I guess the 3 movies in that trilogy, are amazing in my opinion. There's probably very little I would say could be changed in those. And that's my example of, I know Lord of the Rings is in my top 10. I just don't know, do I put literally all 3 of them as Fellowship, The Two Towers, and Return of the King? Are they all in the top 10? Because I kind of think they would be, but that feels like that's a little too much Lord of the Rings representation for a top 10 video or a top 10 list for me. But it's probably actually true as far as being all 3 of them like top tier for me. So that's kind of the challenge I run into. Curious your thoughts on that, if you think you put them just kind of one representation, or if you still include like all of them. All right, we need to do damage to this guy to lower his... Fortunately, not doing a lot of damage to him. So we're throwing that potion out there. I think I'm gonna wait because we could get stuck even worse than this. We could pop the miracle now and see what we draw, though. Let's do that. Okay, that was like the worst use of that miracle. If I like multiple movies in a franchise, the ones I really like will make my top 100 of all time. I just make longer lists rankings. That's fair. That's kind of, as I said, though, the struggle I've had with putting together. I feel like TV shows is a little bit easier because, I mean, I guess you still could have like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul or something like that. But when you have movies, it's like, if this is a popular franchise, then if the answer is I like all 3 of these movies, do you include them? That's the challenge I've run into. Do we want to strike you now or no? I think we hold, well, 24 would be kind of helpful actually here. But then Vigilance I kind of wanted to play too. I don't think we have the greatest build for this guy in general, I'd say. Do we want to enter Calm here or not? Maybe we wait and we just hold on to Tranquility, because this is kind of a risky fight to mess around with. But I'll say I'll try my best to give some examples of what would be my top 10. I'm not for sure, because I haven't thought about movies yet necessarily as far as where I would place them. Okay, we're not going to play Blasphemy against this guy because that's a instant death. But if I was giving some that come to mind, not necessarily saying these are absolutely what I would say, Lord of the Rings is definitely one of them. Definitely dump you. Maybe we'll keep you there. Terminator 2, probably high on the list. Not sure where, but I feel like when it comes to sci-fi, definitely a strong film. There's also the second factor, which I feel like this is kind of the funny part where I love lists, but I also get in the minutia of like, what do you define your list as? Where I could say like there's movies that are good that I would probably rank highly, but then there's also movies that, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm like, that's a bad movie, but for me it's special and I view it highly. I kind of balance between, we'll use you, I guess, how I approach those, because it depends on really what the intent of your list is. Because, for example, not that this is remotely near the top 10 for me, but I did recently review Until Dawn, and as I said in that review, I don't think Until Dawn is a good movie, but did I enjoy it and have fun with it? Yes. So that's kind of an example of, I would never say this is like an amazing movie that you should definitely go see, but it's kind of a like bad good movie, if that makes sense. We kind of need to retain you. Maybe we'll scry first and we'll see what happens with that. Okay. But yeah, as I said, if I'm giving kind of a list that maybe meets both of those requirements, where it's good, but also I really enjoy Lord of the Rings, Terminator 2. Trying to think what else. Remember the Titans. I've gotten probably a little bit less interested in sports over the last few years, but the story of that is still, in my opinion, one of the best stories overall. I can do that and play you. But is that worth doing? So probably, I would probably still put Remember the Titans somewhere in the top. Ooh, does this count? If I go into Divinity, he dies before me, so I feel like I would be safe. I think we're just gonna play Sands of Time, and then that'd be it. I used to have at the top of my list, I don't know if I would actually put it there. I'd have to see in comparison to other stuff, but Shawshank Redemption is one that I also historically have been like, that's one of the best movies. Do we want 2 Sands of Time? This one's not upgraded. I think we'll just take the max health. Let's play it a little safer. Let's heal. I feel like this Watcher run's been taking forever. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, Terminator 2, Remember the Titans, Shawshank Redemption. Trying to think of all the genres and stuff like that. I don't know if it's actually one of my favorite movies, but I gave the Faculty review on the channel a very, very high ranking. It's definitely, it probably is in the category of what I mentioned, where it's like, I really enjoy this. Is it the best? I don't know if I would say it's the best, but I enjoy it to the level of something that I rate highly still. Probably doesn't hurt that I feel like Elijah Wood is like my favorite in so many different different things. Like Lord of the Rings, he's in, obviously. He's in The Faculty. He's in Over the Garden Wall. He's just really like in tons of stuff that I realized I'm like, I kind of like him as an actor, I guess, because every show or movie that I like, he winds up being in. Hey, what's up, Tran? Appreciate you being here. I feel like I'm overthinking this fight. Probably more. So, I haven't played a 2 cost. Oh, I did actually. It hit him for like 1. So this won't kill anybody. Maybe we just play block. We could use the potion and finish off one of them. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to save that, but I think we'll just use that there. But yeah, GDiv, that's probably a rough idea of where I'm at with some of my favorites, I'd say. Can I actually defeat you if I go into tantrum? I don't think I can. Maybe now I can, though. Let's give it a try. Take the health. I don't really need... I mean, we don't have a ton of relics, but I don't know if I necessarily need more, so we'll just probably just coast over here. My top 10 currently... No. All right, let's see what you got here. I will... If you want, I'll give you my thoughts on the ones that you mentioned. And I'll let you know if they're at least high or not high for me personally. Assuming I've seen them. I think we'll hit you. I feel like we have such a slow build right now that I could just hit the vault right now. Maybe hit you, then the vault. You, then you, then you, then the vault. This hand is kind of bad. Can't defeat you if I use that anyway. It may just be taking damage here. I don't think there's a point in me playing those. I guess they exhaust actually. Yeah, let's draw some more cards. Oh, come on. I think we're just going to have to block a little. It would be really nice to finish him off, but I don't think anything here is going to do that. I could take a chance and play Tranquility and see what I draw. Okay. Alright, I'll probably finish this fight down. I'll look at take a look at your list and harshly critique it. I'm just kidding. I think we'll pop you so we can do the scry again, actually. I think we should be actually set the rest of this fight now. Yeah. Once you get kind of the scry train going, you're kind of good, but as I said, the time eater doesn't really let me do that. It doesn't hurt to have another tranquility. Alright, what do we got here? Passengers. That's... I don't know if I've actually seen Passengers. Is that the one with, Is that the one with... Wait, now I'm thinking of two different movies. Passengers, is that the one with Chris... That's not the one with Chris Pratt, is it? At first I was thinking that train movie with Chris Pine, but I'm thinking Passengers is the one with Chris Pratt where there's like space. Yeah, Chris Pratt, Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen it. I have seen the trailers and stuff. I've seen the trailers and stuff, and obviously Chris Pratt, Jennifer Lawrence, kind of a dynamic duo, so maybe worth checking out. If it's your top 10, definitely I should check it out. I vaguely remember it. They're in space, and it seems like they're kind of mostly the only two characters in the movie from what I can tell. I really like that one. Okay, you saw Passengers also? I don't think I've seen it. I'm trying to... I would think I would remember watching it, but I don't think I've seen Passengers. I'm familiar with it, obviously, but I couldn't tell you what happens in it other than them two being in space. We're going to not fight these guys. Then we got Scream 2. Okay, so that one is in your top 10. I knew you were a big fan of Scream 2. I will I obviously have my Scream rankings on the channel also. Once again, I think it was pre-mic, so apologize for the audio not being as strong as it could be, but probably still stand by those rankings. But Scream 2, I would not put in my top 10. Scream 2 is my third favorite Scream movie. The question is, would I put Scream in my top 10? I don't know. I feel like horror is kind of a weird place for me because I don't probably, if I'm talking about like all-time favorite movies, while horror is probably my favorite genre of movies, I don't know necessarily if I would put any of them in my top movies of all time. Maybe there are some that I would consider. Scream would probably be somewhere in my top. I felt like too blasphemous to say only top 50, but maybe top 20 movies? Top 30 sounds maybe reasonable. So Scream 2, probably not for me, but Scream itself, and Scream 2 is still good, but it's not, I don't think, as strong personally. Against a time eater. Stance changing could come into hand there. Cut to your fate, though. I think we'll grab you. All right, where are the other ones here? I'm just going to back and forth bounce between this here. Wolf of Wall Street. Interesting. That's a kind of a surprising one. I don't know if I would ever... All right, if I hit you twice, that'll be 52. I could go into tantrum and like really overkill with it, but I don't need to. So 52. I would not put Wolf of Wall Street in mine. I liked the movie. Obviously, it's a little edgy as far as some of the content goes with it. Maybe I didn't actually want to kill that guy. I kind of forgot these are the revives, but I think Leo's pretty good in it. And it's like Jonah Hill, I feel like, is kind of a pretty underrated actor. Like a lot of people just view him as a goofball, like the Seth Rogen that he probably gets tied to, with Superbad being kind of their starting point. But Jonah Hill is a pretty underrated actor. He's kind of done so many different things that, like, whether it's Moneyball or War Dogs or obviously Wolf of Wall Street, he also has like completely transformed his body. He does like the comedies like 21 Jump Street and stuff too, but I feel like he is pretty well balanced with doing a bunch of types of movies and his role in those movies. Do we want to go into Wrath and probably regret it? Yes, we do. I think we'll wait for now. But yeah, Wolf of Wall Street I thought was a decent movie, but I would probably not put it, probably not even put it in my top 100 if I'm being honest. Okay, you need to go ASAP. Don't hate that we're scrying. We're about to double up an attack, so that'll be 32, so I'll just leave that for you. Now we'll go over here. Sure. I don't think I'm gonna be able to... am I gonna be one off? Oh, not anymore. I think now we'll draw 3. Cool. All right, The Dark Knight. So that's one I can appreciate. The Dark Knight may be, well, I'd have to really think about that. It's definitely in consideration for my favorite superhero movie. And I could see a strong case for it being in a top 10 for sure, because, I mean, Heath Ledger's amazing in that. Christian Bale's okay. And what's his name who plays the plays Two-Face is Aaron Eckhart. He's pretty good in that too. So I could see that one making sense, I would say. So of the first 4, we got one that I can agree with. Dark Knight Rises, you lost me on that one. I feel like that trilogy, Batman Begins, I didn't love when it came out. I remember seeing it in theaters. I was just like, that was okay. I was hoping for more. In retrospect, it feels like it's a little bit better than I originally thought it was. Dark Knight Rises kind of feels like it drags a little bit. It's kind of long. Bane as a villain's okay. There's some cool set pieces like the Heinz Field, I think it is, in Pittsburgh, with with like the explosion at the stadium is cool, but I kind of feel like that one ended not as strong too. So I feel like The Dark Knight for me, yes. Dark Knight Rises probably not. Avengers Endgame, that's reasonable. Honestly, I probably like Infinity War more than Endgame though. So if I'm talking like top tier superhero films, Dark Knight and Infinity War would probably be my two I would consider. Endgame, it was a culmination, but there's definitely parts where I was like, all right, this is kind of cheesy, and I feel like a lot of the better battles happened in Infinity War. The Departed I can agree with. That would probably be, I don't know if it's top 10 or not, but I would have it pretty high. That one was awesome. There's so many famous actors in that movie too, with if anyone's not seen it, you got Wahlberg, you got Leo, Damon, Alec Baldwin's in that, I think, too. There's just a lot of fame. The Departed I could see, so 2 out of 6 at this point. Wait, 2 out of 7 at this point. Independence Day, that's not a film probably for me. I get the appeal of it. I didn't have like the nostalgia necessarily of it growing up, so not one I need to. Maybe I need to give it a rewatch, but it's not one that I currently have high. Demolition Man, I don't think I've seen. That's another one I have loose familiarity with, but I don't think I've seen that one, so I can't really judge that one. The Martian, I really like The Martian. Is it my top 10? Probably not. I like the concept's cool. Damon's an amazing actor, obviously. Actually, now that you mention that, Good Will Hunting, not to go on a tangent, probably top 10 for me, just as far as... I'm not a big like Boston guy, but Damon and that and like Affleck are really solid. Robin Williams, amazing. So Good Will Hunting is probably near the top 10 at least for me. All right, let me grab some stuff here real quick. I don't really need to. We're about to end this, so I don't need you. Captain's Wheel kind of could come in clutch. Maybe we just pick that up and call it a day. Let me catch up on the chat stuff. Yep. So I'll have to check out Passengers at some point since I don't really remember seeing it because I don't think I have, but I'm familiar with the concept. There's kind of a third guy, the guy from Ready Player One and Paul. I remember his name. You're thinking of Simon Pegg? Is Simon Pegg in Passengers, J-Dev? The dude that's in like Shaun of the Dead? We will upgrade you. Scream is in my top 15. So okay, so you got both those pretty high. Marco Robbie. That's fair. Simon Pegg isn't in Passengers. Who were you maybe referring to, Lexi, then? The guy from Ready Player One and Paul. That's Simon Pegg. I'm pretty sure. Because you have Nick Frost and Simon Pegg and Paul, and in Ready Player One, he's the, like... I lied. Fair enough. I think that's who you were thinking of, though. Ready Player One is also an example, J-Dev, of... I know a lot of people give it, like, a lot of grief and think it's, like, awful, just, like, nostalgia bait, which it kind of is, but that's a movie where I would not say is necessarily good, but I really enjoy it because... I'm kind of a sucker for Easter eggs, and that movie is just obviously full of them. Michael Sheen, okay. But yeah, Margot Robbie in Wolf of Wall Street. She's good. I mean, she's acting-wise pretty good in it, too. That's probably the first thing I can think of that she was in. Obviously, she went on to do Harley Quinn and a lot of other stuff since then, but... That I feel like the scene I'm thinking of where she's like at the door that you're referring to probably is what got her kind of famous. What are we gonna do here? These are all kind of like one-time uses. They're not really like play it at the first turn, so we'll probably hold on to them. Also need to remember I have the double potions, so that's gonna be a thing when he's counting cards. Okay, Weave, as I said, Weave is going to be kind of an interesting situation for me because I don't know if I really should be playing Weaves because maybe we just go crazy here and do a lot of damage. and maybe regret that, but do we want Sands of Time? Maybe we'll draw it now. I could see me doing this now too, actually. I'm gonna like time this awfully so where he gets like full health and when I hit him like one time. I'll definitely dump you. Can't get out of Wrath with anything. I don't know if we want any of these then. Keep that. Kind of forgot that I was going to play twice. Alright, I think we just pop Mental Fortress. Just kidding. I think we still want to hit Mental Fortress, though. Just to kind of get it out of the hand. As I say that, and more stuff gets in the hand. Not the best first turn for playing so many potions. Apparently I recognized him from Twilight. Michael Sheen? That's fair. I assume that's kind of a deep cut. I don't know what else he's in, but... he could get Eruption, go crazy on him here. Then enter Tranquility. We have to be careful, though. Because, as I said, we're going to reset him, like, right when he's primed. So let's try to avoid doing that. They'll deal 104. I could bring it back, but it's only going to deal a normal amount. Oh, I should have played it next turn. Dang, I forgot about Pen Nib. Maybe I could have killed him this turn with that. Alright, well, at this point, we're just going to play what we can here. I need to play 8 more cards to set him to the next phase. We got 1, 2, 3. I think I'm gonna try to actually set him up. Okay, well, I think we're okay here. I think I'm actually gonna skip you because if I mean, it does exhaust, but okay, I think we're good because we'll play 1, 2, 3, and then 4. And then next turn, hopefully, we can really do some work. Am I dead? I'm not dead. Okay, good. I was like, I didn't really do the math on that one. We just kind of guessed. What was that one? Was that? So I could deal 52, but I'm only in... I actually could bring back a Wrath card and that, and then I'm good, I think. So we're gonna grab you and Tantrum. Kind of guessing that this will work. Oh, it costs 0 though. It's not a... I forgot. Oh, this will hit twice though. There. Boom. Probably one of the messiest Watcher runs, but we got through it. But overall, decent list, JDF. Going back through it, I'd say Scream 2 I like. Probably not top 10 for me. Wolf of Wall Street I like. Definitely not top 10 for me though. Dark Knight Rises, I could see it. Or Dark Knight Rises, not for me. Avengers Endgame, it's a pretty good movie too. Probably not top 10 though. The Departed, yes. Independence Day, nah. Demolition Man, I don't think I've really remember if I've seen it or not. The Martian, good movie, but probably not top 10 for me. So from your list, The Dark Knight and The Departed are probably the two that I would say are going to be the highest for me. But solid list though, overall. You kind of have a good variety too as far as different... I I mean, there's 3 superhero ones in there, but pretty good variety as far as actual genres of movies. And then you said Scream's in your top 15 though, so definitely a high up franchise for you. The Dark Knight Rises is your second favorite of all time. Second favorite movie of all time? Is The Dark Knight your first favorite, or do you like The Dark Knight Rises more than The Dark Knight? That would be I think that's probably a hot take if you like the third one more than the second. Yes, The Dark Knight is number 1, or Dark Knight Rises is higher? We'll maybe be a little more mindless with this one and go with Mr. Ironclad, who's just like, I attack you, you attack me. Hopefully I attack you for more. Got deadlier bosses on this one, so not the worst. You like Rises slightly, but what would you say? Not, you don't have to go like a total soliloquy here, but why do you like Rises more than The Dark Knight? And what about Rises do you like in general? I feel like there's a lot of stuff my critique that I kind of already mentioned, but I know it's a hot take. I mean, I feel like it's good to have different opinions though, because that makes it more interesting and unique to talk about. But the reasons I didn't like it as much, I feel like it's kind of a long movie. I feel like it gets a little bit dragged out. I don't think Bane is as strong as the Joker, just as a general character, but then also I feel like Ledger probably does better than Tom Hardy in my opinion. They kind of weirdly hint at like doing Robin, but don't do Robin in the movie. With what's his name? Angels in the Outfield dude. Or I guess Inception. What else is he in? He was in that really bad rom-com too. But the guy they like set up to be Robin, who's playing the cop, and they kind of just don't. They tease it, but they don't really actually have it happen. Then they have like the whole bridge blow up, and I don't know. It's not as well paced of a movie for me probably, and it's probably tough coming off of The Dark Knight. So, I think a random rare relic. Intangible, I do like that. I think a lot of people like Dark Knight Rises. I think the part you'll probably lose people is saying you like it more than The Dark Knight. For me, I don't really even like The Dark Knight Rises, but I think a lot of people do, just not to that level. All right, where are we going here? I don't really want to mess with you, but I also kind of need to fight some elites. But I kind of just want to take like the weak path up there. The conclusion aspect I'm assuming conclusion aspect of it, Anne Hathaway is better than Maggie Gyllenhaal. I feel like The Dark Knight drags a bit at the end. Okay. Hathaway versus Gyllenhaal. I do agree that Maggie Gyllenhaal is kind of not necessarily a strong value add to The Dark Knight. She's obviously like the love interest, but there's not much substance there. Like, it doesn't come across super authentic. And they probably could have done the movie without her for the most part. Obviously, you have the part where, I mean, I think everyone's seen the movie at this point, but you have the whole Two-Face situation where he goes to the tube locations and she ultimately meets her demise there. But I would say she's not the strongest, like, casting for somebody to be alongside Batman. So I can get not liking her. And Anne Hathaway's okay, I would say. I wouldn't say that she's like strong for me, but she's probably, that point is probably valid that she's better than Maggie Gyllenhaal in their movies respectively there. Maggie Gyllenhaal's god awful. Yeah, it kind of feels like she doesn't really serve a purpose other than being Batman's love interest, or Bruce Wayne's love interest, and I guess Two-Face's love interest. She's kind of in the middle. But hers a character beyond just serving that like trope. I don't feel like she brings a lot. Let's probably just dump a block. And you feel like the ending of The Dark Knight drags? Maybe. You're talking about like the boat scene? That was kind of cool with like the having to pick. But then we go into... It probably drags a little bit when you have Harvey Dent at like that... like... I don't think it's a skyscraper, but that like work area where he's like trying to find Batman or whatever. That part kind of drags a bit, but then you kind of have the ending where it's like, I will be the enemy you need me to be, or whatever he says there, where he's like, you can hate me for being Batman. I'll like take on that role. They kind of have Heath Ledger just vanish too. In fairness, they probably like expected him to be in the next one, but Heath Ledger's like exit of that movie feels a little bit odd because he's just like strung up and then that's it. Obviously, real world events make sense in some ways, but didn't feel like they really wrapped that one up. They didn't do necessarily like how Fast 7 handled Paul Walker's situation pretty effectively. Flame barrier, pummel. We going strength build, or are we going blocking? I typically like the strength build, but flame barrier early on is probably a better card. Rather have Katie Holmes return. I start to nod over the boat scene. That's fair. The Dark Knight's opening is pretty strong when you have the Jokers like going to the bank. Like that was fun to have, and then he like pulls the mask off and you're like, oh, you're actually the Joker. But I could see, I mean, all the superhero movies kind of go a little bit long these days, but there are probably parts of that one that are a little bit slow too. The pencil scene, like any scene that Heath Ledger's in is pretty amazing though. Like the pencil scene, he just really like took on that role. I get the Joker's way better than Bane, but aside from the voice, yeah, I don't hate Bane, but he doesn't necessarily. Let me plug this in real quick. He doesn't necessarily do anything special for me. I don't hate the voice too. He does obviously like the I'm Bane, like the very high voice to him, but he's not bad. He's fine. I don't have like a lot of attachment to Bane as a character. I guess Batman, I don't have like, obviously I watched it like growing up, but the lore of Batman I'm not like super into, and if I was, Bane is kind of a little bit deeper than the Joker when it comes to being a familiar character with their backstory. I thought he was okay. I mean, The Dark Knight Rises is still probably better than a lot of like the like Clooney Batman movies. I remember going to see, is it Batman and Robin, the second one, with them versus Two-Face and the Riddler with Jim Carrey and what's his name, dude from Men in Black. But that one, like, I feel like it's ripped on. I didn't hate it as much. And then you have the one with Arnold as, you know, the villain in that one, and he's just like freezing everything. So Mr. Freeze there. But in some ways, I feel like it's hard to do Batman villains on like live action because they're a little bit over the top and goofy. So Bane, I feel like they did pretty close to as well as you could do. He maybe wasn't as massive. Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones. He maybe wasn't as massive as Bane is in times, and he didn't necessarily have like the mask that Bane has in the cartoon, but I thought he did okay with it overall. He was fine. He wasn't a standout for me, but he wasn't like awful. I'll take away another block. Well, let's take a strike away. Avengers Endgame is my number one, and I'm not an MCU fanatic. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I feel like this is a pretty common take, but I feel like after Endgame, they probably lost a lot of fans as far as really being passionate MCU fans, because that was like the culmination, and then it was like, well, anything now is kind of a letdown. Do we want to buy potions? I don't ever normally do this, but 3 potions? Sure. I was already kind of falling off of superhero stuff by the time Endgame came out, so I wasn't as hyped for it personally. This is maybe blasphemous to say, but I don't think I saw Endgame in theaters. I think I saw Endgame when it came out on streaming. So that's kind of where I was at with that. I saw Infinity War in theaters, but they kind of got a little bit too much. Let me upgrade you, I guess. Like, I'm glad it had a culminating story, but what is it, like 30 movies up until that point? So you have to really like bleed that stuff to like stick through it that long, which I did for the most part. I haven't watched every MCU movie, but they lost, like, it just feels like you do the same rinse and repeat so many times that it's hard to keep up that stamina for, like, okay, bad guy, all right, fight him. It felt like it worked early on, but then originality kind of faded. I've heard a lot of great things about, was it Thunderbolts that's out in theaters now? It gave me very much like Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. So I imagine it's kind of just like that, but I've heard good feedback so far from a lot of people. So I imagine it's pretty, let's do that. Pretty solid. I probably won't see that in theaters either. I do like the actors in that though. Like I'm blanking on names today, but Hopper obviously is. I feel like his like Stranger Things appearance prepared him for that movie because he has like a Russian accent, and obviously he spent a lot of time in Russia at the end of Stranger Things, season 4. David Harbour, yeah. He seems like a cool guy. I feel like he's just like such a nerd. I remember watching an interview from Stranger Things with him, and he talked about like, I think it was like Warcraft, something, one of those like super nerdy games he like played and didn't like leave his house, and he like cut himself off because he couldn't handle like how much he got into that immersive world. So he feels like he's definitely like fitting role for playing like superhero or Stranger Things type things where he's playing kind of a nerdy thing because that's his background. I think there was a thing on YouTube too where that Netflix put out where he's like playing D&D with the other Stranger Things characters, which was cool to watch. But he feels like just a cool dude overall. And it seemed like probably a good movie. As I said, it seems, I get the vibe it pretty much just copies the Guardians of the Galaxy model, but that was a good movie. So as long as you're like up for superhero stuff, it probably is pretty solid. When I was a kid, I loved Batman Forever. R.I.P. Val Kilmer, yeah. For rewatching as an adult, I think it's great. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I feel like there's some older movies where you're like, I forgive this because I have such a nostalgic attachment to it. And there's other ones where it's like, wow, that's bad now. I could see Batman fitting in that category of bad now at this point. Can't defeat you this turn. This sets me up better for next turn. Let me just do that. But yeah, I could definitely see that. That's not, I feel like all of those like 90s Batmans aren't the strongest overall. Some of the roles too feel like a bit goofy, like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I'm like, okay, that feels, he is playing Jim Carrey, but he feels like a little too silly. Like he's playing like the Mask character, I feel like, in that. Infinity War's on your top 100. That makes sense. I mean, I feel like for the most part, if you like Endgame, you probably like both of them. There are preferences people have though where they like one more than the other one. It does feel like. Can't finish you here. Is that worth blocking? Sure. They all suck compared to Nolan Trilogy. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. 8, 9. I think that's gotta be one block short, one attack short. What is it? Batman 87 though that people really dig. I feel like the Batmobile especially is like recognizable from that. I do like Heavy Blade, but we don't have. Well, we do have Flex now, so we'll grab it. I do feel like probably the advancement of technology makes more modern superhero films more enjoyable too. Anyway, like I don't know. I will say though, the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans were still solid, but obviously the better technology you have, it's more believable that these guys are doing superhero things because I think I said this on a prior stream. Like doing like Dragon Ball would be impossible in live action, even probably still today, because it just looks so goofy. We're gonna upgrade you. So I feel like at least since we've come as far as we've come, it's not as silly as it looks on some of those older movies. So I kind of feel like by default, modern superhero stuff has a kind of leg up on the old stuff. 30 damage. Don't love that. Should we block? Nope. Do you? I don't know if Jada, if I saw if you put a score out for Thunderbolts, but do you plan or have you seen Thunderbolts? Let's block this one, I guess. And I guess where are you at with superhero stuff too? Are you burnt out like I am, or are you still like all about it? I imagine when they do like the X-Men stuff, it'll probably kind of revive some interest. I may lose this fight if I'm being honest, because this guy winds up doing... I'll keep him weak maybe, but he does a lot of damage. Maybe I should weaken him here to avoid the potential of... I'm not going to see Thunderbolts. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, thank God we have the intangible too. Because we have the intangible, should we just go heavy on that? I feel like Thunderbolts is a good movie, but I'm probably not gonna... I'm the same thing. I'm not gonna see it in theaters. Maybe it's one of those ones when it comes to streaming. Although, I imagine it'll be on like Disney Plus, which I don't use, so maybe I won't see it. But it seems like a good movie, just not something I need to go out and see right now. X-Men stuff does get me more interested. Yeah, same here. It feels like, okay, you are... If I weaken you, can I even deal with you still? 18. I have to pop my potion. Barely hanging on. Depends what he does next turn, and if I get these burns in my hand too. Oh, I just cycled through. That's not great too. Oof. You're dealing 14? I am dead, sir. I am dead here. We kind of had a rough go of this. Right, because I play that, I can't finish it. Maybe, I mean, if I played the strength at the beginning, I would have been able to win, but I think we just go out and then maybe give another try. But yeah, I think the X-Men stuff probably will be a little bit stronger. I don't know if, do we have any information when it comes to casting for that though? Because obviously when I think of X-Men, I'm like, Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, and I assume he's not Wolverine at this point, so do we have talks of casting for that? Really like the X-Men is good. Yeah, I didn't watch X-Men 97, the animated show, but I've heard that was amazing. The movies growing up weren't as good. X-Men, I feel like I loved X-Men as an IP, but the films were just okay overall. Especially the early ones. I feel like those kind of suffered from bad graphics as well, or just bad CGI stuff. But I really loved like the games growing up. Like, what was it called? There was an X-Men Super Nintendo game that I played all the time. You would like kind of typical old game style where you would have like, you would get to a certain point, then if you paused it, you would have like a code that if you entered upon playing again, it could like advance you to that level already. But I was super into like the games and stuff of X-Men. Characters were fun, like Beast, and even the villains. Like Omega Red is one that I always think of as kind of a cool aesthetic to him. Juggernaut, obviously. Gambit, I feel like is everyone's favorite. Cyclops is cool. What do we want to do here? Take damage and get the gold, maybe? The old cast is coming back for Avengers Doomsday. That's one that I don't know how I feel about Avengers Doomsday. I remember watching like the promotional material where there's like, here's like 50 chairs of all these actors that you know, and they're going to be so great in this movie. And because I'm kind of superheroed out, I'm like, that doesn't bring me back in the way I think that you're hoping it does. But I'm probably not the target person they're trying to reel in with that. I also feel like we did, obviously he's not Tony Stark, but we did the Robert Downey Jr. stuff, and we're like, I feel like the MCU is kind of like, well, people aren't watching our superhero stuff as much after Endgame, so I know we said Robert Downey Jr. was done, but maybe he's back. So I think they've already announced too that he's like in 2 movies, right? Like he's not gonna die in the one he's supposed to be in, because I think he was signed up for 2 different movies. But it feels like they're really trying to pull. They're like, let's get the nostalgia of even just 10 years ago with these characters that you love or these actors that you love, and it'll be great. And I don't think that's enough for me. It's probably, once again, similar to Thunderbolts, probably going to be an amazing movie, but I'm probably not going to go see it in theaters. Which, when they started doing the superhero stuff, I was definitely all aboard. Like the original Avengers, I remember that came out. I was like, this is amazing. All these characters in one movie. Thor, I really liked. We'll grab you. We got to do more damage this time. We're kind of hurting right now. Can we afford to take more damage? No, but we're going to do it anyway. He's Dr. Doom now. Yeah, that's kind of my point. You're bringing back the actor. He's in a different role, but I feel like they're really relying on the nostalgia of us liking Robert Downey Jr. in the MCU in some different capacity. They also, if I'm being honest, I think the part that really it was cool at first, but it kind of watered everything down when they went with the whole multiverse thing. Kind of makes dying not as relevant. It's like, oh, he's dead, but we'll see him in the next, when we go through this portal, he'll be there. Kind of could afford to heal, or could use a heal, but we'll just do that. I'm just gonna be dead when I face this elite. I'm just not gonna have any health. Beast and Wolverine, your favorite? That's cool. I think I really enjoyed both of those too. I don't know who's my favorite necessarily. I feel like Beast was kind of like not a popular choice, but one that I really liked. My favorite, I don't want to be like lame and say like Gambit, because I feel like everybody loved Gambit, but that probably was my favorite. Especially, as I said, playing that game where you like they were like purple cards that were like on fire. Rage may be helpful at this point. Uppercut though. We'll grab Rage. I also thought the original Avengers was a bit overrated. I would probably disagree. Maybe like in retrospect after having so many other films, maybe. But when it came out, I thought it was like amazing. You had like all these obviously actors in it. They probably didn't have like the most amazing... I may not wind up surviving this fight. The most amazing like villain and stuff like that, but I'll pop you. I think we just have to swing for him there, and we probably get to wind up losing this one too, but as I said, I think in retrospect I can agree that it's not as strong as it was when it came out, but I think the concept when it first came out of like having this many famous people in one movie, yeah, we are dead, was such a unique concept that it may not stand the test of time, but originally it really stood out. But like watching it now, I could see being like, okay, we don't need to see this. We don't need to see Iron Man meet Captain America. We don't need to see like the little jokes between Thor and Captain America or whoever else. We'll take the easy route this time. We'll go with... Let's see if we can snipe any of these elites, which is not the same thing as Halo that I was playing the other day. Probably go this way. But yeah, I don't think personally, and I realize this is just me, it's not like the vast majority of people who love the MCU still. I don't think there's much they could do to bring me back other than just time passing and me becoming like, you know what, I could go for a superhero movie. I feel like I'm still kind of in the phase of like, all right, I don't need to see one for a while because they're all... We were kind of doing the same things. I know I didn't actually, have not seen Deadpool and Wolverine either. But that's kind of probably an example of what they would have to do to get me interested, because... are we actually... Yeah, we could probably snipe this elite. That's an example of something they would probably have to do. Something different enough. Although, we're kind of doing the R-rated superhero stuff pretty heavily too, like with things like The Boys and obviously Deadpool and... So that's the hard part, is just continuing to innovate, because they'll do something unique like having an anti-hero, or comedy or intense gore, like Logan is another one that had like a lot of violence for a superhero movie. But the problem is then they do that and then you need to do something else unique. It's kind of like a Saw movie where it's like, oh, they gave us a twist and now we're kind of expecting the twist and this isn't great. Or like you're looking for a twist, so you're not surprised when it happens. So I think it just kind of can get stale if you don't keep it somewhat innovative. I love Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, I imagine if whenever I wind up watching it, I'll think it's hilarious and awesome. Hugh Jackman's great, and Ryan Reynolds is pretty solid too. Deadpool 2, I don't feel like I liked as much as the first one, but I think he does the like comedy thing well. He kind of plays just Ryan Reynolds, which obviously a lot of actors do these days, but I think it would probably still be hilarious to watch. I think him and Hugh Jackman have good chemistry. I remember I did watch the Hot Ones episode of both of them, and they had good balance between the two of them. Where Hugh Jackman can be surprisingly funny, but he doesn't like do it in a funny way. I don't love any of these routes. We'll just go up through this way. But yeah, I think Deadpool, Thunderbolts, they're both probably examples of something that I would really enjoy, but I just don't have the interest to go see it at this point. We'll just take you out that way. Also, as I said, I don't use Disney Plus, and I imagine anything MCU now is going to be like exclusive to Disney. That's kind of what I was afraid of. That potion would have been really nice against these guys. Maybe we'll hit that again. But yeah, I think that, as I said, I sound like a broken record, but they have to keep doing something different. Like even The Boys I liked, but I was just like, okay, it's more of what we've gotten. Invincible I did really like too. It kind of does the same thing, obviously more in a cartoon setting, but I don't love that choice, but do we have dates for the upcoming stuff like X-Men, or I imagine to your point, the Doomsday stuff probably has a date, I would guess, at this point. Because I think that got announced, what, last Comic-Con, so... I did see, not related at all to superhero stuff, but I did see that Grand Theft Auto 6 got delayed till next year, which a lot of people were bummed by, but not a big surprise, I would say. Can we kill any of these guys? I did not actually do that as well as I was hoping I did. Up you. Maybe we should have done that first. Alright. I've been playing kind of sloppy with Ironclad. Ironically, I switched to him because I'm like, oh, we don't have to think as much, but also not playing great with him. What do we got? Not a good option there. Maybe we want to weaken him more. Sure. We'll upgrade. We will upgrade Flex. Anger, not the greatest card against this guy, because I don't really want to be pulling attacks every turn. But this turn, we'll play it. Okay, we can't really optimize this, unfortunately. I mean, we can do that. Kind of would have liked to play that with Flex, though. I'll do that. This is probably a fight that we'll win, but it won't be like the cleanest that it could have been done in. I'm so reluctant to keep playing Anger, because then we're just gonna... I think we may pass, because I don't want to be stuck with a million Anger cards. There we go. Yeah, Hugh Jackman in playing as Wolverine, I feel like that's kind of... I don't know if there's a better example of like, this actor is like the definition of this character. Like, that's kind of the perfect example. I don't know if anyone's better than that. Hugh Jackman kind of had a run there for a while too, though. He had like, what was it, Real Steel came out. He was like pretty popular. Okay, yeah, let's do that. But I think he, as I was saying, I think he is the definition of, if you're looking for like a superhero and an actor that's like so correlated, maybe like Robert Downey Jr. with Iron Man. That's probably a close one. I'm not a big Iron Man fan, but he's probably, if I'm being honest, maybe the next best example. Although now that he's playing Doctor Doom, maybe that won't be true. We'll just take more energy versus harder fights. Yeah, that'd be an interesting list as far as like what superhero and actor are the most aligned. Obviously, the passage of time may like lend yourself to picking high on that list. Like, I don't know how much Chris Hemsworth actually feels like he's Thor, but he's been in like 10 different movies playing Thor, so that may just by default make him a strong candidate. But I feel like Hugh Jackman and Wolverine, Robert Downey, Iron Man are pretty high up there, I would guess. I'll go 3 that way. Let's just go this way. There's maybe a guy that we actually take down his plated armor instead of killing him first. Sure. I don't feel like... I think I got Anger somewhere. I don't remember picking up Anger. I'm trying to like think back. I'm like, why is that in my hand? I probably would have never picked up Anger. There we go. I don't think Infernal Blade's really a card I go with, but it's upgraded. Could be fun. Some unpredictability. Was that 56? Close. And he's dead. We'll refuse this time. I feel like that one's debatable at times, but without like the blood vial. I also didn't really pay attention. My camera is a little bit in the way, actually. Maybe I should... That I'm like 3 hours into the stream. I kind of have it in the way of stuff. This game's not the best for like putting it anywhere, but maybe a little bit higher there. I won't put it at the very top like I had it previously, but I'm kind of more out of the way now. Okay, let's just hope we can take this guy out fast. And Pumble's not going to be great against him. Neither will Sword Boomerang be, so... Yeah, this is not going to be ideal. Just going to be boosting him pretty much. Yeah, I don't know which of these I want. Flex, I guess. Now I guess we're just going to block. We are taking a lot of damage, though. How are we? Oh, we got an elite next. We could be in... Oh, he's just... Thankfully. I don't think we're having the best run, though. Ironclad not doing the strongest today. Alright, the Thorns are going to be helpful against him since he's, like, doing multiple hits here. You know what? We're going to pop the potion that we probably should have done last time. Maybe I should double block there, but we kind of need to take him out fast too, so. I really wish we had that intangible that we had last time. This is like the worst time to get limit break. I was hoping we'd draw it with the flex, but no reason not to play it. Do I even want Seeing Red? Yeah, we'll keep it in the hand, I guess. The event that we getting a benefit from it, but we kind of need to kill him ASAP. We have no block cards too. All right, so we're gonna bash you. Flex would have been nice this turn. We need to take you out next turn, which I don't know if we're gonna be able to. We will buy our Thorns, thankfully. That was close. Like the pillow. I don't hate dropkick, so if you're trying to go for like a cycled of like small deck and just repeatedly playing cards, dropkick is the way to do it because you just keep drawing cards and it becomes like endless. But we're gonna grab flex for the sake of our build. And we are definitely gonna rest and heal a lot. We can buy 2 of these. Honestly, I could justify a bunch of them. What would upgrade if I got the attack? Pummel, maybe? There's not a whole lot of good options with that one, but... Yeah, so I think we're just going to take you 2. And we could still sell something. I don't really think we need to fight elite. I think we're just going to try to upgrade something. Sure, why not flex? Try to kill the opponent before they kill us. It's pretty much the strategy I always use with the Ironclad. Do we heal here? I think we heal here. Shop doesn't really benefit us. We'll just go left. We will have to fight another elite, unfortunately. Okay, you're about to block for him, so here's where I'm going to go for the left guy because of that. Just take a safe block here. I hit the left guy a little more than it did. That is amazing. Yeah, so we'll just hit you with that. And once you take out the left guy, the right is pretty much got nothing left. Okay, we kind of have reclaimed this game a little bit. As I say that, we fight this elite, see how it goes. We have so much energy. I don't think we want to play any of those potions. We still have so much energy. Do I even... The bait just like dumping Seeing Red. Yeah, since I don't know if I really should have picked it up because, well, I guess we didn't have the collar when I chose to, but kind of loses its value. Alright, we should be okay now. Don't really care for any of those. I think we can pull off an upgrade here. Why not? Here's where it would have been nice to double our strength. That's not the worst either, though, in fairness. Yeah, we'll pop you. Do I want it? I think we're gonna hold on to Pummel. Maybe silly to do. Pop the block potion. Kind of wasted some energy there. We didn't really get to use it, I guess. Anger, got to be careful once again playing it too many times because it's just gonna clog my hand up. I feel like I either need more energy or I just have like excess left over. Okay, here I debate playing it now. I think we're going to. Okay, let's try to get him down to like 50 this turn. Not quite, but he's probably going to evolve here. Yep. Okay. You hit me for 74. That's enough to kill me unless I hit you with this. If I hit you with that, it'll be... I think under that. Part of me debates if I should play it safe and hit the clothesline twice. 26, 46, 64. I mean, it's a definite win if I do that. I could always double something else, though, if I need to. Because now he's at 56. I am surviving, though. I think we just go with that. Oh, I thought we weren't going to draw a card there that did any attack. Alright, I do like offering, but we don't really need more energy. Drawing cards is cool, though. It'd be nice if we had like the X time attack card, because then if we draw energy, we are actually benefiting from it. But without that, we're not really benefiting from getting more energy. I guess we don't have to play it every time. I'm going to be tempted to, but... Just take double potions. Hard to turn down double potions. Alright, so this guy loves power cards. Do we even have any? I don't think we picked up a single power card. see if we do the rest of the run here. Okay, 1, 2. Where are the elites at? Part of me just wants to like dodge the elites and just go up the middle. Just play like it's safe. I feel like this run has also been kind of sloppy. Similar to the Watchers one, so because of that, I'm kind of just like, let's just survive. I don't hate uppercut. We are like stuck with like a lot of energy afterwards. Sure, it's upgraded. Do I want to be risky and take the bad cards? It's not really great shops. I mean, these could be shops, actually. I'm always so tempted by it. We're gonna do it. Just hopefully we run into some shops here. I didn't want to fight this elite, but we kind of need to hit up a shop. I'm not guaranteed to hit one there, so yeah. Do I want additional cards per turn? Because more likely to draw that bad card. I do like that. Tempted to grab some potions, but maybe we wait. Love that. Drew it right away. I guess it's out of the hand now, so we can not have to deal with it this turn. Yeah, seeing red, I do feel like I keep drawing that one. It's like, you don't need that card. Kind of wasted potions, but I didn't want to be too risky there. Yeah, we'll do that. So we can double our strength before we hit him. We have so much energy. It's a power card, though. I would typically pick that up, but it's not really going to help me against this Act 3 boss. We'll do the fight before the... I hate these. I say it too much, but these are my least favorite enemy in the game. Kind of tempted to hit this potion. Go for you. Try to finish you guys off this turn. Although now I really could have used that energy. We're not going to be able to finish him off this turn. Building dexterity, but we didn't draw any block cards. That's the thing I'm probably lacking, is any block. I don't really want to play Offering, especially because I could draw the... Well, let's just get it out of the way, actually. Yeah, this is such a messy run, especially with that normality in my hand. I could draw it again here too. Oh, thank God I did not. We're kind of messing around too much with these guys, going back and forth, keeping them alive. It's not the smartest decision. Playing this so sloppy because I'm not going to kill both these guys, and that means the other guy is definitely coming back. Forgot about that though. That kind of is nice. All right, now your turn to come back alive. I am building my dexterity. That won't really actually help me because we drew normality. If I hit you with that and then pop that, is that going to be enough? We don't really have a better play, so we might as well try it. Maybe we should have played the duplicate. Well, we wouldn't have. Actually, we could have played one more attack. Alright, so he's coming back to life now. Playing this back and forth game. I think... As I say that, I actually don't think we're going to be able to beat him this turn. I'm drawing so many anger cards. Ooh, okay. Tempted by armaments. Alright, we need to heal pretty badly. Now we still need to hit up that shop, so can we just like hit the question marks? We're probably gonna run into the 999 dude, but oh, not these guys too. Oh boy, I drew all of my strength stuff when I didn't draw my attack cards. At least when I break it, well, he's got the artifact, so he won't actually turn vulnerable. Yeah, this is not going well. These guys got to keep getting stronger. I can only play 3 cards. Don't even know what I want those 3 cards to be. Oh, do you want to play Boomerang or Boomerang? Don't really want to play either. It's just... because they may wind up hitting the spiked guy, which would not be good for me. We may be dying at this point, honestly. Unfortunately. We can finally defeat you, at least. I don't know if that's worth drawing, because if we're going to draw into that, we'll do it. Double strength. Yeah, we're in trouble. We are in big trouble. I can't really justify playing anything now. I kind of have to, though. Well, I'll draw 1 block card. We're probably gonna die this fight, if we're being honest. That didn't even help me that much, unfortunately. They'll hit me for 12. I really wish I could finish the guy on the right. I do have the spikes at least, but not really what I needed to draw that turn. It's like every attack card. Yeah, I think we're probably going to be dead here. Oh yeah, they're both attacking me. 100% dead. We just got kind of unlucky with the pathing of the enemies we faced. Man, that one hurt. We feel like we got so far and probably would have beaten the Act 3 boss. Since I'm a little stubborn, let's run it again. I was gonna switch over to the defect, but I feel like we kind of deserve to win there. Dang, they're really not being kind with giving us a path of fighting an elite without having to actually fight an elite. Shrug it off. We're gonna kind of cruise through this time, I think. Let's see if we can get up to this Act 1 boss pretty quickly. Oh, maybe we're doing the block build. Probably not smart to do against this guy. I don't know about this build against this guy. Don't really want to be playing block cards. Okay, you're hitting me for 30. Are we gonna die like to this guy like ASAP? I think we are. So much for a fast run. Well, it was a fast run. It's just not in the way I wanted. Alright. I am going to win with the Ironclad. Alright, you finally gave me a good path over here. Well, kind of. I didn't see that second guy till now. Sure. Do something that hits everybody. Don't love any of those. Don't love that. Smart choice would be going right here to make it more likely that we get through to an elite. Which one do you want to fight? We'll go over here. We'll fight the special one. Could justify all these, honestly. Grab metallicize. And upgrade it. Yeah, we'll go this way and try to fight an elite that's not just an easy elite. Alright, Pummel I feel like I really like, but I don't necessarily always think it's the best choice. We'll just take damage. We'll try to do a lot of these fights a lot faster. Horn Cleat kind of came in clutch there. Probably won't kill him next turn, so we'll go to the right. Slowly taking these guys down. Okay, can we... maybe it depends where we draw here. Yeah, that's good enough. Sure, we'll face another elite. Alright, at least this time we're not playing all of these skill cards against you. Oh, that was so close. There. Grab some blocks since this guy's kind of a pain to just go with attack cards against. Maybe we should have gone with that one first. Did not luck out with the Horn Cleat on this fight. That's a rough turn. We will just pop you with that. So that this next turn we can actually do something. Or we'll draw the block cards that we needed last turn. That is fine too. Let's get that in my hand. I keep drawing every attack during his balled up phase. Now I'm gonna draw all the blocks. Decent split. Yeah. Give enough health, we can kind of be a little aggressive. Yeah, let's hit him again there. Finally drew something block-wise. It's kind of a slow fight against this guy, but we started with enough health and had enough in the arsenal to take him out. As I say that, we gotta deal another 21 damage. Not gonna be happening this turn. Probably should have played that differently. Doesn't really matter here. Giving me this barricade again. Sure, we'll take it. We need more energy though. Dump 2 cards, which will be 2 strikes. Alright, so we don't really have a plan at this point as far as a strategy. Maybe we'll hit up the shop here to find out what we can get here though. Don't love these guys. That works though. Yeah, let's do that. We can take a few damage because we'll heal after the fight anyway. That's something that would be nice, getting the 12 health instead of the starter 6-1. You can be a little riskier in fights if you pick that up. Just kind of randomly grabbing stuff. Actually, right probably gives us more flexibility. So we weren't going to pick up a curse card there. Let's see. Oh, I should have played that. That counts as an attack card, which would have increased my dexterity. I'm going to play Barricade, because then we'll just keep this 14. Maybe that was dumb, actually, because we just drew a bad card for no reason. There we go. So that's kind of a tip. If you're playing and you have an X card and you have something that gets buffed by playing attacks, still play it, because it will buff that even if it's not actually going to do any damage. I really like Heavy Blade, but I don't have any strength, so I don't know if I can really justify it. Iron Wave kind of makes a lot of sense, though. Works with the both attack you and block. I really wanted to play Cleave, but that's literally what I just said Iron Wave would do. Lantern's nice too, because it lets us play Barricade a little bit more easily. I think we're just going to do that and hurt everyone a little bit. Okay, you guys need to not be alive much longer though, because kind of not helpful if you're around for too long. Like, AoEs don't really work well against these guys. You want them to separately die as fast as possible, because their attacks just continue to grow and you keep them alive, it becomes a problem. I literally just pointed out that I should play the X cards anyway. Yeah, our deck doesn't seem to be good against multiple enemies that continue to get stronger. Where are we at? We're facing the lead after this. We may be cooked. Alright, we're gonna need to pop that heal potion this next fight. Yeah, I think we will against this guy. Honestly, I think we are also gonna pop you and just draw a whole new hand. Is Barricade actually going to be helpful against you? Because I don't think I'm going to keep block after my attacks anyway. I'm not doing enough damage. This guy's going to be a problem here real quick. Like now. That was an example of when he's a problem. 28. Oh, man. I both need to kill you fast, but also need to block here. He just keeps getting stronger too, so because of that, we just need to try to send everything and hope that we draw the right cards, because we're probably dead this turn. Not yet, but pretty close here. Because he's doing 24, I'm pretty sure next turn it's going to be like 42 or something. And because of that, I think we kind of are screwed here. Yep, 42. Oh, wait. We're not dead yet. Are we dead now, though? I'm pretty sure we're dead now. Oh my word, by 2 damage. That hurts. Oh man. Why am I playing so bad with the Ironclad? I think I'm getting pretty bad RNG if I'm being honest, but it feels like Ironclad is not working well for us. I think we're gonna still take the easier start. I should probably look at the map before I just pick that blindly, because you can look at the map before you select your starting choice. I think it's up the middle and see how it goes. I would say close, but I mean, Iron Wave being cheaper, maybe we'll just... I don't think we've had a lot of synergies with what we've been going for. Like, I'm picking up Pummel, but I don't have strength. And it's like, well, what use is Pummel without strength? Alright, we already got that plan ruined because we ran into somebody at the question mark. We did buy Whirlwind, so we'll grab Boomerang here. Get rid of a strike. Should we find the lead or should we upgrade? Maybe we go here, then if we want to not fight in the lead next turn. I think we're just going to send like everything attack-wise and not worry about blocking. We'll win, but not by a lot here. I'm gonna draw next. Here, I think we block. Because we should be able to finish him this turn. I do like strength. Okay, I don't really need... Whenever I pick up Whirlwind, I kind of just ignore Cleave at that point. I don't know if that's necessarily a smart choice, but... It kind of feels like it's redundant, and if you keep a small enough deck, it's not needed. I do like Metallicize. Would have been nice to grab that relic, but could not afford it, unfortunately. I think we heal. The worst thing is when you heal and then you go to one of these chests and you get like a max health increased and heal all the way. It's like, well, I just chose to heal. Yeah, we'll go over here. Don't have a whole lot on the relic side of things yet. But maybe we'll get there. Iron Wave is pretty perfect against this guy because it's an attack, so you don't boost his attack, but you also get to block a little bit, so it's probably one of the more perfect cards to play. What's coming next? 15. If we draw that and that, we win, so kind of debate just blocking here. Kind of a gamble. We'll do it. Don't think the gamble paid out. 6. No, actually, we're good. Right? Yeah. Blood Vial I don't hate, so we heal. It's kind of like combining literally these, so we're healing 8 every time. I feel like I love offering, but losing the health is not... I don't normally do like the Ironclad builds where you damage yourself and you get some benefits. So I feel like when I pick offering, I'm kind of literally just doing it for more energy and cards. Which there's another card other than offering that does that without having to lose health. You don't gain energy. I think you just draw, but it cycles. So we're gonna pass on all of those. Be a little risky. We'll upgrade here though. I don't normally ever take that. Do we mess with the likely really strong elite? I mean, this boss we don't want to have a lot of health going into anyway. I would have probably said no, but we can give it a try. These guys, I feel like the answer is you're not supposed to kill them both. But actually, easy choice there. Because when you kill one, you get vulnerable. Yeah, see, like, there's a lot of stuff built around taking your own damage, but it's like, I don't want to do that. I don't really run those builds. I pretty much either go strength, or we obviously have done the block build before. Hard not to just do a 27 to everybody here. Honestly, we could deal 54 to everybody and just win. That's kind of a fun factor. If you're not aware, if you have an X card and you duplicate it, it doesn't do like 3 times and then 0. It literally will do the same. So you're safe to play X cards with duplications. Yeah, these I don't like any of these cards I'm getting. All right, we have way too much health for this fight, honestly. So, trying to kill him fast is probably going to be required for me, so making him vulnerable for more turns. Because he's going to be for like 42 or something this turn, which is a nightmare. 36, yeah. So, you could definitely justify just blocking and metallicizing, but I feel like, especially when I play Ironclad, I just get super aggressive. I'm like, let me just try to kill you before you kill me. We'll block that time though. I guess we did. We have the metallicized. We didn't really need to block that much. Problem is we let him hang around too. We do have the potion that we can pop, so we're probably okay, but I'd rather not play it if I don't have to. Because he's going to be hitting us for like another big attack coming up here. And we have no block this turn. I think it's the one after this one he'll blast me for a lot. I don't know if we can kill him next turn. Yeah, 30 coming at me right now. I mean, we definitely do you. That would be 32, which is exactly my life, so I kind of have to play the potion. We'll just attack you too. So just like 2 attacks and he's dead. Or just 1 attack. Oh, we got another blood potion anyway. Upgraded barricade already. I don't have a block build, but I've been taking it the last few times and it's not really paid off, but keeping block is always nice. Okay, I'm not picking you, so it's either less cards or doubling potions. We'll do this one so we can play barricade pretty much easily, and the X attack card is going to be 5 now, right? Or I guess 4 now. Depending on if we get anything else. Yeah, like this immediately dominates. Finish you off. Start to attack you. Flame barrier, kind of great actually to go with barricade. Did we do it this early? Yep, we're going to. Oh, I should have played the other block. 36, not gonna be enough to finish him. 27, also not enough to finish him. Maybe we just do a lot of damage though and hope to take him out next turn. Just eat some damage here. Didn't really draw what we needed though. Yeah, I'm playing this fight kind of sloppy, but it's not. Good enough. I mean, we draw on the same turn, that kind of backfires, but this lets us pretty much play one every turn if we pick up a second one. There is that. I didn't really look at a path, I don't think. We'll go to the shop, though. Would have liked the mango. Inflame, I'm definitely here for. kind of here for that too. I was really tempted to pick up the 2 strength against elites, but not as helpful as I think the other 2 that we grabbed. I think we're going to take this. So here's an example of where we previously played and died that I mentioned. Swapping and losing health isn't worth it, but we can swap out this relic and just get bites instead. So let's do that. Go here. Got lucky that time. Let's go here and flame barrier maybe. $54 damage. That almost kills everybody. If I made that strong, it'd be 12 times 5, which would be 60, which would be enough. I think that math is working out. Snecko, I don't know how I feel about you. We don't probably want that card. Yeah. So that was an elite that we killed in 1 turn. So you can definitely get some crazy combos. Stick up here and see where we can go from there. We're upgrading like everything in our deck, which is kind of nice. We'll face the elite. We're doing pretty... Oh, this guy ruined my day last time. Just play everything, honestly. Do we want to pop the power potion? Sure. Okay. Not a bad first turn. Ooh. Okay, so I do need to remember to play the X card even if I'm out again because there's another benefit. This time, like last time where we had the, oh, you get more dexterity. This time if we play 3 techs, we get blocked for that turn at least. So it's worthwhile to play if you got it. I don't think we're going to play Barricade this fight. Don't think this, I said this last time I think when we played against this guy. Barricade against this boss, not a big value add. We normally don't have excess block at any given moment. Kind of tempted to play the Snecko and see what we draw and see if we're lucky. We were. Cool. I pretty much hate the Snecko potion, so if I can play it in a chance that doesn't feel like a problem, I'm gonna definitely do that every time. You're hitting me for 12, so once again, Barricade not really helpful, but at the same time, is there really much better to play? I don't know if there is. I don't normally kill the guy on the right, but we're seemingly doing that this fight. Could have been nice to draw one of those like now instead. 31, bro. You need to relax. I mean, it kind of works out similarly. It's like 3 off, but also takes him down health-wise. You're dead. Don't want that. We finally, I feel like this isn't the best run, but it definitely feels like a better grasp than we've had the last couple, I will say. So a lot more optimistic, although Snecko is kind of a pain to deal with here. I don't know if that was the best move, but set me up maybe for, okay, like that, but doesn't really help me this turn. And that's it. I should have taken some health. That would have been smart. We'll grab Flex, sure. It's not the greatest card, but for some reason I always pretty much want to pick it up. There's not really a lot worth upgrading, so I feel like I should just heal here, but this is probably, in my opinion, I'm going to say this and then die, but I feel like this is probably the easiest Act 2 boss. Maybe. Okay, we just pop our power cards to set us up. And then take a little bit of damage, but we should get some block carryover eventually, even if it's not right now. All right, that would be enough if we still do that. Yeah. All right, so pretty much anytime we play block now, we're gonna carry stuff over. Although I don't know if it makes sense to do that. Yeah, we're just gonna get our health back over and over again here. And this fight's pretty much, I'm gonna jinx myself, but pretty much over. That'd be 36, so that's not enough to kill one of them. So they're hitting me for 57 though, so it's kind of a lot. I am blocking 20 already though. I kind of just want to hit it and then take some damage and then be done with them next turn probably. All right, that once kills those two guys, so oh, I didn't even, the stone calendar was there. I wasn't even paying attention to it. Okay, we can get energy, but we can't smith. I'm not going to pick up... Well, I don't play a whole lot of cards, actually, so maybe I should pick up the choker. I normally don't, but in reality, whirlwind, that's all I need. I don't need 6 cards. Yeah, let's do it. Donu Deku. Kind of a good enemy for whirlwind. Hit them both at the same time. Alright, let's try to not face too many elites, I'll say, this final trek. We'll have to face at least one. Maybe that one right there. Kind of was hoping just to go whirlwind and win the first turn. That may be our best bet. Having 2 of them is kind of likely we draw it, so in reality, the chance that we didn't get it was pretty low. So we should be able to maybe draw it here and then just... Okay, or not. Once again. Take a little damage, but we'll heal after the fight. I'm gonna draw them both now, it feels like. It doesn't really matter, but don't need cleave. Don't need cleave when you have whirlwind and like a bunch of energy. Just a worse version of it. I'll take gold. I don't know if we have any shops on the path I picked, but imagine we'll run to something. No. We won't give up all of our gold. Do we even have a shop though? We do have one at the end. Okay. $45. I guess if we draw it again this turn, we're good. That's fine too. I mean, this guy's toast. I don't think I really need to add any more cards to my deck. I feel like I'm like content with what we have. This is going to be an interesting fight because Whirlwind kind of is not the best card to actually play against this guy because you just kind of aimlessly go in circles and then you land somewhere and it's like, well, hopefully you like where you landed. So we may go a little slower. I should have played that first. In attacking this guy. Yeah, we're going to stop there. Because his attack changes every time you hit him, and that can kind of backfire. Okay, we'll use you first and find out what we get. Yeah, we're going to stop there again. Stone Calendar maybe what takes him out this time. That's fine. That's where you don't end because this is kind of an annoying curse to have to get rid of. Kind of think we're going to stop there again. Take a little damage. That works. I guess we can face the elite, then go to the stop afterwards to recharge. This guy can be a problem if you mess around with him too much. Because he may be hitting me for 45 next turn. It kind of varies depending on his moveset. Yep, 45. Fortunately, that is true, and I guess the good news is it's pretty straightforward what we do with our turn because that's literally all we could have done. Once again, not sure Barricade overly helps us here. So we're going to not play it and hope he doesn't destroy us this turn. Okay, he's hitting us a lot again. Well, I probably should hit him with Bash because then it sets me up for next turn. Remember when I was like, all right, let's take on this elite. It'll be great. $32, $64, $80. Oh, he's also vulnerable. So 24 times 4 would be enough, so we can afford to do that. A little late for the Singing Bowl, but don't hate Twin Strike. I think, though, we'll probably just take the max HP. We did heal by just coming in here. think we should heal again, though. Don't get too risky. I don't normally fight these guys, but if I'm being honest, with the cards that I have, I could dodge the elite if this goes bad. We'll take the chance. As I said, I don't normally like this fight. What's that, 63 damage? Fortunately, I can't finish either of them off with these potions, but if you give me a whirlwind again, I would be pumped. Oh, you did not. Okay, I could finish off this guy. Am I content with that? This fight's not as clean as I would have probably preferred. Well, if we go this way, we can heal again. Playing a little bit of a gamble game, though. Okay, don't hate this. Just right off the bat, kill them both. I'm a little conflicted what to play here. They'll deal 14 damage to 2 people if it splits that. So if I hit him twice, then I could... Yeah, I don't know. Kind of feel like I should play Flame Barrier here no matter what. And now what that makes me think, I should probably just try to kill the guy on the right with certainty. Probably one of the better outcomes I could have had. 34, this guy needs to just chill. 45, that's not gonna be enough, even if I throw that on there too. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be looking to heal after this fight. Clothesline would be nice to get rid of the artifacts of the enemy, but I may have to just avoid. I don't have anything else to clear their artifacts, unfortunately. I think we're just gonna have to try to block or kill them faster than they kill me. Honestly, that may be actually the answer. Yeah, rethinking this Donu Deku may actually be a pretty big challenge because I will not be able to weaken them at all. This is not who I would have wanted to see because my health being high is to my detriment once again. Because he's going to hit me for a ton here. Yeah, oof. This is not the fight I wanted to fight. Well, there goes all of my defense there. Try to get some health back. Do we want to end it? Maybe we'll drag this out a little bit here. How much can we actually drag it out? Alright, well, we got 2 more health. That's going to be huge against Donu Deku. Let's pop that now. I don't know if the potion's really going to help, though, because they're going to have those artifacts. I don't hate the tungsten rod, but it doesn't necessarily do enough for me. Blind may be a good idea. I think we're going to go here, here. Like, I need to play stuff that'll keep me alive. Honestly, I'm like debating Shrug It Off because I really need protection in this fight. Or like I'm debating dumping a potion for the vulnerable potion because then I can actually do something with it. Problem is if I sell defend, block carries over, so it kind of hinders that, but I think bites are probably still better. Okay, now do we want anything else? Because this is the end, right? Yeah. Explosive, there is 2 guys with Donu Deku, fire. It's like, I'm kind of debating. I mean, the energy actually would be nice now that I'm thinking about it, because that'll make the X card even better. I think about dumping you too and grabbing either one of you. We'll grab the skill because maybe we'll get a block. Ooh, that... I did just do that already though. I feel like this could have been a good choice actually. Yeah, we'll just roll with that. I don't think I want another whirlwind. Shrug It Off. We'll grab you. This guy again, huh? Can't seem to avoid you. You could hit me for another 45. Although picking that up, actually, I just realized maybe that wasn't a good pickup grabbing that card because I forgot we picked up this relic. So this combined with this starts us off a 10 block right off the bat. I mean, it doesn't really help us to play any of that, so just take 5 damage here and hope that we can do a lot to him here, which we can't. Did I play Barricade though? I did. So we're going to keep that block. Barricade combined with that 10 could be nice, although Donu Deku hits you for every turn. They're just back and forth, so it doesn't really help. In that instance, I think we're just going to pop you. Yeah, play kind of a long game in this fight, even though you're not really supposed to. Because now we're mostly blocked. That's what, 60? Not gonna be enough. Not the greatest turn to draw that. Also not the greatest turn in general. Wow, that was rough. Okay, the stone calendar kicked in. Lantern, we are getting so much energy. It's gonna be insane. I see both of these being a value add. Let's go with blind so we can try to weaken both people to get those artifacts going. All right. So right off the bat, I'm kind of thinking just popping this and just going right away. Granted, nobody's vulnerable, so I could save it for that instance, but still. I think I may pop this skill too to see what we get. Get even more energy. Oh, I forgot. I heal when I play those, so I'm kind of screwing myself actually. Yeah, we'll wait maybe. Although I could have gotten pretty close to killing them both. How close can we get here? I feel like this could have been done without taking any damage, but we had so many good things that I think it doesn't really matter what we do here. I may be wrong, but it feels like we're pretty protected. All right, now I can throw that at you. Cool. Guess I should be attacking both of them because I'm gonna wind up drawing the X card again. I didn't want to play barricade, so I'm not actually saving my block like I could have been there. Oh, that's a GG. All right. Took longer than I would have hoped, but we finally did something. Oh, sorry. Did something with the ironclad. So happy to see he wasn't a total no-show in combat today. Let's maybe run another one with. They didn't reset the daily, did they? No. Let's try a defect. It's maybe the last run though. Let's see here. Max HP going up 14. Okay. I don't have any gold, so I don't know if I should really target that spot. A lot of elites in the middle. Kind of like this left path, I'm being honest. You. It's funny when you switch back and forth. I feel like I was just like so honed in on the ironclad. I'm used to that playstyle, and now I'm like, wait, what are these orbs? All right, let's see if we can do some stuff with defect. Last defect run we did, we went all attacks, which was kind of wild because he doesn't generally benefit from doing that. Obviously, there's like claws, but we didn't really even. We had some claws, but I feel like we did other attack stuff. I don't really care for any of these. We'll grab the battery just because it's kind of a neutral value add. Cool. That was easy. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't with the random, like, orbs firing at people. Normally when I'm playing the Act 1 Elite, the 3 guys, I wind up actually having that, like, split up exactly evenly. I'm like, okay, well, you hit nobody that I was wanting to actually try to kill. Yeah, exactly. When you start over, you're like, which I have seen somebody kind of criticize Slay the Spire compared to some other roguelike deck builders, because at the beginning it is kind of a slow build up. But yeah, you have such an insane deck and you're like, okay, here's my deck. Super cool. But you kind of then, it lets you obviously expand from there. What do we want to do here? These all kind of suck. Like, I don't know if we need another charge battery. There is Sweeping Beam, but that doesn't really help in an orb build. Maybe grab another battery. I don't know if I really feel good about it, but... I think we can play pretty much everything here. If I... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I can probably beat you. I do like Loop. We're gonna wind up getting the Act 3 boss, though, that has power cards boost him. But we'll grab Loop. I'm a fan. Although I just played Loop and then I just dumped the orb in the front, so... Big veteran Slay the Spire fan here. Alright, we are good. If anyone too hopping in wants me to go a little bit slower pace, if you're not familiar with the game, let me know. But I kind of assume if otherwise people are generally... These cards are bad again. I don't want any of these. I'm going to actually skip this time. Let's do some upgrading. Let's make Loop. Maybe I should have played a couple blocks there instead. Yeah, we will this time. Play a little bit safer. Yeah, Blizzard can be good. I don't have, I think, any Frost yet, right? So that's my pause. There's a lot of times, too, where I want to do a good build, but, like, one that comes to mind is with the Silent. When I get shown accuracy, like, right off the bat, a lot of times I'll pick it up because I want to do a Shiv build, but I frequently won't have Shivs yet, and I'm just like, you're just going to sit there in my hand until I have a use for you. So it's a little risky grabbing stuff without kind of the other parts to it. What is our build right now? I don't think we have a plan yet. We have obviously some orb stuff going. Obviously some energy. I'm always tempted by the claw, if I'm being honest. It's not Steam Barrier, it's one of these two. Ball Lightning kind of synergizes with Loop pretty well, so let's go with that. I'm gonna resist my urge to just stick with one build and want the claws. Could grab Cold Snap here and get some Frost going. Also could just sell something. I think we'll just sell a block because we already have some charge batteries. I know a lot of people dump attacks before defense. I'm kind of mixed on which one I prefer. I feel like I generally go for defense a lot of times because you kind of need to have something to do damage. Okay, we'll grab you. Try not to spend money. I'm torn because this elite, I need to make sure I defeat and then get up here. But this guy, I don't have too much health against. We have 3 potions. Let's be a little risky and upgrade. to make some free stuff. Although I just picked up stuff that gave me energy, so maybe I don't need free stuff. I'm torn here because this is kind of a good starting hand, but I also wanted to play loop right off the bat. I think we'll just go for it. Just move with that. That works. Play it now. Take a little damage, but as I said, I don't want to have a lot of health against this Act 1 boss. Just like enough health. Like sitting around like, I mean, 35 probably would be good, but so much energy. Probably could have played a little bit more defensive there. That's okay. Dude, how many charge batteries? I already turned down like another one in the shop, and hologram's nice with the claws, but we didn't go with the claws, so I think we're gonna skip all these two. I don't know if I can afford to take that much damage. I really want to do it though. If we die, we can start over, and we haven't gotten far enough in this one. It's okay. But we may die this next fight. Okay, they're not attacking me, so that's good at least. I do need to remember that I get 6 block anyway, which makes charge batteries kind of pointless, but at least they're a little more than just a regular block. Kind of regular defense are pretty pointless. Okay, we survived. We should be okay at this point. Yeah, we'll block here. I don't know what build they're trying to make me do, but there's just zero stuff that sticks out to me. Oh. Problem is if I do this and... Okay, I'm gonna leave now because it's gonna be an elite and I don't have the ability to beat an elite. Alright, I know I said I want to have low health going into the boss fight, but 6 is probably a little bit lower than I would like, so... As I said, around that 30 I'm good with, because then his first attack is like manageable. It's like around the 15s instead of 42 or something crazy. I don't know if we need another energy next turn. I almost said 18 actually, which is, yep, what do you want up being at? Let's fully block it. So we don't have frost, but we're kind of good on lightning at least. We do need to get some stuff beyond just these basic blocks and strikes though. I sometimes debate whether or not I want to do the lightning or the dual cast first. I think we'll hit this first because it does more damage, but it doesn't leave as much for next turn. Wow, what an awful hand. We get 6 block anyway. Is the extra 2 worth it? Yeah. I think we'll survive this because we do have the potion, but it's going to be tight. Yeah, like it's getting close here. Yeah, we are good, but not by a lot. Just barely finished that one. I mean, is it Thunderstrike? Is that what I should grab here? Like, these are... No, this is not the build I'm looking for. Not grabbing you. Do I want double potions or is the pyramid? Pyramid would let me keep Thunderstrike in the chamber until I wanted to play it. I think it's double potions though. Okay, this guy's not the most fun to face. I think we're just going to take a very soft route through this middle and try to find some better cards. Although if I'm taking the soft route, there's not really that many fights, unfortunately. The hard part is when you have loop and then you're like, oh, dual cast, and then you don't have an orb there. It's like, well, good job, loop. You're doing wonders for me. So we'll have to put more lightning there. Okay, this is one of the many people that skills are going to boost, so I have to be mindful of that. I think we still play you. 21 would be nice. Is that better than just blocking here? Sure. Cool. That was enough. We have too many potions. I don't know if we need the energy one, honestly. Recursion, don't hate. It being not upgraded, I don't appreciate, but maybe we'll grab you. Kind of like the idea of consume, but I also I need to start getting frost. What's the next movie you're thinking about seeing either in theater or one that's left theater on streaming? Valid question. When it comes to theaters, so Final Destination comes out in a couple weeks. That's definitely high on the list. I'm 50-50 on if I'll see Clown in a Cornfield before then. That comes out this coming week, so probably if I'm looking for the one I'm most looking forward to, Final Destination. Clown one, we'll see what the reviews look like. It seemed like it was decent so far, but that's probably the one that sticks out the most. I'm not sure what else on streaming that really has caught my eye. I need to catch up on a lot of old stuff. Like, I've been meaning to watch like Smile 2. I haven't watched that, so there's a lot I need to catch up on. But as far as like new releases, I think Final Destination probably sticks out the most. But good question. I always take this bottom option, which I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping the new Final Destination winds up being good because I don't know. Final Destination 4, what was it called? The Final Destination, like it was really gonna end. Then they come out with 5 like shortly thereafter. Not great. I don't get to play that, but 4 had like that 3D phase where it was just not great visually, and I kind of feel like people have. This is just my opinion, but I kind of feel like people have rose-colored glasses with 5 because it had a cool ending, and I won't spoil it if people haven't watched it, but the ending to 5 was really good, and I think that leads to a lot of people thinking the whole movie was good, which I don't know if I agree with. Final Destination 1 is in your top 100. Final Destination 1, I don't know, so I'm trying to think back. This may be blasphemous to say, but I'm pretty sure Final Destination 3 is the first one I saw. So I feel like I kind of have my own rose-colored glasses for that one. The one with the roller coaster. There's a lot of CGI in that one that maybe doesn't age the best, but I feel like it... can I beat you if I use this? But I think that's the one, since I watched that one, as far as I can remember first, that one probably, maybe I would rate, I don't know. It's tough to say. 1, 2, and 3 are all pretty good. And 5 as that isn't bad, but I feel like people really overhype it because of how effective the ending was. Yeah, exactly. There's anytime they try to do that stuff, like, I mean, they all do it. Like, we have Saw, obviously. Saw 3, there was kind of a gap there, but the final chapter, it's like, we know we're not done with this story. We were for a while there, but we came back to it. Probably should go this way. I kind of feel like I'm not collecting that many relics, though, so... Don't hate upgrades. I can see justification for either. We'll grab you. But yeah, it's annoying when the movies are like, oh yeah, this is the last one. Don't worry, trust me. Go see it in theaters. It's got to be the last one. It's like, okay. Not only was it not the last one, it was the worst one. Like the whole NASCAR thing where like the tires coming at the camera in 3D. I don't think that aged well at all. Kind of like in Saw when they had like they threw stuff at the camera and they had like the pink blood. It was like not really the best aged property. We could probably fight the elite. Sure. This is not who I want to be fighting though, if I'm being honest. This has got me torn. Which of these I prefer? Maybe the boot sequence just to get... Oh, I forgot I was going to have 2 of them. Totally slipped my mind, which is probably a good thing I picked that one then, because we would only had 1 orb. That franchise probably the biggest impact on my data decisions. I assume you're referring to the log truck. Which, kind of another example of a standout scene that maybe that is a big reason Final Destination 2 is as popular as it is. Do I want to use this potion, make it 24 more? Or is it kind of... I think we'll wait. Let's see. But yeah, the log truck in Final Destination 2 is a wild scene. I'll send you my top 100 of all time. All right, yeah. Let me know, JDev. Have you done... I don't think you've... Actually, now that you say that, have you've done your video of that, I believe. It's, I think, a while ago before I was doing much content online. Problem is if I evoke that, it doesn't get the full value, but if I do that, one of those just falls off. That, of course, you hit the one guy I didn't want you to hit. Okay, now we're going to use this potion. And we still need to block even more. I've done it within the past year. Okay. Yeah. Let me know. I don't think I've watched that one on your channel. I may be dead here. Maybe I should have played the Thorns long ago. I think we're dead. I was not concerned about playing the Thorns, but I think we needed them. Yep. Oof. All right, we'll run it back. That one we got. It was a little sloppy with the strategy, I'll say. Top 100, I would have to take some time to think about that for myself, though. As I said, I haven't even done top 10 at this point, so I definitely. Top 100 would be tough for me to nail. Although movies are easier than TV shows, because when it comes to TV shows, I don't even know if I could like name 100 TV shows. Movies, with how many I've seen, I could definitely get to 100 for that. Okay, we can get pretty far if we go that direction. We'll be switching lanes. Well, yeah. That's true. There's so many things that I forgot about the tanning bed one too. Do we attempt claws without any claws? They do a lot of those things where it's like, I'm not interested in doing that anymore. Tanning bed probably makes sense for other health reasons at this point, but yeah, them getting stuck in that was not ideal. Some of them were a little bit over the top. I think it's the 5th one where the dude gets stuck at the bottom of the pool. I was like, all right, you're not creating a phobia out of that for me, unfortunately. Kind of love self-repair. Yeah, we'll grab it. Why not? WordPad document has been sent. I'll check it out. Yeah, 100 is a lot. As I said, movies is probably easier though because there's actually 100 that I could probably name like right now even. But TV shows, especially because there's just so much more time. Like a movie, is like hour 20 to like 3 hours, whereas a TV show, it's like that's 8 seasons of, especially older shows. I feel like as we've gone along, show lengths have gotten shorter, but back in the day, it's like, oh, you want to watch the 20 seasons of Seinfeld? Okay, we can snipe this guy. I think we're just gonna do that. Clear dying Final Destination 2, really, yeah. That's true. The other part of Final Destination 2 that I did not love is the handling of, I'm blanking on his name, Devon Sawa. Like is there like an explanation of why they chose to handle Devon Sawa's character the way they did in Final Destination 2? Other than just like, maybe I assume they could afford him. It's not like he was like out of this world asking for much, I would guess. Like, why? You should have at least had like an opening scene with him and had like what they said happened to him. But just like, no, we would just like wrote off his character. He's gone. Yeah, the pool, and I feel like Final Destination kind of has the Saw problem where it's like, you know what? We need people to go to these movies. We need to get butts in seats. How do we do that? Well, last time we had the dude get sucked down the pool. Well, what else can we do? It's like, all right, we need to one-up it. We need to make the most obnoxious death possible. So I like the whole Rube Goldberg aspect of it, like where you're kind of following along and don't know when it's going to finally happen, but I don't need it to be like over-the-top graphic, like one-upping the prior time every time. I've only seen the first 3 of them thus far. For Final Destination, I would encourage you to watch them all. As I said, the 4th one, I'm glad I didn't talk about the 5th one, unless you know what happens already, but 5th one's ending is strong. 4th one, pretty bad. 5th one's got, what's his name, Packard from The Office. I forgot what his real name is. The dude doesn't like thank you for smoking and things like that. No rest stops nearby. Kind of don't love that. So maybe just go right here. I don't know if I really thought about that when I took this path. These guys are not easy either, though. Why are you hitting me for 30? I think we are probably going to have to... Well, maybe we can afford playing a potion. Only hitting me for 7 now. We'll use that though, I think. What was the 3rd card? Was that a zap, maybe? I say like the rest of the deaths. Yeah, all the deaths, as I was just saying, like they try to like, all right, what are we gonna do now? Let's just do something that nobody's seen before. It's like, no, just honestly, simple is better in my opinion. I've only seen one of Lord of the Rings and intend to watch them all. Maybe someday they'll make my list. JDev. I know we've talked about like Invincible, and we talked about Up when it comes to like animated Pixar stuff. Lord of the Rings, you gotta, I would say immediately. I don't think you should watch the extended stuff though. A lot of people are like, oh, you have to watch the extended 4-hour thing. I think that makes sense to watch, but only if you already like the subject matter. Like, I think Cody when he did his rankings of like the Harry Potters and the Lord of the Rings, and I don't know what else he had in there, maybe Star Wars or something. People told him to watch the theatrical or the extended versions, and without being a fan of the franchise, I think he got like burnt out on watching it, because honestly, it's kind of unnecessary anyway, because the stuff in there was taken out for a reason. They're just like extra. So I would just stick to the theatrical cut and not worry about the whole extra. I keep passing self-repair, which kind of is not great. But I would watch them for sure. If you're into like fantasy, especially, like if you liked Game of Thrones-ish type of stuff. I mean, Return of the King won like, how many Academy Awards did that win? It wouldn't like, I think it had the record before something passed it. I don't know if it was, I think something recently passed it, but it had the record for like the most awards for the longest time. Alex, oh yeah, Devon Sawa's character. Sorry, I'm a little behind, I think, on some of the chat. Lord Rings are my favorite. They're definitely one-liners. Yeah, the so many characters in Lord of the Rings are just iconic too. I don't think I can fight an elite. Like, everybody is good in that movie. I didn't think I realized for the longest time that the dude who plays Chucky is actually also in Lord of the Rings. What's his name, like Wormtongue or something? I don't know if that's, I forget what his actual name is, but he's the dude who's trying to corrupt the king. I'll be watching them all here soon. I do know what happens at the end of the 5th one. Oh, Final Destination. Okay. Yeah, it may not be as exciting then if you already know, because that part was like the wait a minute, that happens. So maybe it'll still be cool to watch it though. Brad Dourif, yeah, he's in the 3rd Lord of the Rings. I think I'm trying to think when the king, I don't think it's really spoilers to say, but when one of the kings gets like corrupted and Brad Dourif is the one that's like doing it. I think it's in mostly the 3rd one. I do own the first 3 on 4K. Dude, you need to pop those in. Let's say, I know you're all watching Walking Dead, but that would be my Sunday plans. This game is kind of nice for the claws, so we'll grab you. It bows to no one. Oh yeah, Hobbits bow to no one. Will I regret not healing here? That is possible, because we have a lot of attacks instead of blocks. Actually, we barely have any blocks. We're gonna not heal and I'm gonna regret it. Yeah, there's so many. I feel like Gandalf and Aragorn are probably the 2 that give the best. Like, my favorite is probably the speech that Gandalf gives in the mines in the 1st movie. We're going to be a little bit aggressive and try to deal as much damage as we can. 24 we still need to hit. Maybe we'll wait on throwing that. After recording my UFC 315 predictions tomorrow, I'll probably do a loss review. Rewatching Order probably won't have time. That's fair. I mean, you got to make time for Lord of the Rings. It's not an easy just slide in one afternoon schedule. It has to be like, no, your day needs to be dedicated. Weirdly enough, I don't know why. We'll hit you just to make claw stronger. This is the case. For some reason, TV channels think that Lord of the Rings is like a Halloween movie because it's always on. Yeah, we'll hit you. It's always on during like Halloween on cable TV, like on USA and like think Paramount. Like, why is this airing during... Did I not play the strength potion? Did I have 2 strength potions? What did I play instead? Did I totally, like, obliviously see what I played? But, yeah, I don't know why they play it during, like, that time of year. Same with, like, Harry Potter, they kind of do the same thing, but that one makes a little more sense. Yeah, I agree that you need to kind of dedicate actual data to doing it. We can afford to not play the potion. You can start when you wake up. It'll still be on when you go to bed. Yeah, if you're watching with commercials, good luck. That thing is going to be a century long. So I'm glad. It sounds like you said you have it on 4K already. You're locked and loaded. Yeah, Harry Potter's all... I mean, that one kind of makes sense, too, because isn't Christmas during Harry Potter? Like, they actually have... Like, there's not a Halloween episode of Harry Potter, but Christmas, I think, is actually a time period in that movie. Kind of reluctantly keep making those stronger. I dumped cable a few years ago. That's fair. I think when I've watched it on... cable TV, it's typically been like on a vacation, like in a hotel. It's like, oh yeah, it's Lord of the Rings is on. We might as well just not leave the hotel room now. Like kind of joking there. Yeah, the same way during any school year, having Harry Potter during Christmas time. I think we're gonna survive this. Barely. I did not wind up... I need to watch that. I've heard it's awful, but I need to watch the animated Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim. I actually have the... I did a short on it, but I have the popcorn bucket back there because it was like $8 for a popcorn or $8 for a popcorn with the bucket. Take that. And so we were like, all right, sure, we'll take the prop to go along with it. Ooh, this has me torn. I think we'll take the bell. Appreciate you, JDev. I do mean to say too, you're always like awesome. Like we were watching Dexter at the same time together when you shouted at me out. I really appreciate that. So yeah, anyone who wants to hit the like button, appreciate you. Also, returning the favor, definitely, if you're into movies and shows, JDev's a good channel to be checking out too, but appreciate you, man. Left or right? Right is kind of more isolated where I can't make alternate pathing choices, but yeah, maybe for that reason alone we'll go that way. We'll probably just go up to the left side. Problem is if we hit that elite, we can't hit the rest, whereas on the right we can do both. So yeah, I talked myself out of it. I think we're going to go this way and hit up the shop there. Well, it's gonna aim me for we'll block a little bit. We'll set up next turn to do the double attack. What a franchise, JDev, is your kind of go-to big, like, I don't know how to describe it, like big staple franchise? Like I'm thinking of like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Star Wars, like any of those major big budget franchises. Which one's kind of your go-to? Mine is definitely Lord of the Rings. Not a huge Harry Potter fan. I'm not a big Scream. Okay, yeah, that counts in the horror genre. That definitely is a solid answer. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage here. When it comes to the horror side, Saw was definitely my go-to there, but that's probably partially because I would watch that every year. And I was talking to somebody on their live stream a couple days ago, and they asked about like movie traditions, and I'm like, I didn't really have any. But if you want to say anything I did was every year it was like, I mean, it's literally the tagline of the movies is like, if it's Halloween, it must be Saw. Every year if those were coming out, I was like, all right, we're going. So that was kind of like my annual movie tradition, I would say, if I had any. Scream's your favorite franchise of all time. That's strong words. I will say, I'm probably like, maybe at some point I'll do a video kind of talking about this, but I don't have probably a traditional pathing of watching horror growing up. I know like when we're watching like the Sledges talk about their stuff, I think Ashley mentions like, oh, her dad got her into it. I didn't necessarily have like that path of stuff, so I was probably a little bit late when it comes to watching horror movies. What do I want here? We don't really have any power cards. We do have the self-repair, but I think we're good. Recursion is the only one I consider, but we have to upgrade it. Yeah, we'll do it. So a lot of the like staple horror franchises, I was probably a little bit late on joining the party for. Ooh, kind of want you. Damn, we had a lot of money. So like Scream, for example, part of the reason, similar to Final Destination, where the third one is the one I watched, I think first. Scream, I was like familiar with the movies growing up and I watched bits and pieces of them, but like a few years ago was when I kind of really got back into Scream. I guess it's kind of a waste of a turn. And Scream 4 is the one that was on. I should have. Actually, it's next attack. So I think that's partially why I lean towards Scream 4 being one I really enjoy, because it also kind of came out in that time period where I feel like it's not as dated like visually as some of the older ones are. But I think on my like rewatching and rediscovering the Scream franchise, 4 is kind of the one I jumped into first. And because of that, I probably have a leaning towards Scream 4. These are not the greatest options. I used to spend hours a day on the Saw. Yeah, that is one thing I also did. IMDb was huge for Saw, like those message boards back in the day. I think they kind of made fun of that, or not made fun of it. They gave it kind of a call out in, was it Jigsaw, where they mentioned the message boards is like where, what was her name? The Eleanor I think was her name, maybe the girl from Jigsaw, like got all that memorabilia. I thought it was like kind of supposed to be from like online forums. But I remember those being rampant back in the day. Like you had to be careful. Spoilers got posted on there pretty frequently. Like I think I remember kind of knowing what was going to happen in Saw 4 before it happened, with like the whole Donnie Wahlberg treatment, because of the forums being pretty active. Yeah. My mom raised me on horror movies at a very young age. I remember seeing Friday the 13th Final Chapter at the Outdoors in 1984 when I was either 3 or 4 years, depending on. Yes, that's the thing. I don't have those stories that I think are awesome to have. So I was a little bit later. That's why I think most of the horror movies, I'll just finish you that way, that I grew up watching were because I independently sought them out later. So a lot of the stuff I have watched was like the mid 2000s era. By the time I was like making my own, like, hey, I'm interested in this, let me check it out. So a lot of the classics, like, honestly, this is probably blasphemous to say, I haven't seen all of the Friday the 13th. I haven't seen all of the Halloweens. I recorded them all like the last couple of years, and I meant to watch them all. Nightmare is one that I did watch all of. I've seen all of those, but some of the other ones, the later versions or the later entries to the franchise, I have not watched really in its entirety. I've seen them like obviously on TV here and there, but I haven't sat down and watched all of them, which I probably need to at some point, if I'm being honest. But those are kind of ones that I feel like kind of struggle with the dated feeling of stuff. Like if you haven't watched those movies growing up, when you're rewatching it now, I feel like movies that came out in like 70s, 80s, sometimes the like quality of the camera and stuff make it harder to appreciate if you don't already have the attachment to it. That may just be a me thing, which it probably is, but I think in some ways it's harder to appreciate. Like, even if I'm being honest, some of the I'm gonna be, should I pop that potion? Maybe we'll wait for now. Some of the Nightmare movies that I did watch, I'm like, this isn't the best plot, and this looks kind of old. So, without having that original attachment, sometimes it can be like, that movie's not as good as you think. It's kind of how I viewed when I reviewed The Faculty on the channel at the end of last year during like the Halloween time frame. I openly acknowledged I watched this movie growing up, and it's probably not as good as I view it as, because it kind of was like my go-to Halloween movie. Scream 2 is way better than Scream 4. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd say way better. It could be debated. I feel like in some ways Scream, I don't know. Scream 2 feels like it's kind of just Scream 1B, if that makes sense, where it's just like, it makes sense it's doing this, but it's kind of just the same story extended even further. I also feel like, I mean, I don't think, unless somebody types in the chat that they're really concerned about the original Scream movie spoilers, let me know. You have like 30 seconds, I'll say, but jumping into the details of Scream 2, one of the killers I feel like was kind of unrealistic to have expected. And I don't, like, one of them I feel like was very obvious. One of them felt like there's no way I was going to guess that. Like, why, what breadcrumbs did you leave me? Let me know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was like tons of stuff that was obvious. You're doing a lot of damage here. But all right, it's been a few minutes. I can share it. If you haven't seen Scream 2, earmuffs here, but Mrs. Loomis I thought was extremely obvious because she's like always around right when something's going wrong. I didn't necessarily know for sure how she related to Billy, but it seemed pretty obvious that she was bad. Whereas Mickey, I'm like, what information could you have given me throughout the movie that made it obvious that Mickey was a bad guy? Like, I did not feel like there was any heads up throughout the movie where you can kind of connect the dots. And that's kind of, I think, the balance between like whodunit or mystery-ish things in movies, where it has to be, oh, maybe I shouldn't have played that first. It has to be not necessarily overly obvious. Am I going to die? Should I have gone for the boss? I should have probably gone for the boss. I did not consider that. Where am I at? Okay, I can heal at least. Definitely poorly fighting this. But I feel like they crossed the threshold of being like, there's no way you could have predicted that. And that's kind of the balance. Like, what's the old adage? It's like, you don't want a twist that is super obvious, but if you couldn't have, if nobody could have guessed it, and maybe you did, let me know if you, did you think it was Mickey? I don't feel like there was enough out there that maybe lean towards him. I haven't seen The Faculty since it came out of VHS. I would encourage you to check it out. Once again, I have rose-colored glasses with it, but The Faculty is one of my favorite horror movies, sci-fi movies of all time. Like, I can maybe be spoiler here for my own channel, but I probably biasedly gave it a 10 out of 10. Like, it was, I feel like it does everything I'm looking for in a like schlocky horror movie. And it has a bunch of actors I really enjoy. Obviously, Elijah Wood we talked about, but beyond that, a bunch of cool cameos. I feel like I've kind of lost my way with this run a little bit. You must be an Usher fan. No, I am not an Usher fan, but he is in the movie. So if you are an Usher fan, you should watch The Faculty, because he's like a baby in that movie, and it's kind of funny to see him at this point. I feel like because our effects have gotten so much better than... Yeah, that's the other thing too. A prime example of that is, so when I was younger, I watched The Exorcist for the first time, like obviously many years after it came out. And do we want to... We'll block here. Many years after it came out, and I remember me and my friend watched it together, and his mom was like, boys, this movie is terrifying. It like will haunt your dreams. And we're like, no, we want to watch it. It's supposed to be so good. It's supposed to be the most terrifying movie of all time. Well, we watched it, and we're like, kind of like, oh, it wasn't that scary. So I feel like in some ways, yeah, as times progress, you kind of lose the like terror that some movies can really provide. Probably hit you first. But The Exorcist is an example of like a movie that people love, and they're like, it's well known to be like one of the scariest movies of all time. But when I watched it, I was like, this is not a scary movie. Part of it is like the whole religious aspect. I feel like, I know my friend's mom pointed this out back in the day, that when they grew up, like that was scarier of a concept, having like, you can get possessed and need an exorcism or whatever. So part of it is tied to kind of as like society changes. So some of that's changed over time, but that's kind of an example of one where it's like, it didn't really, to me, it's not a scary movie, but maybe some people still think it is. Is there anything you can add to the screen to tell people to like and subscribe? I could, maybe. I mean, I have my little subtle inclusion of that is the bottom left. It has the sub goal, which, as you know, is kind of what I'm really striving towards. So, to your point, J-Dave, I will do some self promo here. If anyone is enjoying kind of talking movies or Slay the Spire, whatever, I would be grateful if you would subscribe to the channel. So, definitely, that's my one little plug, I'll say. But yeah, appreciate you, J-Dev, calling that out. I probably could do more stuff. I don't want to be too over the top, but I am super thankful whenever folks are wanting to come back and hang out and support the channel and just chill. That's kind of the point of my channel when I created it, was like, I want to put together a community where people can just hang out and talk about fun, like stuff like this, movies and stuff. So appreciate anyone. As I say that, I'm like kind of throwing this fight. 31. You gotta go. I don't remember much about the faculty. I would encourage you to check it out. Maybe if not now, around the Halloween time. I mean, this is obviously in the plot. It's an Invasion of the Body Snatchers concept. The CGI in that movie is very bad, though, so while I really enjoy it, keep that in mind. And that's, I think I mentioned that in my review, too. Like, if you don't have the attachment to it that I do, you're probably going to be bothered by the CGI, but it doesn't bother me. Like, there's a scene where just, like, you see tentacles and stuff like that. It looks super poorly aged, but I kind of am able to ignore it. So many baby famous people. Yeah, there's so many people. Yeah, Skim is nice, although it's not helping me now, and the last few fights kind of screwed me over by playing skills and stuff. I think we're going to play it safe here. Almost halfway to 1,000. Yeah, appreciate it. Trying my best to... I know, Jada, we talked about it before, just making sure you're still enjoying what you're doing with the channel, but trying to grow stuff, too, at the same time. Put you in the front, maybe. We'll get you to 1,000 beyond when Dexter Resurrection comes out, if you're not there, come July. Yeah, I'm assuming, obviously, when, yeah, we'll hit you first. When Original Sin came out, there's definitely a lot of activity around Dexter, so it was definitely helpful in driving conversation around it. Which I imagine, to your point, Resurrection comes back around. I'm definitely going to cover it heavy on the channel, so if anyone's interested in Dexter content, that's going to be a big topic for me. Kind of a bad combat we have here. Could I bring that back and just finish him off? That probably makes sense. Do I have an upgraded claw? It probably doesn't matter. I think I have enough. Cool. I've seen the faculty before. It's just been a while. Yeah, it's if you haven't seen it in a while, definitely. It's kind of funny to the point we were talking about. Watching it now is like extra awesome because it's like, oh, that's Robert Patrick. Like, you see all these people that you're familiar with. Like, even thinking of like Hard Eyes that just came out. Jordana Brewster's in it, and she's like super young then too. So it's funny seeing famous people like Jon Stewart's in it. There's just so many well-known actors or just people that you've seen in other forms of media, like Usher, for example. And it's cool to watch it and just see them back then. It's also, I enjoy the movie, as I said. It probably hasn't aged the best, but because I have nostalgia for it, I don't get bothered by that. Dexter's gonna be back so soon. Yeah, that's kind of the plus about Dexter now. And I know I obviously wasn't as big a fan on New Blood, but having Original Sin going on at the same time as Resurrection, and then we're gonna have. I'm curious on how the Trinity series is gonna go, because honestly, that's the one that probably has me the most concerned, because I'm like, what are you gonna do with Trinity that we haven't already done? That's gonna be interesting. Like, I would have thought Lundy would have been cooler to do than Trinity, but who knows? Maybe it'll be amazing. I mean, it is more Dexter stuff, but at the same time, I'm like, you are kind of milking this for more than there's value for. I thought about changing my channel to JDex TV. I mean, they would be fitting. I think it works out of it, whatever you prefer, but it would be fitting for sure. We'll pick up a Dex. Why do I have so many cards? I don't feel like I've been picking up that much. We'll grab maybe another Cold Snap. I need stuff that really increases our focus. That we don't have high focus values. Maybe I'll wait. I think we'll skip the Elite. They should just cancel the Trinity series. I don't really get, which obviously they kind of canceled the Harrison spinoff and we got Resurrection instead. But I don't get the point of it. It's also kind of weird. I've seen some stuff about the involvement of some of the old people in Resurrection, like Trinity's supposed scene in Resurrection. I'm like, okay, you're kind of just going to disappoint people with like hyping this up as being something great. I also don't know if you can really match. I mean, maybe they can because, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Original Sin Dexter. Patty Gibson. He wound up being a decent version of Michael C. Hall, which I probably would have thought, hey, there's no way they can replicate his like excellency as far as being Dexter, and they did. So maybe they can find somebody to be Trinity just as effective as John Lithgow. Kind of tangent. I know we talked about Harry Potter. Apparently he's going to be Dumbledore, I thought I saw, which is kind of a bizarre choice. It's kind of overkill to play you there, but these guys are not great for my build. Oh, you literally just said, sorry, I'm just kind of behind on the chat. Yeah, Trinity is the next Dumbledore in Harry Potter, which is kind of funny. Sorry, I totally did not see that until now. We need a Hannah McKay series. I don't, JDev, I know you're a big Hannah McKay fan. If anyone loves Hannah McKay, 100% check out JDev's channel, because you will get heavy Hannah McKay support there. But I don't know if there's enough there either. I mean, would you do like a prequel series where she's like starting to poison people? I don't know. What do we want here? Probably dump you. But I feel like any extra Dexter characters at all, like any of them, I don't know if there's enough substance there to really make something. I mean, if they did, I'd probably still watch it, but at the same time, like, why, other than just trying to milk it for all it's worth. Yeah, Lundy show would be good. You're here for okay. Maybe people would watch a Hannah spinoff, but Lundy I feel like would be cool because A, they kind of cut him too short, but on top of that, I feel like him hunting down killers across the country could make sense, and it doesn't have to be. We didn't get that in the original Dexter, so it's not like. I think I have to play you, unfortunately. It's not like something we've seen already, whereas like we've seen Trinity pretty much. Like there's not much to add to Trinity's story. But Lundy, we could add stuff to that story. Sure. Lundy's my top 5 favorite. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done a Dexter character ranking. Maybe I will at some point, but he would probably be pretty high. He was cool. He was a little weird at some points with like him and Deb or whatever, but and I feel like with him like making his little sandwich stuff. Should we do that for 5 damage? I should probably. What am I doing? I should be taking that the whole time. But he's awesome. I don't know if he's top 5 for sure for me, but he would probably be quite high on my list, that's for sure. I can play so many cards here. Everyone that's dead should be talking. Yeah, that's kind of... I think that's what we're going to get. I don't think everybody, but there's going to be a lot, I feel like, when it comes to people coming back and having like their scenes of like interacting with Dexter, which I'm okay with it, just if it's not done poorly. And I know that's like very nitpicking as far as saying, but like, did you like Deb in New Blood? I didn't like Deb. She was kind of mean, I thought. She was just like berating the character that we're rooting for. I'm like, I don't want to watch that. I'm happy we're getting Harry back. Hopefully in a good capacity in some ways, and it's not just like a one-off thing. Okay, I think I'm okay this fight. Thankfully. Yeah. Think about John Lithgow away. Yeah, right? They give him the Dexter treatment, just like de-age him. Yeah. Put Michael C. Hall's wig on him. Ooh, I always pick electrodynamics, but at the same time, all for one. But electrodynamics. Not picking that. Is a pyramid actually not helpful to me with the claw build? I mean, I'm playing everything out. So maybe the pyramid would be good. I don't know. There may be some situation I'm not forecasting that I'm not thinking of, but if it's a 0-cost card, I'm dumping it, so it doesn't have to sit there. And if anything, I can wait and play like Electro until I can afford it. Sure. That was such a good scrape. Oh, yeah. I had definitely, that was a good combo where I just had the all for one like back to back with it. That was amazing. Those relics suck. Oh, the ones I was picking, yeah, those were all rough. I think I picked, it was either gonna be that or nothing, honestly. I didn't like her New Blood. Yeah, Deb, I don't know. Deb was, if we're talking top 5 characters in the original series, Deb on my list. If we're talking Deb New Blood, nowhere to be found. Although if I'm doing a top 5 characters from New Blood, there may not be anybody to be found. You convinced, yeah. Pyramid's okay, at least. It's not harmful, assuming there's not some like chaos being thrown at me, like if I'm confused, which I will have that potential. Of course, we're playing the Time Eater though, so that's gonna be great. Maybe I'll keep my claws and play them. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Time Eater's kind of the worst boss for my build, so. All right, let's. Maybe we'll fight one elite right here. Yeah, she, Jennifer Carpenter was awesome in the original series, but as soon as New Blood came out, and the scene, the one I'm thinking of is the scene where she's like with Dexter. I think it's at the school maybe, and she's just like throwing stuff in like a wood chipper. I'm just like, what is happening here? I get that she's like your manic side and she's your guilt a little bit, but I don't think they showed that the visually best way. Snecko, take the chance here. Snecko worked out. It's pretty much the only time I'll play that. Oh, we'll take another claw, even though I don't really think I should against this boss. Also, Madness, awful against this boss. But I think we still take Madness here. I can sometimes take like the lose max health, but I don't really love doing that. None of these are gonna help me against the boss. But I don't hate this one for combat between now and then. I will do that. Impatience. Once again, bad against this boss. Good for a claw build. Sure. Gotta regret that choice, but... Capacitor, maybe? Yeah, I like Deb as Deb, but not Dexter's Guild. Yeah, and maybe that's the justification, like, oh, why was she so awful? Well, it's like, well, that's not really Deb. It's just Dexter's imagination of Deb. It's like, yes, I get it. And maybe that's what he's actually thinking, but that's not fun to watch. I don't want to have somebody just yelling at him. Time for The Walking Dead, Dead City, Beautiful. I hate recording videos at night, but I have to do it. Cool. Yeah, no worries, man. I mentioned at the beginning, I'm the same way. I don't love doing review stuff late because I'm like wanting to go to bed, but at the same time, I'm wanting to get this out, so I'm gonna force myself to do it. Don't love that we're taking a lot of damage, but hopefully you enjoy the show. I know we talked about me probably not watching it, but let me know if you enjoy it at least. So give me your thoughts on it, even if it's not like in-depth detail on what happens. But yeah, Ghost Deb, she was bad. Ghost Hannah, you know, she may have been better. I never really thought about that, but Ghost Hannah would have been better. She would have been like... Get over yourself. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's just whatever Dexter imagined. It wasn't actually Hannah, so, or actually Deb, so who knows how she would have been, but definitely I would have been more for Ghost Hannah maybe. Because Hannah wasn't a character I had like a lot of prior attachment to, so it would have been harder for them to screw it up for me. I know it's not your thing. You're talking about Walking Dead? I didn't hate it. I mean, I watched the first 4.5 seasons. I probably need to go back to it, but it got kind of one of those where I was in the middle of the show and it was like lost some steam for me. What do I want to start with? Probably you. Yeah, I liked the beginning of Walking Dead was pretty strong for me. It just... This is the exact fight. The reason I was putting that first. But it felt like the zombie stuff dragged a little bit for me, and eventually I was like, well, we're kind of recycling the same thing over and over again. Kind of like what I talked about with Marvel movies, where it's like, all right, there's the zombies. Give me something different. Which I imagine stuff, a lot of changes. Like I know Negan's a character that comes into play, so there's probably a lot more that they do add. I just, I honestly didn't stop it because I wasn't enjoying it. I more so just was like, all right, let me watch some other stuff now. Fingers crossed we just get a cameo of Ghost Hannah during Dexter. I appreciate your hopes, but I think we both know that Clyde probably will not do that. But you never know. Maybe he'll get talked into doing it. Crazier things have happened. I don't want to. Well, there is also go for the eyes. Both of these I could justify. Go for the eyes may not. Well, I already have 2 actually. It's not upgraded, but I think we'll grab defrag. All right, where are we going now? I think we're just going to the right here and just cruising on up. We could go there, but the shop doesn't really benefit us. More than 30 people tuned in, which shows. Yeah, I'm open to feedback. I mean, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but if anyone has like a show that they super love and they're like, I really want you to watch this and review it, or just talk about it now, I'm open to the conversation at least. Where are we at? 23. Probably should just heal. Probably smart. Yeah, totally cool if people are just lurking too. I don't mind hanging out in any capacity. I honestly, back in the day, I probably mostly just watched and didn't talk too much in chat. Maybe go this way. Give us options. Please don't be all attacking me. Okay, 2 of them are attacking me. Not as bad as it could have been. That is why electrodynamics comes into play, though. Should I have used my potions? Maybe. Did I? No. May take a little damage, but we're probably going to heal before the boss anyway. Also, we heal with other potions. Skim. See what we can get here. That was probably out of order, but I think we're okay still. Anyway, just because we have so many cards and energy, he's gone. So, yeah, so many claws, which is amazing until this next fight. So I'm tempted here. The power potion could be something that I really need in the final fight, although these are more sure things. Yeah, I love the claw build too. I just don't love the claw build again. How do I have 37 cards? Do I want Steam Barrier? I don't have a whole lot of block. I only have 1 Steam Barrier. It's upgraded. Sure. The problem is going to be its time meter with the claw build, which I know that's the other criticism I've seen somebody say about Slay the Spire is that you have to make your build without seeing the Act 3 boss, which I think in some ways that's actually kind of fun. The downside is if you're trying to do like, back when I was trying to do that feed Donu achievement, and I couldn't guarantee I was going to get Donu. Also, you would probably wait to get like a favorable boss, so in some ways it makes it more challenging to have to just go without knowing. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, higher ascensions, I don't know if this is true. I feel like this could just be my, like, telling myself this, but I feel like on higher ascensions, claw builds aren't as effective, but that may not actually be a fact. It may just be me being, like, bad, because I'm probably the worst with the defect, if I'm being honest. Kind of unfortunate that I drew that when I had 2 strikes in my hand. and All for One. Okay, I probably should have played those first. We're definitely at the phase of not necessarily like Watcher level, but it's like we have so many cards of this combination that you kind of just play stuff and then hopefully it goes well. I did look that time to see what my double attack would be. I should probably just get some of these out because I forgot I do have the pyramid. We can also hit you. Well, maybe I'll save the steam barriers because we could need some block. Like now. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Honestly, just dump them all. I think we're pretty set on this fight at this point. I only play Defect or Silent. Yeah, those are my two favorites. I think I'm actually better. I think I'm actually like good with the Silent, whereas the Defect I like to play, but I don't think I'm actually good with the Defect. At least relatively. I'm probably better with the Watcher and the Ironclad than I am with the Defect. Do you remember when Slay 2 comes out? So it doesn't actually have a date, if I remember, because I actually think I have it on my wish list. I think it just says 2025, and I don't even think there's a price point for it yet. I imagine you can kind of roughly guess what it'll cost, but they have not revealed a specific date other than saying coming out in 2025. So I'm assuming probably somewhere in the like September to December, I would guess. What do we want to do here? Get rid of the gold, right? Because this is the last stop pretty much. Yeah, easy choice with that. Okay, we don't really need the pillow. But yeah, looking forward to it whenever it does come out, but they have not given any indication when that will be yet. Mostly blocked. Maybe the pillow won't hurt, because this guy is kind of a pain. If you screw up badly against him, so that pillow could become kind of critical for me. We'll hit you for double. Yeah, we may eventually. I mean, I guess I'm glad they don't commit to something, like I mentioned earlier, that like Grand Theft Auto 6 had like I think like a September release window, and then they just announced it got moved to May of 26. So you don't give false promises. Another example I could think of is if anyone plays Hollow Knight. We had Hollow Knight Silk Song was supposed to come out like 5 years ago at this point. That game has gotten delayed so many times that I think a lot of people question whether or not it's actually ever going to come out. So in some ways, I am fine with not giving us an official date. But I imagine, unlike Silk Song, the mechanics of this are pretty straightforward, and we got a trailer for it, so there's less likelihood of that taking place for Slay the Spire in comparison. Didn't that? Yeah, I think you're maybe thinking of Cyberpunk, maybe? That got delayed like 3 times, and when it finally launched, they stopped pushing it back eventually, and it just launched. I think it was in like December of the year it came out, and it was a buggy mess, especially if you were playing on old consoles. It was like unplayable. 3 health. Is that worth healing, or do we have something that really gives us a value? Defrag may be the one to play here, actually. Persona 5 had, yeah. I don't think Persona had the issue, but I think Cyberpunk was the one that specifically had the problem. Not a bad time for capacitor. I kind of want to play this to see what else I can pull, but I need to drop those other ones, which is not a good turn for that for me. But it was a nightmare. I never played it, but I heard it's good now that they fixed it finally. Because CD Projekt Red was one of my favorite devs until they kind of flopped with that release. At some point, I feel like I should be playing these potions. I think we're just to play everything. Slowly working the claw build. Problem is I don't want to make him too strong. Granted, my claws are getting stronger, but he gets stronger every time I play through my deck. I only have 49 health. When did that happen? Did I must have missed that attack where he hit me for a lot. You know, I don't know if this is the time to play flex, but I kind of want to clear out my hand. Clear out my potions, rather, so that I can do something like this dexterity, although I don't have any block cards, so that doesn't really help me. Do I want to play this other strike? Sure. Taking a lot of damage here. Is there something worth bringing back? Maybe I should have brought all for one back. That may have been actually the right choice. Could do it next turn, though, maybe. Well, I can only play 3 cards next turn, actually, so... we'll see. We may die this run. It feels like I'm not. 34, oof. Where's my block cards? What is happening? What are the odds Skim pulls something good? Gotta take the chance on it, right? Well, we got 2 things that will help. That's about as good as I could have hoped for. 36, so we're dying unless we do something to help here. Okay. What do we got here? So we got 4 things we can pull with that. We gotta put you up. Madness is such a pain against this guy too. It's like, get out of my hand. I think we can cycle through my deck. The challenge will be I need to make sure that I kill him next turn if I do that, because he's gonna eventually get a little bit too strong for me to deal with. A lot of damage. Don't hate that. Ooh, I don't think I want to play Impatience, because if I do, I'll draw all for 1. But then again, next turn it's not going to help me either, because I'll be back through the other side of my deck. Okay, we need to survive this attack, so... Oh my gosh, it did not pull. I needed to pull the cheap card. I think we gotta have to play Liquid Memories here. I think we have to play Liquid Memories, because otherwise we're gonna only have 1 card next turn. Maybe we could play something that blocks. Right now we're blocking for 29, he's hitting me for 36, so 7's going through. Could just throw up another like Attack Frost. That could be like a double win. Alright, can we deal... Depends what we draw. I really wanted to pull all for 1. Oh, it's staying in my hand. I forgot we played the Pyramid. Like that. But the downside is we also drew zero cost cards. So that's not good. I don't think it can deal enough damage. 16. That's not going to be nearly enough, I don't believe. I also don't want to have a full hand next turn, though, so I kind of need to play cards to get this stuff out of my hand. Right, because 16, 26, 32, 42, 52. We're awfully close, but I don't think we're quite there. I think we skip here and then play a lot of cards next turn. I mean, we could play a strike, I guess, but I think we just probably skip. Well, the curse actually stays, so if I want to draw full hand, I think we do play that. Alright, 38. Don't love it. What can we do about it? I think we just pop you right off the bat because there's no reason not to. Also do you scrape into all for one. Don't hate it. We have enough block. 12. That's 19. We do have enough. We could do that. My hand is full though. I did not consider that. Alright, what if I play all for one, what am I gonna draw back? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which will be a good idea actually. I think we're actually pretty good right now. $28, and I'm blocking for 26. Alright, he's hitting me for 36. Start with you. I think we just kind of ensure that we get enough block at least here. Could play these three and cycle him again. I think I'm still alive, so although he's gonna jump to what, 13 by 3 or is it 14 by 3? Against two strings, so it'll be 14 times 3, 42. And I have 36 plus 44. I'm alive. Not by a lot, but I'm alive. Oh, it's 13 because he's weak. Duh. Can we win here? I think we can win here because this will be double. Not the cleanest run, but we made it. So, grew the Ascension. Don't hate it. I've done these all before on... If you're new at all, I've done these all before on console, but playing it on PC, so... Kind of running through the Ascensions, did all the achievements. I planned on doing a lot of them on stream, but I was like, you know what? Let me hammer a lot of these out. So I have them all done. And as you can see with the Silent, we've done Ascension 20. I may still keep playing for a little bit. Let me quickly though, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Doesn't have to be pretty just done. Yeah, right. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, but I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. We'll do maybe at least one more run, but appreciate you sticking with me. One sec, guys. All right, we are back. Appreciate the patience. Figured I would just take a quick break, get up and stretch the legs a little bit too. I should probably at some point, this desk actually is a standing desk, but I have like the mic and everything in a position that makes it so I don't think if I switched it to standing mode, everything would stay still. I feel like stuff would just fall over the place and break, so maybe at some point I'll switch it up. Does anybody... So I'm probably not going to pick the silent, even though the silent's my favorite. I would say, well, probably not the Watcher because he's a little bit later too. Maybe I'm leaning towards the two I just ran with, and either the Ironclad or the Defect. Maybe we go back to Ironclad if folks are cool with that. Just runs more of that dude. Appreciate everyone hanging too. I don't know if various time zones, but I know it's kind of late in the evening, so appreciate anyone hanging out and watching and just playing some Slay the Spire and hopefully having some good conversation too. By default, I feel like I picked just the common relic because I'm like, what's the least bad thing? All right. Let me know too. Let me know in the comments if anyone is willing to. Any other games they enjoy playing or any other games they enjoy watching being played. I've obviously done Slay the Spire a few times on the channel already. And one time was not great with my remembering to put the screen on, but I've played this. This is one of my favorite games. And I've also played through a little bit of Halo, both the first and halfway through the second one now. I'll probably wind up doing a second stream finishing the second game. But if folks enjoy that franchise and want me to continue with it, let me know that too. And or if there's any other game franchises you guys are really interested in playing and just watching or having dialogue like this at the same time too, I'm up for. Obviously, there's stuff that's a little bit more immersive where you can't do that as much. I know we talked a little bit about like Until Dawn earlier, but like the Dark Pictures games are kind of fun. They're not the greatest with not like they have a lot of bugs at times, but they're kind of a fun experience too. And they have another one of those coming out, I think this year. I think Directive 8020 is coming out this year, so that one hopefully should be a good time. We're just gonna go up the middle here. Let's just do some quick. Once again, as mentioned before, we're back to just the basic strikes and defends, so not a lot of fun synergies just yet, but yeah, if there's any franchises you guys really enjoy, open to getting input there. Cleave, last time we played the Ironclad, I wound up not picking it up because we got Whirlwind, which is just like a better Cleave. But since it's early, maybe I could use a good AoE attack, so we'll pick a Cleave up. Just get rid of a block at this point. I don't love the layout of this as much. Like, we can go up the middle and fight some elites, but there's not a lot of resting then. I mean, maybe we can go the right and kind of work this way. Probably. I think that's probably what we'll wind up doing. Okay, we'll just break each of your little balls there so we can attack you this turn now. There's that AoE that we needed. I don't hate Sword Boomerang. It's definitely better if you have strength because it hits like, I don't know, 8 3 times instead of just 3 times. Kind of a... Although we did pick up the boot, I just realized, which makes that immediately 5 3 times. So unintentionally found a synergy there. Love to see that. We'll just do a lot of damage and you're good. It's funny when you move from characters you're used to different abilities. Like Ironclad, I'm used to healing afterwards, and then when you don't, you're like, wait, why am I not healing? Name a movie for an edit. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify a little further what you're asking there? happy to give you an answer if you can give more clarification with what you mean there. If we upgrade you, oh, it's 4 times, so it'll be 20 instead of 15 damage. Love that. I pretty much never pick these events where you get a cursed card, but you get gold, because if you sell stuff at the shops, it kind of nets out being the same. And it only really helps you early to buy stuff at the shop. Movie and make an edit of it. I'm not really sure what you mean by edit of it, but I would say whatever movie you're interested in. Yeah, we'll just use the potion here. Alright, I don't think we're going to pick up any of these cards. I debate picking up the one on the right to draw and to like cycle through your hand, but I don't think it really helps me too much here. Okay, more energy, like that. Definitely will pick to remove a card. I try to keep a small hand size as much as possible in this game. Alright, do we want to go to... I mean, we can fight this way and make a decision at that point. Oh, that was like the best time for both of those. It wasn't enough to kill everybody, but that was probably as good as I could have hoped for, if I'm being honest. There you go. I mean, do we rock Flame Barrier again? It kind of doesn't meet our build that we're going for right now, but it is another defend. It's hard to not to pick up Flame Barrier. It's kind of just a generically good card to have. All right, do you want to upgrade or get a relic? Let's fight an elite. Don't hate that opening. Is that 30 damage? No, just 20. Wait. Yeah, just 20. Oh, because he had the block at first. Maybe not efficient since he was vulnerable, but hit him again with that. I think we just go after him because he's gonna. You don't want to have this fight go on too long, otherwise he winds up getting too effective. So see the flex with the sword boomerang, not as helpful because the boot doesn't really do anything in that instance. I guess it's not like a negative; it's just kind of like a not big help to you. Offering, I talked about this last time we played the Ironclad. I always want it, but I don't do benefits when I lose health, so I'm kind of just wanting to draw cards and energy. I think we're going to skip all these. Okay, got a shop, don't hate it. Do we want more potions, or do we want to duplicate a card here? I mean, we only have one potion right now, so there's not a value immediately by doing that. It's kind of like a future proof. If we doubled anything, sword boomerang, I guess. Not a bad choice. Maybe kind of a waste of 150 gold, because normally if you found that up here, it'd be like, as you're seeing, like 50. So probably a little bit of an overkill to pick that up, but I don't think I faced one looter in a long time. Normally it's on like the second round when there's a couple of them. All right, are we good here? Yeah. Yeah, appreciate anyone for hopping in the stream, and hope you're having a good evening and just chilling, hanging out, playing some Slay the Spire. Flame barrier. Not a bad choice at any time. I don't want to break you yet. Probably this turn. Hopefully we do it though. All right, this is probably the best setup for this hand. Like he is pretty toast. This one, yeah, this guy, I feel like, well, it depends. If I'm playing the silent and I have a poison build, I kind of dislike this guy. But pretty much every other instance, this is probably the easiest Act 1 boss. Like if I'm going through as far as the easiest in a general sense, this is probably the easiest. The guy who summons the two little helpers on Act 2 is probably the easiest. And then Donu Deku is probably the easiest on Act 3. Obviously, that's very general to state, but that's kind of, without certain build situations, that's kind of how I would view the difficulty across the board. Yeah, we kind of coasted through this fight. It was super efficient. I feel like the Ironclad really thrives against him too. Like we didn't take any damage. Yeah, when he shakes the poison, that's pretty much everybody who has like a second phase. That's the downside to poison, which is why like Noxious Fumes is nice because it restarts the poison cycle. Granted, it doesn't carry over, but like I'm thinking of the Knight in Act 2, or you know, the Time Meter, or the like Beast on Act 3. Those guys all have a second phase where it's like, oh, everything you've done thus far is worthless. Start over again. So you have to be ready to manage that as well. We don't really have strength stuff, but I'm kind of setting up for a future of doing so, so we'll grab you. These are bottom ones are bad, so by default we're just gonna get more relics if we fight an elite. Pretty easy choice there. This is, I mean, I guess it depends. Certain variations on higher ascensions make certain guys harder, like on certain like background stuff. The Knight is probably the hardest Act 2 boss because he can get metallicized 14, so you have to hit him for at least 14 every time to break through. This guy is probably my hardest second act boss if we're not counting those extra qualifiers, just because he has 3 artifacts and he hits you for like 58 on, I don't know, turn 7 or something like that. So we'll see how we do against him. Normally it's good to try to break the artifacts and then weaken him, but I don't think we have any weak stuff. We only really have one artifact breaking ability right now, so maybe we should try to focus on getting a weak card at least. I don't love any. I feel like the rest stops have been pretty weirdly placed. I should probably be elite hunting because we're getting double relics, but at the same time, I don't know. Maybe go this way so we can kind of make it. We will fight one elite, but we can decide after that how things go. Okay, you were kind of always a problem. Once again, artifacts don't love, but not really impacting our current build. All right, limit break doesn't help us right now. So we probably just go with that, honestly. Not exciting, but we have to slowly wear this guy down. Okay, now maybe we'll double. Can we beat you if we... It's 28, 38. You're at 41. I don't think the boot is really going to boost you. Well, if I hit you with that, it'd be 11, and then I think I'm still going to be like 1 shy if I go strike. Because he'd be at 11, 7, and then another one would hit. It would go 1 higher. I think I'm going to be short if I try to attack him here. I mean, it's only 3 block, though. We'll still block. We'll play it a little safer. Yeah, I think he would have had a couple health still. Goodbye. Cool. Shrug it off. I don't hate. Somehow I've been, like, since I've been streaming Slay the Spire, the block stuff has been really what I've been getting and playing with. Typically, I'm just, like, all strength. But they're not really giving me strength, so I kind of just have to play with what I'm offered. And I mean, it'd be nice to get Barricade now, but I'm not guaranteed that. But maybe we'll grab Shrug It Off. It cycles through the deck a little bit, too. Losing 20 health I don't love, but I don't want to get a cursed, so... we are going to remove a card. I have only done upgrade a few times when I'm kind of in a dire situation, which I don't think we're in quite yet, so we'll just kill a strike here. Okay, we can upgrade a couple of skills. This is amazing to get if we get why am I blanking on the name of the card? The X attack everybody. Whirlwind. If we get that, like, this relic is insane, but I don't have it for now, and I'm not sure if I want to commit to that in the hopes of getting Whirlwind. I mean, part of me does want to do that, but I feel like that's kind of risky, because if we don't get that card, this becomes kind of irrelevant. We could upgrade, and then maybe we'll get something better than just the defense if we pick you. Okay, we at least got Limit Break. I was hoping for that, maybe Flex, but better than nothing. All right, we should be hopefully okay here to just hit everybody. I'm hoping, well, as I say that, this guy needs to be hit a couple times. Or we'll just hit him once. I mean, we're only taking 1 damage. That's a little late for that. Yeah. I think we just kind of do that. Not much to really play off of there. You take this guy out, then eventually Sword Boomerang is going to become pretty lethal. There. Yep. Inflame. Finally, we get some strength, which I will take at this point. I was hoping it wasn't going to draw that power card. I would have been like, oh no, bad time. Okay. I really want to do things that attack, but I think the safest bet is that. A little bit aggressive, a little bit protective. Best of both worlds, maybe. I mean, we got to go with you, and I think we just Flame Barrier again. Our deck size is definitely small. It's nice that we can kind of cycle through our cards effectively. 48 damage. That's kind of a lot. That's kind of a lot. We'll not play the blood potion yet, though, because we don't need it, but we may wind up needing it here shortly. Dexterity. Okay, don't. So remember, about 5 minutes ago, when I was like, so I could pick up this X relic, and it would make Whirlwind amazing. But I'm not guaranteed to get Whirlwind, so I'm not going to pick it up. We have found Whirlwind. And also, if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, relics don't come back, so I'm not going to get offered that relic again. We're still going to take it, but that's kind of a bummer that I almost, like, took a risk, and I was like, no, probably won't get it. Do we want to fight this elite who's going to be a little bit juiced? Yeah, but we're going to heal first and hope that he's not. Okay, so you got strength. That's not the greatest. We need to hit you at, well, if you kill somebody, I'm going to get an extra energy, so I don't need you. 3 times. Although I could just do that, then I could... I could see a case for a lot of stuff here. Okay. Well, I'm still kind of sad about the whirlwind not being better, but I think we are doing okay enough as is. The gremlin horn's going to come in clutch because we're going to get the ability to kill people multiple times, although we didn't get lucky with our draw there. That's not when I wanted to draw that. What's up, Heath? Hope you're doing well. Just probably pop that once again to be safe. Do we want either of those? Free attack. Shrug it off. We'll take the free attack. We will maybe go this way and go to the shop. Don't hate that relic. We have no money. I should have paid attention to that when I was like, let's go to the shop. I mean, we had to go to one either way, so it didn't really change too much. Okay, you're going to be kind of a problem when you make me confused here. All right, you're no longer free, which is kind of a pain, so let's just do that. Well, I mean, we could inflame, limit, sword boomerang, but then we're kind of taking a lot of hits. But then we're also pretty set for next time. Torn, because that only leaves me with 13 health. But if I shrug it off, I'm still taking 15, and then he's not going down any further. So I think we do play it a little aggressive here. Worst case, we do have our potion to give us a little bit better chance at health. Okay. Positive about Whirlwind also, it's X, so you can't change the value of X. It's always just going to be X. Man, I really wish I had took that X +2. It's really coming back to bite me, this combat. I think we're going to pop that and just go with that. Yeah, we'll do you. I mean, we're fully blocked. We deal some damage back. Don't love that every time I do that, he's gonna give me a bad card, but... I don't hate bludgeon, though. That's kind of nice. Alright, I'm gonna pass because skills are just gonna clog my deck up even further. We are dead here, so we need to take this potion, and we may be in trouble this run. Didn't really get a lot of synergies. We're just kind of picking kind of good cards. I did talk about needing weak, so maybe not the time to pick that up, but we kind of need it if we have any chance. All right, I haven't had this event in a while, so we're just going to pick the more favorable one. I almost did the other one to try to get more money, but That's how it goes. That's how this run's going, it feels like. Alright, that would be nice to hit him right off rip and start to damage that artifact. We're gonna pop you, because we kind of need to... Okay. I think we're gonna go with this approach. We're probably gonna die this fight, if I'm being honest. Unfortunately. But that's okay. We could bash him to take down his artifact entirely, but kinda need to block. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, you took whirlwind, and that is not great. Flame barrier is not needed here, so let's just attack everybody. Let's just distribute it perfectly across the board. Not helpful to me if that wasn't obvious. Kinda need flame barrier here. Okay, I should probably play this, unfortunately, though, because... Well, the challenge is I need to make him weak, and it appears that weak is the higher... It's like the first thing done, so he's going to be vulnerable, which doesn't really do a lot for me. That'll do 45, so then you're going to be dead. If I play something else, actually, it still deals 30. Okay, here's where I'm mixed, because I kind of want to uppercut you, but I also need to block. So we're going to unfortunately prioritize that. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we're going to be dying this fight, because he's about to hit me for that 50 piece after this turn, so... I don't have anything to make him weak. The only shot I have is to play the speed potion and then just crank block. But that may be even asking for a lot. I don't think we got pretty close to killing him though, so there's that. Yeah, so I mean, hypothetically, if I do that, we didn't draw another block. Not great. So what's that? 28 plus 24 is 52. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, we are dead. Maybe if I got more aggressive with attacking and not blocking, like on this turn. Not sure. Well, we did. Alright, we'll run it back with Ironclad. See if we can do a little better. It's not been a good night for Ironclad. I feel like they have specifically had some rough runs in comparison to the others. Like, I only played with Ironclad, Watcher, and Defect. I don't think I lost with the Defect or the Watcher. I think Ironclad's the only one who just struggled a little bit. I'm a fan of Relics. I do love that one too, so kind of works. Just run up the middle. Do a little fullback dive up the middle. Alright, we can beat you. Cool. Do we go another flame barrier? We'll do it. Okay. What do we take off? Defend, probably, because we picked up flame barrier. Pretty basic first turn there. I guess maybe I could have actually used the vulnerable. I was not paying attention that I started with 4 energy instead of 3. All right, either way, it doesn't matter. We took him out. We'll keep going up the middle. Don't love our options here. Just dump another block. Did I know that? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. Pop a flame barrier. The key to this fight is typically, I mean, this is probably obvious, but trying to kill one primarily on the outside quickly so that you're only dealing with 10 damage at a time. And then you're limiting as many dazed as you keep drawing. So unfortunately, we kind of just drew a lot there, but now we're only getting dazed twice instead of potentially 3 times. Okay, I'm kind of 50-50 on if I want to actually... Yeah, we'll block, I guess, but we kind of need to end this fight because we keep just drawing dazed over and over again. Although we do get to block and hit him back with flame, so... Alright, you don't have a choice to block now, so easy decision there. Once again, unfortunately, easy choice because you didn't have a lot of options. You know, Demon Form, one of my favorite cards. I don't know if it's actually going to help us this run, but they convinced me to grab it. If I go left, I can actually heal twice, or at least rest sight twice. Just thinking I have to deal with these elites, though. This would be nice. Yep, I was going to say play Demon Form now. Here's kind of a 50-50 for me. If I wait to attack for a couple turns, I'm going to get more strength. Whereas if I play Bash now, I hit him for vulnerability, then kind of advance. I think we're going to skip, even with 3 energy. Just because we get our strength up before we do our first attack. So now he's going to wake up no matter what, so we have to attack him now. But we've accumulated 6 strength in the meantime. As I say that and play my block cards. I think I still am going to because he's going to make me like less strong, but the growth that I have kind of is heavily outweighing what he's going to do to me, so we can afford to block because we're going to take him out that quickly. Never really thought about it. Demon Form is kind of a good counter for him. You don't normally get it this early, so it's probably not reasonable to assume that something you can play, but all right. Do we want to hunt another elite, or do we want to go left to the rest that I was talking about? I don't think we're going to play Demon Form this turn. I think we're just going to play it safe and do that. All right. And for anyone hopping in the stream, I appreciate you being here. I've said it before, but you may have not been in the chat, but super thankful for folks coming in and hanging out and Whether it's talking movies, playing Slay the Spire, pretty much anything you guys are interested in. Love it. As you can see in the bottom left, would be super grateful if anyone would sub to the channel and just continue to hang out for future streams or future videos going forward. What do we want to do here? Demon form, kind of an overkill. Still think we rock it and defend. Yeah, I think we do that. But yeah, as pointed out, trying my best to get the community grown to 1,000 at some point. So any help with that, super I'm thankful for. But either way, just super happy to have folks in here in the chat. Either way, so do we want to go to? No, we'll go to the. We'll go here and upgrade demon form. We got to do it, right? Even more strength. Not that we have great attack cards to really have that benefit anything. We'll block. Who's the... All right, so this guy I talked about before, but... Oh, I can play everything because I was at a rest stop. This Act 1 boss, you don't typically actually want to go into the fight with a lot of health because his first attack, his second turn, hurts you more the more health you have. So you're kind of better off going into it with like half health. Like, honestly, I could afford to lose some health here and probably be better off. Cool. That was pretty easy. Demon form this early. I don't think I've ever really gotten it this early, so it's kind of strange, especially with Lantern, so I can actually play it and play other stuff, because that's the other side. It costs 3 energy, so you can't always afford to play it. Do we want Rage or not? There's also Drop Kick. I could see a case for either of these. I don't really want to get a large hand size though, so maybe honestly, maybe a small hand size could benefit from Drop Kick because we're kind of recycling, but yeah, we'll grab it. We'll cycle a little bit. I don't think we're going to get down to like 5 cards where it's like an infinite, but still, I think it could be a value. We'll grab you. And there's our shopping. So I'm not going to remotely consider healing here because of the point I made earlier. We can play easily everything here. You kind of have me torn here. Flame Barrier or Demon Form? Let's go with Flame, because we'll hit him back when he hits me. I think it's a bigger value add. Pretty straightforward turn. Not the best turn, but a lot of options. Hit you with that. Drop Kick. Yeah, Drop Kick I could definitely see the value in picking up. Alright, we're taking some damage, but I think the goal is just to kill him like in the turn after this one anyway. Demon Form pops up again. I kind of am torn here because I don't want to take any damage. I mean, I kind of have enough stuff that I can overcommit, and if I have to like backtrack to save myself, my potions can kind of bail me out. Yeah, we're good. So pretty easy first act because we got pretty lucky with the cards they provided with us. We don't have the greatest relics necessarily, but good enough. Offering, I once again am tempted by. It's a good cycling card. Downside is you lose health. But is that worth the payoff? We'll grab it. I don't think I necessarily should, but we'll grab it for some variety of showing it off. These are all awful. I don't think I want any of these. I mean, I could marginally justify not smithing anymore, but no potions or seeing enemy attempts, I can't at all. Maybe we take the Smith one. Sure. I don't love it. Gives us some energy though, and we'll probably just try to pick up upgraded cards going forward. Okay, probably go left here. Yeah, I'm feeling left, like right up that way. Got the couple thieves here. Pop that first, see what we get. That's part of the reason I hung off on it. I wasn't sure if we would get something that I could play this turn that'd be better before playing my next attack. So obviously the Ascension that we added, healing less after boss battles, so we're not at full health after that boss battle because of that. Can we kill you if we... I think we probably could, actually. Oh, we drew not the card I wanted, but didn't matter, ultimately. Do we want flex? I just talked about not picking up non-upgraded cards. Almost Strike kind of works with Dropkick. Sure. Nope, not going to pick this up. This is kind of a risky move. I've only done it a handful of times, and normally you're better off just skipping that event because you lose so much max health, and you need to have your turns end pretty much in like only a couple turns, otherwise it doesn't pay off. Keep damaging myself. I don't know if I should be, but we immediately win afterwards, so kind of yeah, this is the only one that's upgraded, and I don't like that card, so I don't want to lose all my gold, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna upgrade all these. I think we're gonna just go heavy on potions this fight. I don't really need to play Offering, so maybe I'll just hold off on it. Yeah, so now we take him out. We got the mask, love that, making the opponents weak. I mean, Perfected Strike is okay. I don't think I want any of these, though. Hit up the event. Give up gold for a relic. Okay, love the potion relic. Unfortunately, I would definitely smith at this point, but we can't because we chose to not. So we have to just heal. Unless I wanted the key, which I'm not really doing heart runs today. Just because it feels like it's an extra that I don't need to go through right now. We'll fight the elite because we can rest afterwards. We have so much energy. What is happening? We have so much energy. Pop you. Yeah, we have so much energy. And obviously that and that is 2 right off the bat. I don't think Demon Form makes sense to be playing this combat because it's a little bit late in the fight, and this guy's dead this turn probably anyway. Yeah, so you kind of have to pick and choose when you play certain power cards because it's like that is not necessary. I'm fully covered. Maybe we grab Whirlwind this time, although I can't upgrade it, so that kind of limits the ability of it, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe we just skip then. Okay, we can't. We might as well go to the event because we can't upgrade. Maybe we didn't need to grab the fusion hammer because that kind of limits what we can do. Although, here's what I was thinking. I almost grabbed that X card or the whirlwind because now we just upgraded stuff. We just can't do it at rest sites, so maybe it would have made sense, but we chose to pass on it. Okay, I don't love that you're going to make me confused here. Let's draw another card. We just play a little safe with that. Demon form, still expensive. Was hoping that would not be the case. Offering makes sense to play here. Oh, we don't even need it. Never mind. It does not make sense to play there. Warcry has a nice synergy with an infinite deck. If anyone ever wants to do an infinite with Ironclad, that and dropkick, pretty much how you do it. You have like only a couple cards and you just constantly cycle through them. We'll grab it just for, we're not going to have an infinite, but we can kind of show off maybe the way it would work. I mean, maybe that way. This way's a little risky. This way's a little bit too safe. So maybe the middle. Don't hate the pillow. Also, don't hate pommel in this instance because we actually get a little bit more strength. But we'll just grab the pillow since we're definitely healing places, so gives us a little more value there. All right, here's where Whirlwind would have been amazing. Fortunately, did not grab it, but that's okay. Pop you. It's always the worst when you like perfectly distribute your attacks. It's like, I really was hoping we would just hit one guy like 4 times, but you gave them both a couple. All right, so they're healing every time. That's kind of their extra power this fight. I don't think it's going to be a problem because once you get down to like one guy, this guy can be a pain because he can give you a bunch of wounds, but I think with the amount of head start we got in that fight, worked out. Dump the speed potion. You're offering me whirlwind again. We'll grab it this time. They gave it to us again here, so let's... Definitely these are guys you want to take out. It's kind of the combination of like certain people you want to take out all at the same time. Certain people you want to take out one at a time quickly. I'll just pop that. Deal some damage back with Flame Barrier. Pop Offering. Should be fine to get full health after this fight anyway, so no major loss with taking the damage. Don't think I want any of those. I mean, I guess we'll grab the key. I don't intend to play against the heart, but we got 2 out of 3 keys just by naturally playing. Okay, Whirlwind here would have been nice, but did not appear to draw it. Debate playing one of those, but I don't think... Well, sure. That's why I did it. I thought maybe Whirlwind would be draw and then deal at least more attack damage. Okay, you are protecting for a lot, so probably no reason to play offering. I mean, we could. I just don't want to draw demon form and then have to skip past it, so maybe we wait. So this guy, I mentioned earlier, if you were in the stream, that this guy, the Act 2 boss, is a pain when he has metallicized. Normally, the most he gets in Ascension, when you go to like Ascension 20, is metallicized 14, but he has at least 5 here, so pretty much every time I attack him, he's going to start off with 5 block, which isn't a lot, but if I didn't have strength and stuff, it would become kind of a problem. Yeah, maybe a lame turn, but also a lame turn, but it's all he got offered, unfortunately. 27, don't love that. Don't love that. We'll hit offering, see if we pull. I think I probably should have defended there, but I think we're alright still. Problem is, I don't have any weak cards, so he's going to be hitting me for full damage when he transforms here. But he also has 4 health, so there is that too. So kind of works out. I guess 9 I have to hit him for here, but all right. So strength kind of overtook his ability. Reaper, I do like. It's kind of like an unofficial, like just get health back. Not upgraded though. We'll grab it. I do like it. Start each combat confused. We don't have a. I mean, we have a few expensive cards. I don't like the unpredictability of Snecko Eye though, if I'm being honest. So by default, I think we're probably just gonna go with like the potion. Granted, this twice doesn't do anything, so not super helpful. All right, this dude loves power cards, so unfortunately, Demon Form's gonna help him, and Flame's gonna help him. I'm still gonna play them because it helps me more than I think it's gonna help him, but sometimes you gotta be mindful about which ones you choose to play because you're gonna boost his power, or his attack power. I think we can play everything because we have so much energy. That's not doing a lot. 20? Maybe I'll put you on top. So then now when I draw you, I'll maybe be able to do a lot more. It's only 32. I mean, Reaper will give me like most of my health back. Granted, I'm about to lose it again. I think that's the best we can do. I mean, we can play one of these and finish him. Maybe we do that. Probably worthwhile since we picked up another. Yeah, we'll grab Uppercut, I think. Gives us something to throw weak out there. Maybe Snecko Relic would have been a good choice, but I think we're okay without it still. Alright, what do you want to do at the shop? I do dig spot weakness, if I'm being honest. That's kind of nice. That's kind of like a... Against this boss, especially, it's giving me strength without playing a power card. Pendib, it's hard to pass up. I'll grab spot weakness though, and then we're gonna dump something. There's just like a strike. We don't need that many of those. Okay, these guys, I'm probably gonna screw up and like kill them in like back and forth order. But I think the amount of strength we're about to get is going to be enough that it's not going to matter too much. Kind of thought that was only going to play one energy, if I'm being honest. Well, that was a poorly timed situation, so yeah. Clearly not a good choice, but had to kind of continue with it based on what I already had chosen. All right, we are good now. Kind of wasted the potion, but that's all right. Do we need 2 spot weaknesses? We do. Let's go right. All right, only 2 of them are attacking. These guys can be a pain when there's all 3 attacking. 35 damage. That's almost enough to do a lot to kill them, but not barely enough. If it was 6x7, that'd be good, but it's not. So we block a little bit, then we attack the rest. Once again, don't think I played that correctly. Good thing we can only heal at rest stops because I'm making bonehead mistakes. That's kind of what I need to do. That wasn't the best use of that. Heavy blade. It's not upgraded though. Kind of disappointed by that. Okay, this guy I feel like demon form would be nice against, but we did not draw it, which is fine this turn. But we're gonna wind up. We are going to wind up probably not being able to play demon form because we're going to need to use attacks during the turn instead. Kind of wish I made him vulnerable, but if I do that now, he's still going to be hitting me for a good amount. Maybe this next turn will be not good. We'll see. We do have 9 strength, so there is that. All right, what do we want to put on top? Maybe we can afford to play demon form here, and I do that. I'm so smart. Kind of want to play Reaper and get a lot of health back, but it's not really giving us that option. Maybe probably just swing 4 times here. Yeah, I wish we could have gotten health back, but that's all right. Maybe we could just go left and heal. I think we'll do that. Play it kind of safe. So I'm not going to play spot weak because there's no value in doing that, so. Hmm. Taking a little bit of damage here. Is that... we'll block a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily a good choice because we kind of need to beat him quickly. But we're getting stronger every turn, so... Alright, that's 68. He's weak though, so it's like... That's still not enough. Now it's enough. I don't hate Shockwave. It's kind of a nice collusion. It's not upgraded though, once again. I should have just gone to the... I was going to play it safe and just go left, but I was like, you know what? Let's go the other direction. I kind of feel like I need to play Flame Barrier. What are the odds he plays a curse if I... Well, I mean, this made it a little bit easier of a choice. That's also not good though. 30. We can't heal after this, so I think we just eat it. We could play a potion, but I don't think it's worth it. 44, he's dead. Upgraded Whirlwind. Talked about that. These are all upgraded. Honestly, against the boss we're facing, if it was Donu Deku, I'd go Whirlwind. Since it's the wolf or whatever. We're gonna go Heavy Blade. Alright, we're gonna hang a left here. Rest. You know, I kind of thinking just dumping basic Whirlwind since we picked up the better version. Wait, no, we didn't. I picked up Heavy Blade. What am I saying? I mean, we shouldn't probably dump the defend. I'm gonna dump Whirlwind, I think. It seems like, while I don't like defend cards, having like only one, it's a little riskier than I typically like to play with. Taking a little damage. I think it's alright. Okay, spot weakness can't help us here, so we just play that. Can't help us now. That's why I pick up Heavy Blade. Do we really care to fight another elite? How much could it be beneficial to us to do that? Not a lot. We'll just go this way and then let's see. Dumping whirlwind kind of would have been nice to have here. Not sure that was the best path, but we kind of got back to fullish health. I think we just hit you, and you. Yeah, let's face the elite. Why not? Maybe not a good idea. Whirlwind once again would have been nice here. Yeah, let's hit offering. $25, huh? Don't think I want demon form. Hit you. Obviously demon form came back to us still. Could have been worse. I mean, we're gonna fully heal after this probably, depending on how much damage we do take in this fight. Yeah, we should be at full health. Yep. Alright, on to the final boss. Potions, I kind of don't like when I have this in other potions because I feel compelled to play it even though I have stuff out there. Although I get health back when I'm playing a potion, so maybe I should hold off on playing any of those potions. Let's start to get our strength up. Flame barrier, probably a bit overkill for needing that much block, but it was that or heavy blade, which isn't maxed out at this point. We'll hit up offering. Sure. Alright, what do we want to put on top of our deck? I don't think now is the time for a Reaper just yet, if I'm being honest. That was convenient that it all went after him. We don't really need demon form this fight, but I think I'm gonna use it anyway. And then we can strike because we get 6 block anyway. We are like cruising with health at this point. Heavy Blade is going to do some work when he goes to phase 2. Taking 28 damage though, I'm kind of tempted to pop it right now. I think we do. I don't really want to, but the fact that he's doing so much damage to us. I mean, do we just continue to get stronger? We'll do that. Yeah, we're like in a wealth of beneficial situations here. And that's a good outcome for Ironclad finally. So love to see that. I don't know if we really... I mean, we had a kind of a strength build that we benefited early on from Demon Form. Outside of that, not sure. Alright, anyone have a strong preference? I think I lean towards maybe running a defect run here. I know I feel like I'm streaming way longer than I intended, but having a good time playing, and it seems like there's folks here to watch, so love to see that. If anyone wants to chat at all, who's your favorite Slay the Spire character? We have the Ironclad, who I just played, the Silent, the Defect, or the Watcher. I think I'll run a Defect run here. Just because, as I mentioned at the beginning, I've done all the achievements on PC and maxed out the Silent, which I'll probably still play with him, but I'm kind of just trying to get everybody up, which eventually it's going to wind up getting harder and harder, and I'll probably not win as often, but that's kind of the fun of the game, is just finding challenges and then getting lucky sometimes with random stuff that you get pulled. So if folks are good with it, I will run another defect run. All right, cool. Let me check too where we're at with... Okay, cool. Yeah, stream feels like it's been a lot more supportive since I made some of the changes from my prior stream playing Halo. All right, cool. I don't love any of these, but I feel like by default, the relic one's normally what I would go with. All right, so we get block, so we don't need to worry about defending too much. I think we'll just kind of randomly go and see how it goes. Not enough to defeat them. We do get 6 block anyway, though, as I talked about. I need to remember that. Boom. All right. You know, self-repair is kind of like a... It's never necessarily good for a certain build, but it's kind of good for all builds. I'm not going to dump that. I just got it. We'll dump the potion for a relic. Okay, got some energy. Do appreciate that. Just play all of my aggressive cards there. And we're going to skip because if you play a defend there, you're actually losing out on 1 block. Cool, and we got him. I don't know what my build's going to be yet. This is good for the claw, but we don't know if we're doing claw. It's kind of bad for everything else with this relic, so I think we're going to skip all of these for now. I need to remember I have that extra energy. I feel like a lot of times I'll just skip naturally, only assuming I have 3, and miss out on the extra energy. You know, if you're ever going to pick up genetic algorithm earlier on is the time to do it, which we are now. So there is some justification for doing it at this point. Cold Snap, that was just such a good card. Yeah, we're just going to take Cold Snap. If we play both of these, it's better than just playing the block, so... It's kind of nice getting this Relic plus Frost. It kind of just double blocks for you without having to do too much work. I'm torn here. I do like the weakness opportunity with that. Maybe we upgrade. Seems reasonable. Lowering cost is always a benefit. I think we're just gonna go attacking, and we could pop the armor too. So now we're fully blocked if there's only one of us attacking, but there's two on the outside, so we need to take care of them. Throw self-repair up there. So we pretty much should be safe. I mean, I guess, no, as long as we keep one Frost up there, we are fully blocked for the rest of this fight. So I pretty much don't dual cast that Frost, and I'm good to go. Because they're doing only 10 every time, so it's the most they can do to me. I'm blocking 11 with the Frost. I mean, I guess. I don't know if I need self-repair that early. Okay, here's where we're going to have to decide. Are we doing any claws? Are we sticking with some Frost stuff? I mean, we have a little bit of stuff for the claw build. Let's throw it up there. Let's hope we don't get the time meter again. We're able to work around it, but he's kind of the pain to deal with if you run to him because you're playing cards. Just is not good against him. Let's just play everything. Well, not everything. We'll not play the defend. Two defends. Alright, so now I have to kill him before he prevents me from attacking next turn. Although the nice part is orbs don't get stopped from that. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. Let's go fight an elite. Double up, go for the eyes. Make weak more effective if we get it off on them. A little trick against this guy. A lot of times I'll, like, turn one, I'll just pop a claw, then skip. Because it doesn't break his thing, but it starts the claw path. Actually, we can do it again. Pop a claw, skip. So now claws are ready. Now we need to attack him because no matter what, he's gonna fight us next turn. But we started making claws stronger for when now I draw them again, and it's dealing 7 damage instead. So it's a nice benefit to this guy is slowly playing those. I think I only have 2 claws though, so it's gonna take a bit to make those really effective. Not gonna play defend because it doesn't help us here. Okay, he can't become weak. Thankfully, our lightning is probably going to do a lot of work here because we only need to hit him for what, 11 now? Fortunately, we only have 10 out there. Maybe I should have just blocked all, actually. That would have been probably the right decision. At this point, we'll switch over. Because he's dead next turn no matter what. So fully blocking would have been the better choice. Strength, alright, I guess we are doing the claws. I don't know if we need 2 self-repairs, or maybe rebound because we can draw claws back. I do like that. I mean, rebound, not... Okay. I think we just go that. Oh, he's dead anyway. Doesn't matter. Rebound, you gotta be careful. Sometimes you don't want something to be played that you draw back. Do we... Now that we're doing claws, do we want hologram? I mentioned it kind of negates our block relic, but if we upgrade it, it's worth 5, so it's not like the biggest downgrade, and we get to play claw again. Sure. Let's go for it. Get gold. Let's be a little bold here. Yeah, let's upgrade hologram so that we can bring claws back repeatedly. I think we're gonna pop you. Do we want dark? We could probably afford to play this fight without needing that, I would think. Alright, so we need to get him below 70 to break him. Sometimes it's not good to break him when he's like at 70 exactly because his next phase is going to be pretty strong otherwise. But I think we should still go for it. Pop you, get another claw back. Yeah, so we're sitting pretty good here. They're going to be at 50 apiece here. Need to get them below that. Pop you and then we'll draw you back, actually. Yeah, this fight is pretty much... You need to, like, get momentum in this fight more than a lot of other fights. But once you get the ball rolling, it's pretty much smooth sailing. Dump those. Yeah, it's just cruising now at this point. Pretty much by default, you would, even if you just like passed just your like orbs and stuff, do all the work for you. Like I don't even need to attack this guy. We're just gonna skip. Echo form, I do dig. We need more energy though if we're gonna try to play that. All right, we're definitely gonna get more orb slots because that keeps the frost up there, so we don't cycle through it as often. I don't hate this left path. Like up there. Maybe we try that. Kind of a dud turn, if I'm being honest, but it didn't really give us a whole lot to play with. I don't know if Echo Form is going to be... Well, in fairness, a lot of our stuff is free, so maybe we still do play Echo Form. Taking a lot of damage, though. Not really what I'm looking for here. Alright, so whatever I play is going to be played twice. Do we want double frost or do we want claw to come out twice? I think... Problem is this guy's running and I've been attacking the left guy. I could beat the left guy, but I'm a little torn because if I go for this guy, it's a little late. He's gonna block anyway. I think the answer is just going for this dude. Yeah. This guy's probably going to run away. We're not going to get to him, unfortunately. But... oh, I say that. Oh, we got so close. We got so close. Dang. So we took some of our gold, unfortunately. And hurt us. Alright, defrag. Always pick that up. No matter what build I'm doing with this guy, I'm like blind to picking that up. Because it just makes your orb stronger, makes your focus higher. So you become more effective at using orbs. Oh, well. Yeah. Not that we have any orbs right now, but the slots are there, and we have higher focus, so... okay, I think we're not going to play Echo Form this turn around because we need to play some of these other cards. Fortunately, you're dealing a lot of damage. I think we're just gonna have to take it too, because we can't do much about it. Kind of like Static Discharge. Yeah, I'll grab it. We were saying go left. That probably still the move, but I don't like how much damage we've taken already. We may be in trouble this run, if I'm being honest. We may be in trouble this run. Take a strikeout, probably. It was kind of a pun I didn't intend to make, but we play everything, but I guess we probably don't play defend. I'm just gonna pop this now. Honestly, I kind of wonder if I'm gonna need. I'm gonna pop you also because I'm afraid I need that this fight. Hmm. $31, huh? Yeah, that dark that I just got again is clutch. That I probably needed that fight. All right, we 100% need to heal. About to find elite, maybe the end of our run here. Yeah, we're gonna hit another one of those because it kind of feels like we need any advantage we can get. Honestly, I'm debating if I need to pop the other one. Downside is if I do, those all just cycle through. What's the map situation? Maybe we hold off and see how it goes. That was a little better. We should survive this fight now, but we're not necessarily out of the woods and it's like going forward. We just kind of have to keep healing. Unlike last run where I'm like, oh, wish we could upgrade, but now I pretty much need to heal. I think we're gonna go to another rest stop too, honestly. Dexterity, love that. That's gonna be good for claws. Why are you doing so much damage, guy? Do I need to play Darkness against you too? We have full health, so probably not. But it's a little intimidating. I don't think we're playing Echo Form this time. We'll scrape back and do it again. I really considered that with a hologram, pulling a scrape back. Normally I'm just pulling back claws, but if you have both, you can definitely use that to your advantage. Yeah, we need one beam cell. Let's do a normal fight. Alright, they're both attacking me, so nobody is blocking this time. So I think we're probably going to go for dude on the right then. Because normally if he's healing, he's got to heal his partner. But since he's not healing, let's try to kill somebody as fast as possible. Alright, you're done with, so should be a little bit easier now for the rest of the fight. Fortunately, he's not dead yet, so we're taking damage here, but he's dead next turn, or this turn, I guess, at the end of it. We already have 2 scrapes. Do we want 3? I don't know if I've ever had 3. But it kind of makes sense that you would want to... Like, you can even play them all in one turn. Or in this instance, just 1, because that's all we drew. Alright, we'll pop Echo because that's why we picked it up for a reason. Don't want to just have it sit on the sidelines. Gotta be a big damage turn this turn though. Yep, okay. I kind of forgot that we played Echo already just because we have not gotten it off all game. Alright, let's play a little smarter this turn. Double defrag, that one is worth doubling up on. I should have double scraped last time. I was kind of bummer that I missed out on that. Alright, so now we need to make sure this guy doesn't just steamroll us, because when he brings his friends back... 37, bro. Alright, we're gonna have to go for the eyes. Whatever I play is played twice. Actually, I almost went with cold snap, but because we can now do this. And we're not dead. Part of me is like, you should play that one of these. We're gonna pop that now. Get some extra block. Get those kind of set up for dealing damage. Oh my god, I forgot it was double again. I need to use my brain. Okay, homies are about to come back to life. And that's not gonna be good. Alright, we're doing double. I mean, I think it's gotta be claw. Because unfortunately, that was kind of a not great hand they gave us. We kind of need to hologram into a scrape. Otherwise, we're gonna be in big trouble. Okay, we didn't even draw. Hologram. Oh my gosh, I forgot that played twice. Well, we had a good run until we started making bad decisions. Although we do have, I forgot we did have that relic, so we're not dead actually. Wow. Okay. I thought we were toast. Forgot about the block relic. I don't think we want any of these. This one's not bad when you upgrade it, but I think we're gonna skip out. Busted Crown feels like it's the only choice here. Definitely not the top one. Donu Deku. Alright, we can deal with that. We have a new lease on life after that last fight. I think we just hit up the middle. Hit a shop. See what we can get lucky with. Just go claw crazy this turn, and he's still going to be dealing a lot of damage to me. I was gonna say, I almost grabbed a claw, which may have been the right choice. I don't think we want another rebound. I forgot we do have the path, the wing boots, so we can kind of navigate left and right if we need to. Let the shop up first, though. If we have inserter, do we need rank capacitor? I don't know if we do. I don't know if we do. We will hit that into that, though. I mean, I love runic capacitor, but I think having inserter, we don't really have a lot of orb stuff. So, I mean, I guess static discharge would just go crazy up there. All right, talk myself into it. I do like chill. I mean, I guess we can kind of bounce around, but I think this was originally the path. All right, where are these shops? Way up there. So, question is, if I pick up the awful choice here, we have to do a fight. Then we go boom, boom. I could bounce here for the first time. I could bounce here for the second time. No, then we'd be in trouble. I always try to find an excuse to take this one. We'd have to leave here. Then we'd have to leave here. We couldn't hit up two shops. So for that reason, I can't justify picking this one up. So by default, we always pretty much go with the Act 1 boss after that deliberation takes place. Okay, I don't really want to break. Oh, well, I guess we could just break here at this point because you're still going to be kind of lower. 36 damage though, don't love that. Next card's twice. Hologram feels like a good choice. It's great. Beam cell. Okay, we're kind of unfortunately hitting everybody for a little bit. Alright, fully blocked so we can hit loop. Do like that. Alright, whatever I play is gonna go twice. I'll just hit you a couple times. I don't think I really even want to play dual cast. Alright, he's done with. Now we just have these two left guys. It's nice that we can't get frail. I do appreciate that. We'll just hit you there. These first act bosses can be so much easier, depending on your setup, but playing them the second time around. You know, there's a justification for this, because that's hitting both Donu and Deku, but I think we're gonna not do that. You guys are the worst. You guys are the absolute worst enemy in the game. Like, bar none. I will maybe at times say it about everybody, but these guys, the worst. Not even a question. I guess we'll just go for the guy who doesn't have a shield up. Why are you all attacking me? Why are all of my attacks just distributing amongst everybody evenly? Okay, I think we're gonna grab a scrape and see what we get here. Probably made the best of a bad situation. Alright, here's where we need to at least get both of these guys pretty low. Probably the best I could do there. Although them all having shields, don't love that. Okay, hopefully this turn we can finally finish him off. Yeah, cool. Just stay on the same path for now. I mean, it's probably defend. I don't love picking that, but it's probably the answer. Yeah, defrag. Upgraded defrag, always no-brainer. I'm thinking just here, and just like cruise to a smooth fight without having to deal with any more elites. I think that could make sense. Beam cell, I'm tempted by Drawing more for the scry there, or the scrape. Hard not to do too, though. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go here and just upgrade another scrape. Maybe kind of lame, but we did get the boot for a reason. They gave it to us. So, gives us the option to navigate around whatever we want. Okay, we have infinite energy at this point. I really wish I could got like the ice cream. That would kind of come in handy right about now. Alright, watch this. Rebound, claw, scrape, claw. I don't think I'm going to dual cast. I think I'm going to leave it there so we can deal more damage in the future. If I was trying to kill him, I would consider it, but I don't think I'm doing that here. We're about to take you down another 10. We're going to get 10. That still leaves 16 that you're doing, though, so can't let you do that. Okay, chill is like the worst against this guy. I'm gonna pop you. We'll keep loop. I'm not really sure. It helps me now. Okay. It helps me enough. Alright, got the claws rolling. Okay, so he's also weak next turn. Should be good. Yeah. Nah, we're not gonna fight them. No benefit to doing so. Well, there's the ice cream, but not really helpful for us right now. Just dump a strike, move on. Do another scrape. Just keep it rolling. I don't think we care to fight an elite. There's not really a reason to. Just spin the wheel, see what we get. Hopefully not a curse. Hopefully exactly a curse. We had a 1 out of 6 shot. And I jinxed it. We'll heal this time. And going into Donu Deku. We have so much energy, so we're just gonna take that. Alright, at least his artifact is gone. No benefit to popping that, so take a little damage here. This will be double, right? Well, because of that, I think actually we'll pop you. Grab you. There's defrag and there's scrape. Grab scrape again. Just going crazy with our claws. What's up, Heath? What? I have no idea what that even. What you were saying. But you seem to be having a good time, so that's all that matters. You know, I think the answer here is hologram again, because then we just pull scrape back twice again. Yeah, pretty solid claw build. Our block isn't that great, but beyond that, we kind of did a lot of good work here. Let's pop loop. Give us that a couple times. That's a pretty worthless turn, but we should be okay with kind of the extra block there. I mean, I think we continue the strategy. Hologram, scrape, scrape. There we go. So it's another Slay the Spire run. Cool. I mean, people seem to be hanging out. Definitely engage with the chat if you're interested in kind of talking, as I said at the beginning, about anything pop culture, whether it's movies, shows, collectibles, any stuff like that. Not required, but definitely would welcome conversation if you want to. But I guess we'll keep playing if people are hopefully having a good time. Do we run the defect back, or do we switch back to the ironclad? Maybe we'll just run another defect. Well, that kind of works. I love this first turn. Starting from scratch. I have to remember I don't have the relic that gives me block if I don't block, because I will very easily forget about that and then just be like, I'm alive, don't worry. I mean, let's go claws. If anyone's in chat that wants to talk, what are your favorite indie games? So we're playing Slay the Spire. Would be curious to see people's opinions there. I'll go straight up here. Maybe that was dumb to do because we're about to go to a shop. Thought there may be a claw there. Why not? We'll take on the elite. I think we can play everything here. I mean, part of me wants to attack the left guy, but I know my luck is the orb won't hit him. But now that I played block, it will. Alright, hit the right guy. Okay, this turn kind of rough. All dazed. Taking a lot of damage early on, and I don't love it, so we gotta get through this elite, see what we can do. Definitely go for the eyes. I think we're gonna go left. It'd be nice to, just because it gives us options for multiple campfires. That was sufficient. Do we want to, we can grab rebound. Okay, we have to heal. Probably should heal again. How much do I want to mess around with this guy? I mean, I could, if he's an elite, we could just avoid the elite after that. Okay. Well, we got our answer there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be fighting any more elites on this path because this guy took a lot of health from us, so probably just going to wind up going left up here. Alright. Maybe I'll change my mind. They gave us some health. Don't hate that. Full health, even. Let's take on the same guy. Let's go for it. Just have that sit there. Although I can't do my claw strat here because we already put 2 orbs up there. Not that it matters because we're kind of doing a lot of work that turn, which was awesome. Yeah, we're sitting pretty good now. That event to heal was just huge. Steam barrier, I haven't used it the last few games, but I do feel like normally I throw it in the rotation. I think we pop you so we can redraw those. Just keep that lightning up there. You remember I have the fan too, so when I play attack cards, I'm going to wind up getting blocked back. Taking some damage, but as long as we're dishing out pretty much an equivalent amount, I'm pretty fine with that. Yeah, probably shouldn't have played that after rebound, but kind of needed some block. Just doing tons of work right now. We'll sit on that probably. Good enough. Let's dump the gamblers. These are not great. I don't think I want any of these. I mean, I don't hate Rainbow, but it's not really that good. Creative AI could work since we have a lot of zero cost cards. What's the upgraded version of that? Cheaper? I don't think I really ever pick it up, but we'll try it. Do I want curses or gold? We'll pick up the cursed key, I think, here. I don't know if I love that choice, but more energy is always nice, especially since we did just pick up a 3-cost card. All right. This feels like a hangout in the middle type of beginning. So, where are the merchants actually? They're that's not the middle I meant. I kind of wanted to hang out over here, but all of the merchants are over there on the right. This guy we can't mess around with because he could become a problem if we let him. Cool. Snecko, yeah, I don't think I need you in my life. We need some frost. I will say that. We have like claws and stuff, but we definitely need some frost. Oh, we at least took down his plated armor a little bit there. Guy's like slowly but steady. I don't think we can really afford to play creative AI this time. Although we don't have anything that blocks, but maybe we play our 3 attacks and that suffice. Because we get some... Oh, I had recursion. Well, I didn't have anything to recursion anyway. Alright, cool. Colorless cards I'm always mixed on. I mean, I like ball lightning. Doesn't really work for my build right now, but... Not the best, but it seems to be okay. Just go for trying to finish somebody off here, hopefully. Claw, I did say I needed some frost, so glacier is tempting, but problem is if I go right, I'm kind of not going to rest stops, but if I go left, I'm kind of going to shops. Maybe just hang all the way right. We kind of don't fight many elites. That's the only downside too. Definitely that. I mean, self-repair we talked about is kind of just a general good one to pick up, so grab you. He's blocking for him, so there's no reason for me to try to kill the guy on the right. I think we'll actually heal. I don't normally pick that option. We'll just hang on the right now. One damage short. Oh, I should have played the self-repair. Was not paying attention. I'm probably losing steam if I'm being honest. It's obviously a little late. This will probably be my last run. Just because it is getting a little late at this point, and it's been fun playing, and it's awesome to have people in the chat, but probably at some point I have to be like, you know what? We need to call it. So I think this will wind up being the last run, but I'm super thankful you guys are here in the chat, and I know I've said it before, but would love if you would subscribe to the channel and hang out in the future, whether it's in future live streams or you need to keep playing. Jada, that's kind of how I feel. I'm like, I feel like there's supposedly a lot of people watching, and I feel like I should be super pumped about that, which I am, but I'm also like losing steam. So I'm on the fence. But I agree, I'm tempted just because apparently there's like 48 people watching, so I can't attack that. I did not anticipate the entanglement. But I appreciate the motivation. I definitely feel compelled to do so. I just don't know. At some point, I have to be like, you know what? I don't know. We will fight. But thanks for being back, Jade. I appreciate seeing you back in the chat. Did you watch your show? Is it over? Pop 1 strength at least. Okay, that guy should be pretty toast next turn. Dang. Yep, editing my review now. Awesome. I won't distract you too much, but were you happy with what you saw? Was it a good show? Who's even in it too? It's not still. I mean, I didn't see the end, so maybe these people die. But I feel like Norman Reedus is like the person who I know is in that show. So I don't know if he's still in the next one or not, or if it's not his story any longer. Can I afford to play all of you and potentially make him stronger? Negan and Maggie. Okay. Isn't Negan once again, maybe this is spoiling, but isn't Negan a bad guy? Okay, I don't love having this curse in my hand. I scored a 7.5 out of 10. All right, so didn't hate it, but didn't blow your mind. First episodes of a new show are kind of tough, I feel like, though. All right, we definitely have to heal because you have to set stuff up, so it's a little slower paced a lot of times, and that can make it harder to like jump right into the interesting stuff. So I feel like a lot of shows struggle with that. That is one thing with The Last of Us part 1. I feel like was crazy good at was having the beginning of that game, and the show did it a little bit too, but the game mostly just threw you right into chaos right off the bat, which was awesome. Negan was a bad guy and became an anti-hero. Okay, that's fair. He kind of, I don't know what else that actor's in. I feel like you recognize him from other stuff, but he definitely has like the look of a bad guy. Like he just seems like he's up to no good. I feel like he is a bad guy in other stuff I've watched him in. All right, this curse, I don't know where pain came from. We must have acquired it somewhere. Wow, it was because of the cursed key. I'm regretting that decision to pick that up at this point because every time I play a card, I'm losing health. Trying to remember who Maggie is. She may not have been in the show when I watched. I think we gotta try to block as much as we can here, then bring back something 0 cost. How much? Okay, still got 2 vulnerable. Let's try to hit him for some damage. Self-repair. I actually was smart this time and played it. I think we skip out. Maggie was with Glenn. She showed up in season 2. Okay. Yeah. At the farm. Oh, I put that in order. She was at the farm that they showed up to when they brought Carl. Is Carl the kid? They brought the main guy's son, who had been shot by their guy, who then John Bernthal kind of did dirty when they went out for the rescue mission. Yeah, when Carl got shot. That was, I don't know, I feel like I liked John Bernthal's character. And then they like, that scene where they're like raiding the place and then you just have him shoot the other guy in the leg, I think it's what happens. I'm just like, oh, you're a bad guy now. I don't like that. Yeah, Shane. He was a cool character. It was a bummer he kind of became a bad guy. I mean, I guess they kind of do something with this character because kind of the point I made about when I stopped watching it, it got like they needed stuff to be happening that was unique from just like, oh, another zombie. Hit up FTL. Keep him vulnerable. Maybe I should be playing my strength potion. We got full health though. He does have 5 metallicize. Also, this pain is becoming a pain. Okay. Fully blocked though outside of that card. Yeah, we'll pop you. Forget what is the main guy's name? Carl's dad. I'm blanking on what his name is. He was an okay lead. I should play Claw there. Rick, yeah. Obviously, no need to spoil, but I kind of feel like Rick probably dies at some point. That's my assumption from after. Because as I said, I think, I'll just be guessing, but I think that Norman Reedus becomes the main dude probably for a reason. If I play this twice, it's going to double that. Do I want a bunch of power cards? Is that really actually helpful? I don't think it is, actually. Maybe we'll play it once. He leaves the show. Okay. He did actually, now that you say that, I don't know maybe when that happens, but in the season I was watching, he like was talking, I forgot what the girl's name is he was talking to, that they like met up with, who was kind of like a lone wolf. He was like, I'm gonna need to go on my own way. So maybe that's the part where that happens. Maybe I'm kind of near where that took place. Pop that. I thought I remember him like not liking who he was becoming. Maybe that's why he steps away. Alright, we got through that. Do I want any of these buffer? I kind of do like, but... Do I need buffer? Well, maybe we'll grab it. Sure, more energy in boss fights. Okay, Rick flies off. Yeah, that's not where I'm at then. I think I don't know. He's like kind of losing his head. I feel like where I stopped in season 4. Like for a while there, he was like seeing his wife, and then he left somebody out. I forgot who it was. I think he like drove somebody out, and he was like, "You're not good for our place," and he just like left them. I think it was somebody who. It was the girl that messed with that dude's wife because she was like a liability. I think I'm kind of faintly remembering a lot of it. But he like leaves somebody out when they go out on a run. He's like, you know what? You're not coming back with me. Carol, yeah, that's who it was. Because she killed the only guy that was like left, I think, from when they went to the jail. His spouse, I think, was sick, and she like burned them all. I think maybe is what happened. Once again, faintly remembering it, but I think that's what took place. Where are the rests or the shops? There, and then kind of far away. So probably not doing the risky move. We'll probably just grab the boss. I need to find a shot though to dump this pain card because it is literally killing me slowly. Every time I'm playing a card, I'm just hurting myself. Is the Walking Dead stuff supposed to be just like a one season thing, or is it? I think you've said season 1, so maybe it's supposed to be more than just that. Hopefully they're not doing a New Blood where they're like it's coming back and then it's like over in one season. Well, what do we want here? Maybe you? I think I'm just gonna aimlessly clicking at this point. We'll keep that because we'll not take damage now. This is Dead City Season 2. I'm hearing 4 seasons. Oh, so this isn't a series introduction. Dead City already had a Season 1. Well, I assume you probably liked it if you're back for Season 2 then. Cool. That makes sense. Alright, we just need to get out of this fight without taking too much damage because claws kind of aren't great versus this guy because he just hits you back when you attack him. But that's cool. Hopefully it keeps up the same vibe. Did you like episode 1 in like comparable to season 1, or do you think, what are your vibes going into season 2? Are you thinking you're gonna enjoy it, or who we facing? Donu, Deku, Melter would be not the worst, but I think we're gonna not do that. Madness, sure. We have to face an elite. There is a shop if we go right. Not these guys again. Or are you all attacking me too? Okay. Oh, I forgot I have the spinning top now, so every time I play a card, I keep drawing, which is amazing for claw build though. Oh, Pain, my favorite. Thank you so much. I really wanted that card. I just rewatched season 1, didn't like as much as it did the first time. That's fair. That's kind of how you... I thought I remember you thinking the same thing with New Blood, where on second or recent watch, you were like, yeah, it doesn't hold up as well. Okay, we are going to hit everybody a little bit here. I assume you probably didn't like it as much as the original Walking Dead, because you had the Walking Dead like super high on your show rating, if I remember. Yeah, we're just gonna keep grabbing claws. Oh, I forgot about the top. Okay. Got out of that fight. Now, what can we get at the shop here? Oh, these aren't the best. Oh, I need to sell. What am I doing? Pain. Goodbye. That's probably... Gain 2 focus. I do like that. Okay. I have some recency bias. Meaning... Because you said you rewatched it and you didn't like it as much. So you think maybe like when it came out you had more hype for it, then now it's out, you're like, you know what? It's a thing in the past. Okay, creative AI, you're kind of screwing me with the spinning top here. Or the unceasing top. Walking Dead is my favorite TV show of all time. It's definitely high praise. I think so, yeah. It sounds like you may have implied that to you. On first launch, it sounded better, but then as time has gone on, it's like, okay, you're fine. Okay, I don't know if I'm playing this stuff in the right order. I'm kind of just... it would have been nice to get that, but it's okay. No point playing that. Do we want another echo form, or do we want recursion? Sure. Just don't draw them in the same turn, I guess. I don't think we need to really mess with too many more elites. I think we're just gonna go up. What? I don't want to get rid of any of these. If it's got to be one, we already have one echo form, so. Okay, how many more rests? We have another one, so I can afford to do this. Probably hit buffer. 2 buffers feels better than 1, right? I probably should stop opening these because they're all gonna have curses because of the key. At least it's not gonna hurt me like the other one did for so long. Okay. Kind of overkill to kill that guy. Actually, we need to defeat you now, otherwise you're gonna come back. Not the best time for madness. Alright, at least we have cycled through to get a decent... Creative AI is kind of just clogging up my hand now that I have the top. Yeah, I don't want any of those. Scrape, though? We take scrape. I think we're gonna go left and just cruise on up straight from there. Okay, this guy can be a problem, especially because he's doing this right off the bat. A lot of times he'll wait a few turns. But I don't like that he's doing it right away. Because I'm getting hit for 28 now. Oh, okay, I should not have played that first. Definitely approaching the delirious phase of this run. Buffer kind of would have been nice. I could bring it back if I need to. Okay, Scrape kind of makes that easy to go through, then we can reconvene on the other side and hopefully get a lot of zero stuff too. Taking a little damage here. Maybe we pull Scrape back. We could do Buffer too, I guess. Buffer's probably safer. I don't know what's in... I didn't check what was in my hand. Alright, well, you're sitting pretty good. We'll probably heal just to be safe. Why are you all attacking me? So we have at least the buffer there to survive a few turns here. I'll just pop that right now. Hopefully we'll just cycle through so much stuff that by default we'll play enough to beat this guy. That top really comes in handy with the claw build. Like, that was huge to pick that up. We'll go left. Remove a card? Sure. I'll take away this curse. Actually, we can upgrade now. And we will upgrade hologram. All right, another run at the end here, and we're gonna go crazy on potions. Pop you, pop you. Oh, we're gonna be playing cards for days. Creative AI is probably gonna come and show up and screw everything up, but it's still only 3 out of 6, honestly, so can't ruin everything, although now it kind of can. Scrape. Kind of bad time to pull that. Okay. I know creative ice coming up soon here instead of... Well, I should have gone to the right with that. Just pick up claw and we'll just keep it going. Not a good time for buffer either. Maybe we just pop it now. Appreciate you, JDev. I'm wondering how many people are actually like mindfully here, but once again, thank you for encouraging folks to support the stream. We'll hit you. Yeah, it's super cool. I feel like a lot of people don't try to help the community out with like other people that do content creation, and I feel like you're awesome at it and super thankful. I mean, we're pretty much guaranteed here to win, so let's just fly through it. We still had 4 buffers even. Well, that's another run complete. Oh, I am so on the fence. I've been streaming for so long, but the people are here, I guess. Oh, man. Does this say started 8 hours ago? Is that how long I've been streaming for? Taking a bathroom break. I did step away. Probably, what was that? Probably like 2 hours ago. So I've taken, I think, just one time away. I'm surprisingly not doing too bad. Especially since I had some coffee like before jumping on stream. I've been kind of doing that because I'm like, all right, need to have some energy. I don't know how long I plan to stream for, but I don't want to like stop because I get tired. Granted, I haven't done 8 hours before, so this is definitely stretching. Yeah, I took one break. But I am super thankful to have you in the chat too, because I mean there hasn't been a whole lot of conversation, even if there's a ton of people apparently here. So I would say it helped like reinvigorate my energy having conversation going. All right, maybe Maybe we will run more. Yeah, I'm open to that. Honestly, I need to test it out, but I thought about doing like a conversation and having like guests on, like maybe you or somebody else wants to have a discussion. I have not tested out doing the guest hosting, but I did recently. I use OBS for streaming, and I found, I think, the way people use it. I debated doing StreamYard, but it seemed like there was actually a pretty easy option with OBS that you would just send somebody a link. Probably similar to how it works with StreamYard, so that would be more engaging. I think, I mean, transparently, the audience that I have to this point in time, I don't think is large enough for me to just have a discussion on my own, because I'd probably be talking to myself for the most part. That's why I've been including like the game stuff, because if there's nobody in chat, I can still like be doing something. Where it's a little harder, I feel like, if there's not much chat engagement, if you're just talking about a topic, because without having a person to bounce off of, that kind of makes it more challenging. But if I do like a guest or something like that, definitely I'm open to doing it just a discussion as opposed to actually having to put something on screen. OBS is pretty straightforward, honestly. It's the nice part about it is it's free, and I guess the downside is you have to pretty much have a computer. You can't really do OBS. Can you? I don't know if there is an OBS app, but you can't really do it on your phone or anything like that. So that's kind of the limitation. But other than that, all the functionality is pretty effective. And as I said, I haven't done it yet, but I looked up yesterday to see how OBS, like live streaming with a guest, could work, and I may wind up dabbling with that. Yeah, I have seen StreamYard. I don't have an account. You have to create an account still, though, I think, right? But you would just create a free account. That's the other thing I debated doing, which maybe I'll wind up going down that road, because maybe if other people are more familiar with it, it's easier for guests to join with that approach. But as I said, when I looked up the OBS option, it sounds like all I would do was just send somebody a link, and then they click on it, and they verify their like camera and audio source, and that's pretty much it. They're immediately in there. So I imagine it works similar to StreamYard, just without some of the functionality. Yeah, it feels like it'd be hard to do. I know I've seen people do stuff on their phone, but I don't feel like it works as effectively with doing other stuff. Like, you can't really share a screen if you're on your phone as easily, I would imagine. So that's kind of why I didn't get a PC until a few months ago. So I pretty much been sticking to videos by creating with my phone. But now that I do have a computer, it makes it a little bit easier to give that as an option. But one thing, I don't know, I mean, you've done plenty of live streams. When you have like I'm going to jump to YouTube right now. How do if I click on this, is it going to, that's not going to pop up, is it? I don't think so. If you live stream from your desktop, are you using StreamYard, and that's how you have like guest chat pop on the screen? Like, I know I've watched like Ken, he'll just like poke at the screen or whatever, and I feel like that's probably a little bit easier to do on your phone, but I'm wondering if showing comments is through StreamYard as opposed to through YouTube. Yeah, okay, that's probably the case, because I feel like when I'm on YouTube here, like right now, for example, I'm like, I can do other things, but I don't see like show comment. You can manage everything. Okay. I think too, I haven't done it. I've just used a stream key for OBS, but I think I can link my YouTube account with OBS and pull up chat through that. Maybe I'm able to show chats on the screen with that approach. Not sure, but I don't know. Maybe I'll wind up doing StreamYard, but I'll probably test things with OBS just because I know it a little bit better. Although it seems kind of strange. You just like go to a website and it's just like, here's the link to transfer your video. So it doesn't feel like, as I said, you don't even need to have an account. So I'm surprised it works as well as it supposedly does. Like for example, OBS on my computer, I just downloaded the software. I don't have like an OBS account or anything like that. You can link your YouTube account to it, but I don't know. I'm still somewhat going through the learning phases. I was pleased to at least find that I figured out the quality of the video stream finally. I've tried to keep an eye on it. It feels like it's been pretty solid. I'm not in 4K right now. Kind of the double-edged sword. It seems like if you stream in 4K, then you have to use normal latency for like the response time for chat, and I would try to prefer to have it where you can be more engaging. So low latency, I feel like makes it so when you comment, I see it a little bit faster. There's more conversation. So I'll probably stick to maybe doing this format more, but I am tempted. I did get a 4K webcam for a reason, and I should be able to stream now that I improved my upload speeds in 4K. But the problem is YouTube only lets you do normal latency, so it's like you have to have that delay if you want to stream with that high quality. So I feel like the conversation, at least for games like this where graphics aren't that important, is probably more important than having it in 4K. Yeah, you have to link your YouTube account to StreamYard. I kind of figured that. Like, you would log in to StreamYard and like your YouTube stuff would transfer through, which makes sense. But yeah, I would like to do something with more just conversation and talking about whether it's like you mentioned with topics you brought up, like, hey, what's your top 10 X movies? Like top 10 horror, top 10 slasher, top 10 action, whatever it is. I feel like stuff like that I enjoy doing, and conversation, I feel like I thrive off of just the back and forth discussion. But it's just a matter of A, me figuring out how to do that software wise, but then B, setting up to have like a guest or whatever, because I don't think it works as well solo with the channel size I have, at least for now. So it's kind of worked having, I guess, something for me to be doing. I don't know if the 47 people watching really love Slay the Spire or not, but they're at least here maybe, and I'm not just like standing at the screen without much to talk about. Do I dare do another run? I'm not sure. I feel like the downside is, since there are 47 people watching, I'm like, when will I stop if I don't stop now? Which, who knows what the answer to that will be. So maybe we'll do one more. We'll see how it goes. Maybe the last one, because it feels like at some point I'll probably run out of stamina. But as I said, I really appreciate you being here and just having discussion or just having someone to chat with. Let me see. I don't think I can do Watcher at this point. It's either going to be Defect or Ironclad. Honestly, maybe we should do Ironclad because that is the most basic. But yeah, I should probably check out Streamer. I know you said you did the paid version of it, right? At least for a month, maybe. It seems like there's more functionality. I feel like you always know when someone's using StreamYard, the free service, because yeah, I agree with that sentiment. 100% agree. But I guess that's fine as long as like if watch hours like get deleted later, that would kind of blow. But if there's some viewership of some kind somehow and it sticks, that's mostly fine with me. Obviously less interesting and interactive than I would hope, but I 100% agree that that's probably taking place here. But I feel like when someone's using StreamYard, you can always tell they're using the free one because you get, well, like the little thumbnail in the top right, or the watermark rather, which I would probably just do the free version if I wind up going with that, at least for beginning. Because it seems like the paid version, like you can have more people, which I would not need, and things like that. So, but either way, as I said, I'll probably check out the OBS stuff, and if that's super easy, maybe I'll just run with that for a short stint until I wind up navigating, maybe doing StreamYard in the future. Ah, the free version 720. That's good to keep in mind. I'll have to check. I think using OBS, if I remember correctly, they were able to actually, when I watched like a video of somebody explaining how to use it, I think you were able to use 1080p. I'll have to double check the quality, but that's a good point to consider. I think it was at least 1080p because they like put in the specs as far as what the quality of image was. So maybe that'll be a factor too. I mean, I imagine it can't be super pricey, but I imagine it's like a monthly fee, which can, if you get enough of those adding up, becomes kind of a nuisance. All right, we'll start the Ironclad for the bot audience here. Random rare card. I don't hate feed. Increases my health pretty much. But yeah, that's a big thing. That's why, as I said, I bought a 4K webcam for streaming. I debated going back and forth between trying to just use my phone because I have a phone obviously already, but manually setting that up every time, like that's kind of a pain. I've also heard the battery gets kind of like blown up if you use that too much. And then it was like, well, maybe I should just wait and then buy like a DSLR or mirrorless camera, but that also probably still isn't as easy as a webcam, so feels like what I went with for now seems to be working fine. And I feel like the image quality is on par this stream with the first one I used, so I'll have to watch it back for sure later on, but it seems like a solid enough experience, and I think increasing my upload speeds probably will help having like a guest in the future or just doing anything with more bandwidth requirements. We'll just go over here and fight over here. But that makes sense. That's good to know that I feel like when I've watched people with the little watermark, it hasn't been too bad a quality though, so maybe 720 is not as bad as I'm thinking it may look. Don't really want any of these. Ken streams in 720. Okay. His is mostly fine. There's definitely times I feel like where he's had some lag, but that may just be internet stuff too. I'm not positive. But at least, obviously, it works well enough for his channel. Granted, he brings a lot of other qualities to the live stream that video doesn't need to necessarily be the selling point. Four damage to everybody is not actually that great right now. There, now it is. I think I would probably prefer 1080p though. Especially considering I was like, hey, 4K is a big deal, and then if jumping down to 720 would feel like would be a big jump. Uppercut. Let's do some upgrading. Did you do a My First Horror Movie with him? I really feel like they've done a ton of those. I imagine you would have, but it's super impressive they've kept that concept around for so long. And they've had like that many people on it, which is awesome. I guess we'll fight this elite. Surprisingly, not yet. That's fair. Honestly, if... Okay, these guys having metallicized kind of sucks. Let's see what power card we get. These are all bad. Although, fire breathing. I thought about it the other day. I was like... I don't know if I could tell you what my first horror movie was. Like, I could tell you maybe... the one I remember, like, getting a scene of the most early on. But, like, watching the entirety of the movie, I don't know if I have an answer for that. And also, I feel like the definition of horror is kind of vague because I think I saw Jurassic Park in theaters when I was a kid, and some people would consider that a horror movie. Depends on who you are, so that definition kind of feels like undefined, where I wouldn't know for sure, and maybe it just depends on the person what they consider and what they don't. But I feel like Jurassic Park is probably more of an action adventure film for me, but some people probably consider it a horror because it's like a monster flick, I guess, in theory, kind of like a Jaws almost. Should we rock Whirlwind again? Let's do it. Should we upgrade Whirlwind? Maybe we'll go this way. I think I like that idea. Taking some damage on this turn, and then this turn. Probably should just attack him. Alright, I will say this is probably, regardless, will be my last run. Despite how much I enjoy putting on a show for some of the bots that are probably in the chat, but and I said it already, but Jade, I appreciate you being here though. Is your video, I think you post at like 7 Central normally on a daily basis. Is your one today going to be your reaction for Walking Dead? Or is it something else that was lined up? I imagine you'll fit Walking Dead. That's the reason you filmed it overnight. We're gonna go right here. $18. That one's gonna hurt a little bit. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it there. All right, here we go. Probably just gonna try to like attack this guy as fast as possible. Not that turn though. Hmm. 24. Kind of losing health here. It helps a little bit. Yeah, we gotta double our strength. Why not? Joker. Get more energy. Works with Whirlwind. That's kind of been the go-to for me with Ironclad. I would say tonight, but this morning at this point. Okay. That was nice. Got some health back. Grab that. That. Can we do enough damage? Plus 22. I think we can go for the bigger guy actually now. Feed's been huge for us this run too because we're just getting so much more max health. That helps us be able to survive fights. Alright, this is a pretty rough first hand, but that's alright. Just do that. Oh. Well, this turn he's dead. Oh, I should have done the health thing. Dig that relic. Take more max health. I think we stop at the rest stop and we'll heal here. Not get too greedy with it. Whirlwind doing work. Can we... Oh, so close. 20? 20, you say? I'm like wasting potions in the goofiest way. Grab you. Finally, why not? Hmm. Kind of would like to be able to defeat him with feed here. Don't think that's gonna happen though. Sorry, we got kind of a large amount of health anyway at this point in the game. Come on, give me double attack for 2 cost attacks. Alright, power card for free. I don't hate that too. We'll just go with the rest. Get some better stuff. Should we just murk everybody with this? Yeah, we're definitely rocking pretty high max health, which we don't even really need as much as we have. Battle Trance. This is the one where you draw cards. You don't have to hurt yourself. You don't get energy though, but you're just kind of cycling your hand, which I am definitely down for. Feed being free, I do love, but I don't think we're able to play it. I think we just do that. Cool. All right, we're just gonna upgrade. I don't think we need to rest it all now. Probably can upgrade most often than more often than not. Ooh. Corruption, see, I don't know if I really want to play you. I mean, maybe now? May regret that choice. Another knight with metallicize. Okay, that's gonna be gone. Maybe don't play that because it's also gonna be gone. I think we're gonna be okay just because we have so much health. But we're out of defense now, I think, so kind of need to put this fight in overdrive a little bit. Probably just use that because can't mess around. 66. Drop that down a little bit. Yeah, we'll do that instead. Alright, he's pretty toasted. I don't think I want any of those. Double potions. Keep it going. Alright, time eater. I don't know who I really would have preferred to face here. Maybe Donu Deku because we do have the whirlwind. Okay, the incense burner kicked in there. I don't think any of these really that effective against Time Eater. Of course, you give me something else that's not effective against the Time Eater. Honestly, I'm tempted just to do this. I think I'm going to. Because we have so much max health, we don't really need... Like, we can afford to sacrifice a little bit. Alright, we're going right here. Obviously, I could have killed them all with the whirlwind, but I wanted that max health option, so I used heavy blade into feed. Alright, we should be good now. Yeah, we'll make heavy blade stronger. Make it kind of a one big finishing move on the Time Eater. Okay. Just the positive is when I kill someone, we get that energy back. Oh. Well, we used the choker though, so we're limited on how many cards we can play. Did not expect to run into that problem. Can I... Will that count towards you? I don't know if it will. It did not. Kind of was a bad choice then. Take a little bit of hit there. Yeah, we gotta go left. Let's make Pummel stronger. Alright, we are almost done with Act 3 again. You gotta remember, we can only play 6 cards, so I'm gonna have to stop there. Fortunately, couldn't finish him off. Although we got his artifacts out of the way, so that's nice. Yeah, I thought I may regret that choice. Three cards here. Let me just do that. Don't love this guy. Decent stopping point, thankfully. We have potions we have just not been touching. That's okay. Probably need to heal before the final boss. Got a little bit of health back there. Yeah, let's do that. I don't think we need a second heavy blade. Choker surprisingly is coming problematic when I could play so many things. I didn't expect this many cards would kind of come into play. We're gonna wait still. Yeah, just hit you once. These guys. All three attacking me. Love that. Well, at least we took one out. Didn't want to have to heal at the next spot, but we're probably going to. Thanks, JDev. You're once again just like super kind, super appreciate that. But yes, if you are so inclined, definitely hit the like button as highlighted on the screen too. Would appreciate any kind of support with a sub. And so forth, so. And this may be nearing the last opportunity because we are on the final boss, and I'm probably gonna stop after this one. What do we want to do here? Do we want to upgrade, or do we want to? I mean, it's only 4 health. I think we'll take the upgrade. Go with flex. This is an easy choice. We are going to double demon form. What else are we going to double? Italicize? got 6 cards to play with here. Hit you. What do you have over here? I think we'll do that. Probably grab you and you. So we have 5 cards. We can play everything here. I think he's dead next turn, if I'm being honest. Actually, what are we doing? Play you. I should have popped you beforehand. Your next 2 cards are played twice. So let's do that. He actually maybe did this turn now. Yeah. Way easier than it could have been. Definitely sped up that combat too. What are you on? Ascension only 7 with Ironclad? I guess that makes sense. We started with like 2 or something, so maybe not that low, but that is Slay the Spire for the like, I don't know, 15th time. However many times it's been. That will wrap up Slay the Spire though for today. Partially because I could do this forever otherwise, and at some point need to bounce and probably get something to eat, chill, maybe get some rest too. Let me switch over though. Let me real quick. All right, let's turn off the desktop audio. And we'll switch here. Big camera time. So yeah, I think the visuals look okay, even if it's not 4K. Like it's what, 1440p. Pretty solid. 46 people be happy if you leave. JDev, I don't know if you realize how much of a button that's poking where I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't think they're gonna be disappointed, but it's a missed opportunity is kind of more what I'm thinking. I appreciate the language of phrasing as if they'll be unhappy, but I think maybe I'll miss out on maybe more watch hours, because I mean, 46 people watching for this. I'm obviously the whole time that many people weren't here, but if I keep streaming for another whatever hours, then that's 46 times those hours. So I do plan on probably having to reset my watch hours, because I have to get to 1,000 by December. Otherwise, I'm going to wind up losing some of those original sin hours. I think that was kind of a heavy load for my watch hour requirement. So I kind of just accept that at this point, when we get to the end of the year, that's probably going to fall off. And honestly, live streams have kind of helped though with keeping stuff active. Yeah, I don't think they are. Honestly, if you told me there were like 5, I would be almost surprised with that even. So, although now that I've turned off Slay the Spire, we have lost some some viewers. So maybe they were just glued in and not super social, which it's possible. You never know. I used to not comment on YouTube or whatever. So, and a lot of times I'll play stuff and I'll like go to sleep with it just playing, but probably bots. I will agree. But either way, it's cool to see that number. Like if you told me I was going to stream tonight and I was going to hit 50 concurrent viewers, then even if they weren't as engaging, I'm pretty content with that. Also, having you here in the chat is always an awesome time too. Yeah, I've thought about that. I don't have the best system of making videos in an efficient manner yet. And that's part of why I got the webcam. I mean, that's more helping with live streams, but my editing process takes way longer than it probably should. And part of that is because, if I'm being honest, when I'm putting together my thoughts on a specific topic, I butcher the video that I'm making like way more times than I would like, which it makes it more time for me to actually make the video. But then by the time we get to editing it, it takes like way longer for me to cut stuff out. And so that's probably part of it, is that it's probably twofold. It's probably one, I don't know if I have enough things I feel I do a good enough job talking about to make it last, one per day. On top of that, I don't know if my quality as far as making the video than editing it can support doing one per day necessarily. Yeah, I honestly I don't spend a whole lot. Like I don't do like a lot of fancy edits. Obviously, you can tell from my videos I'm pretty much just talking and throwing over some photos. Um, the big issue is just when I'm like covering whatever I'm talking, I'll like forget what I'm gonna say, so then I wind up having to do it a few times and then have to find that part, then scrap it on editing. I also edit on my phone. Originally when I got a computer, I was like, let me get this so I can then use like DaVinci and do some editing on the PC, make it a little bit more seamless. But I think since I record on my phone still, I still use my phone for editing because it's like the video is already there. I don't have to transfer it. It's kind of one process, but maybe I should at some point. I want to switch over to using DaVinci on my computer, but there's also the learning curve with making sure I know how to use DaVinci on PC too. So, and it's pretty friendly, I imagine. But what editing stuff? If you don't mind sharing, what editing software do you use? I will point out we have lost like 6 viewers since I stopped Slay the Spire. So maybe the bots, maybe if they are bots, they really enjoyed Slay the Spire. Maybe they're like big Defect fans. But honestly, I feel ashamed to say this, but I still use iMovie. I don't do anything on my phone. I use iMovie for my editing, which is kind of like the most basic thing you could probably use. I should probably use it on, as I said, like DaVinci on my computer. But I think mainly because I'm recording with my phone. The file is already there. And I'm familiar with that process, even if it's not efficient. It's just like a quick one that I know as far as familiarity. So at some point I need to make the switch. I just haven't done it yet. And that probably adds to me taking a little bit longer doing stuff. I also feel like depending on what I cover, certain videos take longer. Like I've been doing more reactions to trailers, not a whole lot, but I've been trying to ramp up doing those. And they take longer, unfortunately, than if you're just doing a live trailer reaction where you're like playing the video and you're just reacting like, oh, wow, that's a cool scene. That's a lot easier to edit. Whereas if I'm talking about the video separately and then showing photos, a lot of that takes more time, unfortunately. But copyright has not been my friend when I've done trailer reactions. So I haven't been hit with any issues when I've done the talk about it. Here's some pictures from the trailer. So I think that takes longer, but it's more beneficial for me not to have to deal with any copyright problems. Because I like would put up a trailer, I'd put a filter over the top, I'd have other music playing, I would put text over the trailer, I would like put a different color that's like transparent over the top of it, and it would still be like, oh, Sony Pictures has an issue or somebody has an issue with your trailer. I'm like, dude, you can't even see that. There's no way they have a problem, but somehow it's been a problem still. I record from webcam, use audio from a good microphone. Okay. I use the video editor that comes on my Windows CPU. That makes sense. Back in the day, I used to make videos when I was a kid, and I just had like whatever software we bought, but it was like a one-time purchase, which is like unheard of these days. DaVinci, I've heard, is solid for a free experience, so that's the one I probably need to switch over to. And this microphone, I feel like has been good enough for me. I debated like going very heavy into like, all right, we've lost. I keep looking over 10 viewers, so maybe people are just quietly watching Slay the Spire, so maybe they're not as interested in this stuff. But I debated doing the Shure, was it MV7B or whatever it is, like the really nice microphones that a lot of streamers and YouTubers use, but A, it was like $400 or whatever. B, since I wasn't using a PC at the time, I didn't have like the audio interface to use like a lot of the cords that you would use with that. So this mic actually is just using a USB-C. So it's kind of the best of both worlds, at least for what I had at the time. Now I could obviously do something when I have a PC that Could be better, but I think this mic's been actually pretty solid. The only problem with it is the cord of it's kind of short, and I actually have it on like a stand, so it sits a little bit higher. But audio wise, it's much better than when I first started the channel. I was just like doing videos from my phone, and then I just used the audio from my phone. I just had the phone really close to me so that when I was talking, hopefully there wouldn't be as much background noise. Or when I did some videos that just had like pictures, I didn't even use any like live recordings. I just used like voice memos on my phone. But it's been nice to have something that's at least a good usage for the time being. So that's kind of the same with the webcam. I'm like, I don't need to go buy like the best Sony DSLR camera. This is fine. This is good enough. It's efficient too. It doesn't, to your point about wasting time with certain things, I feel like having the webcam cuts down on a lot of that. And maybe if I do wind up switching over to DaVinci, the webcam would make it easier to have the file already on my computer. I'm not positive if the video quality like that I'm using now, granted, as I said, it could be in 4K, supposedly, if I'm not streaming with low latency. I'm like, is this video quality as good as the one that I get from my phone? So there is that kind of, that's kind of why I wound up getting like the 4K webcam, even though I'm not even in 4K right now. I was like, well, I don't want to have the video quality of live streams to be worse than my videos. So I was like, let me get a decent webcam at least. But I may not even wind up using 4K because of the inability to have like a real-time interaction. I hate SLR cameras. Why do you say that? Had you have experience with them and they were rough? I've heard that they're not great for live streaming too, because the same situation with the phone, the battery gets like expanded and becomes a problem, and then over time, it's not as like viable. I think there's some DSLR cameras that like have webcam functionality like built in, so maybe those ones are more effective. But they're also like, even there's buying the camera. I'm not an expert on like modern cameras anyway, but my understanding is you have to buy the camera, and then if you want to buy a lens, that's like really where you spend money, where it's like, oh, here's like the $700 camera, but then I need the $2,000 lens to attach to it. But I don't need to go crazy with that, especially since I'm, trying to get people to enjoy watching it. Obviously, it's a little bit easier to get people on board if it's better quality, but at the same time, you got to have like what you get out of it's probably what you put into it a little bit too. Lenses are outrageous. I'm not an expert there. I learned probably more about microphones when I was exploring it, and maybe even webcams now that I want to buy one. But my understanding is the price points. Like I walked in Best Buy the other day and I was like looking at the cameras they had on display, and the lenses, as I said, were like $2,000. I'm like, all right, this isn't even the camera. This is just to make the camera look better. I assume it has like that better like real life image quality where like the background doesn't look like it's flat at the same plane that you're on. But at some point, maybe it makes sense, but I think I would need to have a much larger channel to make that warrant that decision. I think this is fine for now. Yeah, some of it's, as I said, kind of building the plane as I fly it, because I had never done live streaming. I'd done videos before and stuff, but live streams I hadn't done. So it's been fun to do it. It's that's kind of the pro con. I feel like making videos is time consuming, as far as like, not only do you record it, but then you have to go back and like make it better. Whereas live streams, if I say something wrong, I just kind of keep talking. So you don't have to, on the back end, fix anything. It's just kind of like, well, it's out there. I can probably edit the video if I want, but it was live. So unfortunately, that's kind of what you just deal with. But you're like, hey, it's fine. It's good enough. People expect it to be live. They don't expect super good quality. Yeah, I did notice that. So I knew they got rid of it, at the end of last year or whenever it was. But we went in there, and the section where they used to have physical media, I was surprised they still have. I'm surprised they even have like games anymore, because it feels like they're pretty much not. Even like Target, I feel like you have to buy those online if you want to buy from them at all. But when I went into Best Buy, we went over to where the physical media section was, and there was like car editions. It's like, do you want this like camera for your vehicle? Like it was all car stuff. I'm like, are people going to Best Buy to buy that? I guess maybe. I mean, it's probably higher margins because you're buying like a massive thing for your car. So it's probably like, hey, this thing costs like $3,000 instead of like a, I don't know, $10 DVD. So maybe even if they don't sell a lot, if anyone buys one, it's a better deal for them. They also kind of turned Best Buys into like showrooms at this point where, I mean, a lot of people go in there and they look around, then they buy it elsewhere. But then B, I feel like they sell a lot of their store to like different third parties to have like booths and stuff in there now, because physical storefronts, unfortunately, are becoming not as profitable as they used to be. And kind of unfortunately, everything's going online, which I don't mind. I just don't want everything to be, 3 big conglomerates that you have to buy from, which kind of is the case nowadays, unfortunately. But I try my best not to have to solely rely on. I like to support kind of smaller startups or places that feel a little bit better spending your money than just like, oh, this is the place that everyone has to shop at now. But yeah, that's kind of the point. We talked about physical media the other day, and my point about why I don't collect a lot of it is it's just not supported by a lot of places like Best Buy, for example. Like I know you buy a lot of physical media. I assume like, I don't know, Amazon. Is there any like specific places like beyond that that's like, I would like to support a place that just sold physical media online, maybe. Like if there was a company who that was their specialty, that was their little niche, that would feel better to me to buy from than, this company that's not going to care. They're going to send it and it's probably going to get bent up when it shows up anyway. I don't feel like that really exists. I don't know. Maybe it does, but you're also sometimes paying more when you do that, which I'm kind of at the point of maybe I would prefer that still, because I'd rather, as I said, vote with my wallet anyway. But Amazon, eBay, yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm like, I mean, eBay, I guess it depends if you're buying from like a person, but I honestly, I'm kind of there's a long list of reasons, but I have not bought anything from Walmart in, when was the last time? I think it's been like 10 years since I've bought anything from Walmart. I kind of, for a few reasons, obviously they're not probably the greatest ethically as a company, but as a sports fan, the family who owns Walmart, not to go on like a deep cut here, but they are married into the Kroenke family who moved my favorite football team. And after that happened, I was like, you know what? Not going to support you. Not that it matters, because like enough people do that it doesn't really hurt them at all. But I haven't bought anything from Walmart in like 10 years. Amazon I still use, but I had a bad experience with them today. They like committed to refunding something, but then changed their opinion. So a lot of these bigger companies, I'm like, you know what? I get you're the easiest option. You may be the cheapest option, but I'm like, I don't like you. Can I find some way not to have to use you as much? And you kind of can't, really. Like there's things that only those places sell. And especially for, as I said, for a good deal. But even beyond that, like just certain things only are going to be sold on some of those websites. Maybe I should use eBay more than I do. Are you buying from companies on eBay, or are you buying from like individual people? I remember back in the day, I actually bought my PlayStation 4 on eBay, but I think I bought it from Newegg on eBay. Newegg, if you're not familiar, they're like a big like tech company online, so they like sell PCs and stuff. So it didn't really count, but I bought it on eBay from Newegg because there was like some amazing deal where like it came with like a couple games or whatever. But I haven't bought a whole lot on eBay. I guess technically this guy is from eBay. This Chucky right here, I bought him from somebody on eBay. I guess technically my wife bought him from somebody on eBay. Sometimes I'm like questioning the legitimacy of stuff. Obviously you can look at the reviews, but you never fully know because sometimes those could be fake as well. But he's technically from eBay. Because he was a Universal Studios Hollywood Horror Nights or whatever popcorn bucket. That maybe I'm not gonna do it now, but he actually like talks and like rotates his head. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I don't use eBay a whole lot. Do you sell on eBay at all too? Because I feel like I've debated selling stuff via eBay, but I've heard it's not super great as a seller because they typically side with the buyer. Although when I've bought stuff, I don't feel like they've sided with me. So at the same time, I don't really know. I don't buy much from you. Usually it's a TV show that's not available. Okay, yeah, I've seen you mention before, but there was like something that was only sold internationally that you picked up via eBay. Never sold anything on it? Okay. I imagine it's a decent experience. I know there's like what, that and Poshmark and Mercari. What else? I'm trying to think what else is out there. But I've debated doing it because there's stuff that I'm like, maybe at some point, like you can see kind of over here, these like Dragon Ball figures. At some point, maybe I would sell some of them that I don't feel like I need as much. So I've debated going down the eBay route, but it feels like kind of a headache too. I also, you can't really see them, but I got into One Piece's card game, and I haven't really played in the last couple months, if I'm being honest. I was like super into it and then took a break. And some of those are, I guess, valuable still. So I would debate doing that, but then you kind of run the risk of like, oh, maybe it'll get lost and there'll be issues with the seller and you have to like get it sent back. So I don't know. Maybe at some point. I know Facebook Marketplace is also a big one for like selling stuff. I think I sold some chairs on Facebook Marketplace at one point, but it's been a few years. I did buy something from Honey Hippie's Poshmark in April. Okay. Yeah, Poshmark's another one too. I know people also do like their own stores. I've heard like what Teespring has had some issues though. I don't know if we'll ever do that on the channel. Maybe at some point if I want to make sure if I did something like that, it'd be actually something of value. Like, oh, this is something that looks cool that somebody would actually want to wear or whatever. Mr. Brooks on Blu-ray. Is that what you said you bought that from Haunted Hippies Poshmark? I like Mr. Brooks. It was kind of an underrated movie with Dane Cook and who is that? Is that Kevin Costner? No. Is that who it is? Who's the guy against Dane Cook? But it was a decent film. I think it was Kevin Costner actually. He was like he was like the main character, and Dan Cook was like the guy who was like his tag along in that. I mean, you've seen the movie obviously, but I think he's the one that chops his head off with like a shovel. I think maybe. Yeah, Kevin Costner. I feel like I like the premise more. Maybe it kind of dragged for me. I feel like I like the idea of like, oh, he's doing some like Demi Moore. Okay, yeah, she was in it too. I like the idea of the movie, like the intro of him, like he's like watching the place, and then he's going in. When it got kind of dragged out a little bit, I was like, it was fine. But underrated film, I would say. Not a lot of people probably know about it. William Hurt, okay, yeah. That was kind of when Dane Cook was like popular. I feel like he had his like time in the sun when he was like doing stand up everywhere and like totally blew up. But I feel like he kind of fell off shortly after that. But maybe I think he's done some stuff since then, but not a whole lot. But he was solid in that movie, I thought. I thought he was good. Kevin Costner's kind of underrated too. He's not in a whole lot of stuff I like, but I feel like when he's in something, I'm like, yeah, pretty good. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. I don't know, as I said, that's kind of the challenge when you buy stuff, and then you run into the issue of like, okay, I prefer buying it from this place, but it's like 50% higher price than it is from the awful overlords of Amazon or Walmart. So I do value price. So it's like you got to balance it sometimes. But as I said, the main issue, I feel like actually availability, a lot of places is a problem. Like there's stuff that just only some of these big box places will sell. So you got to take the good with the bad, unfortunately. But yeah, I probably about to wrap up, but appreciate you, JDev, for being here and talking through stuff. I know we've kind of talked about it before, but if I figure out the guest stuff, maybe we can coordinate something too. As I kind of figure things out, and as far as how that works, I think it should be pretty straightforward. If I'll check out the OBS stuff, then if it seems like a nightmare, I'll look at the StreamYard side of things too. But I think doing something with more people involved will be fun to do. Sounds good. Cool. All right. Well, JDev, appreciate you being here. Anyone else in the chat, whether you're legit or not, thank you for hanging out, watching. I encourage you to be engaging in the chat going forward. It's kind of fun to talk back and forth. And to JDev's point, if you want to like or subscribe to the channel, super thankful for that too. Either way, just being here is awesome. So for anyone watching this back on the VOD, I don't know if anybody made it 10 hours or how far into this are we? I don't know if I can tell, but we're at least 9 hours, it says, into the stream here. So the fact that anybody may be watching, maybe you're not, but any part of this that anyone watched, super grateful for that. And as far as, yeah, appreciate JW, that you're so awesome for saying that. As far as stuff coming up, kind of the same what I mentioned previously. Still need to put out the U Season 5 review. Still need to do maybe some trailer reactions. Debate doing I Know What You Did Last Summer and Weapons. Tomorrow we have, I guess today now, we have The Last of Us coming out. So I'll do another short review for that one. Hopefully we get a good direction with that. I'm obviously probably not a good person to ask because I didn't love the second game, but I'm a little unsure where we're going to take things. And I know people that actually did enjoy the game, I feel like they've expressed the same sentiment. So hopefully we get a good episode there, but either way, we'll see what comes with that. Beyond that, I'm not sure what else really is on the horizon necessarily. Yeah, last episode was kind of boring. I would agree. I mean, it was maybe necessary, but they had like the first half of it was just like mourning Joel and stuff like that, which they didn't do that in the game though. But in a game, maybe it doesn't make as much sense because you're trying to like, let's give you more action. But in the movie, maybe, or in the show, maybe it made sense because like that would happen. They didn't even have like the time skip like they had in the shows. The show was like 3 months later, Ellie's out of the hospital. But it was like, I don't know. I don't know how the show's going to go without Pedro, but they're going to do a billion flashbacks of him. Like there's a few that I know from the game that they'll wind up doing. And I don't mind Dina. Dina seems cool. So maybe her and Ellie will actually do a decent job about like carrying the show going forward. But the two factions, like Abby's squad and the other faction they're fighting, I don't know if they handled that the best, but we'll have to see how that winds up going. I don't like them doing a time skip. Yeah. I mean, I get in some ways it's like we needed to rebuild, and this shows us rebuilt already. I think the mistake is only having 7 episodes in the season. I kind of have an idea of where I think they could end the season that would like kind of leave a cliffhanger. We'll see if they do that, but only 7 episodes. Like I thought season 1, I don't know for sure, but I feel like it was more than that. I feel like it was like 10. Maybe it was 8. I think it was 10 though. It was more than 7, it felt like, but granted, I guess they're splitting the second game into 2 seasons, so maybe that's why they can justify only 7 episodes for this season, but this is episode 4, so we're halfway through right now. Has half of content for a season happened yet? I don't know. I don't know if I would say it has. 9, I want to say. Yeah, the first season was definitely longer. I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was 9 episodes. But 7 feels short, but maybe they'll just... And it feels like, too, 7 feels short if they're going to extend other plot points. Like in season 1, it was cool when episode 3, we had the whole backstory of Bill that wasn't in the game. That was the entire episode 3. They really can't afford to do that now. Like, you can't have a dedicated episode that wasn't in the game if you're only having 7 episodes in the season. Because especially when you have these new characters, we need to have time to develop with them and make them actually matter in the same way that like Joel mattered. So I don't know. I think IGN, which they're kind of iffy on if you trust the reviews or not, but I think they gave it a 7 out of 10. I think they've seen the entire season already. And which I think they gave the first season a higher score, like a 9 or 10 or something. So they felt like it was a drop off, which isn't necessarily guaranteed to tell you anything, but I'm getting a vibe that even if you like the second game, probably gonna feel like we're taking a little bit of a dip in the second season. But that's a whole tangent I'll probably go on I'll probably wind up doing a season 2 video. I'm just doing shorts for the episodes. I probably I didn't have to do that, but it feels like it was more digestible to do it that way. And I wasn't even sure if I was going to do them at all, but probably will wind up doing a season 2 like wrap up overall video and do a score with that one. So in that sense, I'll probably cover a little bit more information and my thoughts on the comparison between that and the game. And we'll see, as I said, how they end the season, because I have a feeling there's a spot where I could see them ending it, which I would not be pumped about, but it kind of would work. So, but yeah, look forward to that. And I don't know what else is really coming up. I don't know, J-Dev, are you going to see Clown in a Cornfield? I've kind of 50-50 on if I care to see that. I thought I saw it was getting good reviews already, though. I don't feel like I need to see it, but I'm 50-50 on it. Definitely going to see Final Destination, obviously, the following week, but I'm a little iffy. Probably not yet. I mean, it's a new idea, so I'm like, why? Give me a reason to see it. So if it does give good feedback, maybe I'll wind up going to see it. But we've gotten so many clowns. We got Pennywise, Terrifier. We've done the clown thing. It kind of reminds me of like a Jeepers Creepers in a way, because it's like obviously in the cornfield, or like Dark Harvest almost. But maybe I'll see that. Maybe I won't. Not positive. I feel like there's other stuff coming out in May too. I did my trailer reaction, speaking of those, on Fear Street Prom Queen that I posted, which probably was more lengthy than it needed to be, but I wound up taking a bunch of screenshots. I'm like, all right, let's talk about this one. So that'll be interesting. I'll probably wind up watching it. I think that comes out May 23rd. So that'll be kind of, I'll probably review that one too. And end of month video or movie to talk about. I mostly like the original trilogy. They were a little bit hit and miss in some parts, but I would say as a whole, I enjoyed watching them. So hopefully the fourth one's good too. But I'm not familiar with the books, so I'm not positive on how things will turn out with it. But yeah, that's kind of the plans for the rest of the month. I'm sure stuff will come up as we go along. That's kind of the annoying part, when I feel like, to your point about making a video every day, I'll have like a plan, and then something will pop up and I'm like, I should do a video on that. Like on the movie side, I think trailer drops are kind of one, but I've been not great about putting those out in a timely manner anyway. I know you're not as interested on this side, but I am still doing like Dragon Ball collectible stuff, and they'll just randomly put out an announcement like, hey, this is coming out, buy it. And I'm like, okay, I didn't plan on talking about this today, but now I feel like I should. I don't know. We'll see the direction of the channel long term. I'm definitely going to continue to talk about movies and shows. I started with Dragon Ball and collectibles, though, so I want to probably still incorporate that. And that's the challenge I run into too, when I want to do something that sounds interesting to me, but people subscribed or whatever for certain topics. And I'm like, well, I want to make people happy. I want to cover stuff I like, but I also want to cover stuff that people want to talk about. So it's definitely that balance of like, where do you branch out to, where do you not? So, but the point of that being is that even when I have a schedule, I'm like, oh, well, now this needs to be inserted into that schedule. So that's kind of like when we had, I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but when we had Original Sin, and then suddenly they're like, hey guys, we're going to have 2 episodes back to back. And I was like, I have to watch both of them. And I think I wound up putting one shortly. Then like a few days later, I put out the other review. But when there's like scheduled things like that, I'm like, I didn't really anticipate that. Granted, it was nice to get kind of that break week later on, because I think I did a Who's the Killer video, but stuff like that makes it harder to fully plan for, which that's fine. It's kind of the fun of like spontaneously throwing something out there too. So, but yeah, we have officially, it does say started 10 hours ago now. I don't know if it's rounding from like 9.5, but I've rambled long enough, talked about kind of what's coming up on the channel. As far as live streams, I'm awful about having a schedule. I know a lot of people are great. They like have postings they'll do where they'll announce, hey, I'm going to go live, and they'll put like a scheduled video or a scheduled live stream to air at a certain point. I haven't done any of that. I maybe should. I haven't messed with like the scheduling of YouTube. I'm a little unsure exactly how it works. So I feel like the first time I do it, I'll probably botch it. But it seems like pretty straightforward, where you just pick a future time, then you come back and you start streaming then. But I also am kind of spontaneous with when something sounds fun to do. And gaming is something I'm like, hey, I feel like playing. I'm like, oh, let's do it live. Why not? So maybe I should have a better schedule than I do, but I just haven't at this point. And maybe in the future we'll get there. But for now, maybe if I have a guest like we've talked about, that makes more sense to be like, hey, anybody interested? Now's when we're going to be doing this. 2 episodes of Dexter Resurrection come out. Yeah, I saw that where it's like the first, which kind of makes sense. I feel like that's better than when they did it last time. It was like episode 2 and 3 of Original Sin, which didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'm like, yeah, I feel like you just did that because something else within the Showtime schedule caused that. I think I remember hearing that the week that they skipped, they had to do some resurrection stuff maybe, and that's why they went up swapping and doing those 2 that one week. But yeah, I'm a little bummed. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to slam 2 episodes for that, but I'll definitely do the first one like instantly, and then the second one probably same situation, maybe a day later. Awesome job talking for 10 hours. Appreciate it. I know I've like lost my voice, I feel like a few times. I also feel like I should probably have like a water, but then I'll have to get up and, to your point, use the restroom a few times more. So I don't know. But appreciate the kind words, and thanks for being here, JDev. Obviously, anytime you hop in, you're always welcome to chat, and I'm super thankful. I feel like when you jump in, I get like a burst of energy, and we're like, all right, awesome, we can talk about something I want to talk about while I'm also like shooting somebody in Halo or fighting and Slay the Spire. So it's awesome to have like at least someone in the chat amongst the 42 talking. So I've rambled on long enough. I'll probably hop off now, but thanks for being here. As I said, I don't know when I'll live stream next. Probably not tomorrow, but who knows? I need to finish up second half of Halo 2, so probably that'll be next. We'll see. But thanks for being here, JDev. Anyone else hopping in? Appreciate you. I will hop off now, and you guys have a good day. Have a good Sunday. Take care.